It was supposed to be a peaceful hike, a relaxing escape from the bustle of everyday life. I had been planning this for weeks, a solitary walk through the dense forest just outside town. I had my backpack, a good pair of boots, plenty of water, and enough snacks to keep me going for a few days if I needed to. The sun was shining when I started, and the air smelled fresh, filled with the scent of pine and earth. The trails here were known for their beauty and tranquility, and I had hiked here many times before, though never by myself. But today I was craving the solitude. I set off early in the morning, the cool breeze making the trees sway gently above me. The sound of birds singing in the distance was soothing, and I could hear the rustling of small creatures in the underbrush. The trail was familiar, winding through the forest, and I knew it well. My goal was to reach the old creek that ran through the woods, a spot I had always enjoyed. It wasn't far, just a couple of miles, but I hadn't realized how quickly things would take a turn. I took my time, enjoying the peacefulness, breathing in the crisp air, and keeping my pace slow. The trail was clear, marked by well-worn signs and arrows, so I wasn't worried about getting lost. I followed the path, lost in my thoughts, when I realized I hadn't seen the familiar signposts for a while. The trail seemed to have changed, but I couldn't quite put my finger on what was wrong. I checked my map, realizing I had strayed a little off course. No big deal, I thought. The woods weren't all that vast here. I could always turn back and retrace my steps. But as I turned around, I noticed that the path behind me was no longer visible. It was as if the woods had closed in on themselves, swallowing the trail behind me. I stopped in my tracks, my heart rate picking up. This wasn't right. I had been following the same trail for years, but now it was gone. The trees around me seemed unfamiliar. The ground beneath my boots felt different. A knot formed in my stomach. I pulled out my phone, but there was no signal. Of course, there wasn't. I decided to keep walking, thinking that if I just pressed on, I'd find something familiar. The forest felt eerily still, the birds' songs quieting as I moved deeper. Every crack of a twig underfoot sounded louder, more unsettling. I kept my head down, focusing on the next step, but it didn't feel like I was getting anywhere. The trees seemed to grow taller, the underbrush thicker. The further I went, the more disorienting everything became. After what felt like hours, I realized I had no idea where I was anymore. I looked around, the landscape shifting in ways I didn't remember. The trees were so dense now, it felt like the entire forest had closed in around me. The sky above was barely visible through the thick canopy of leaves. I tried to retrace my steps, but nothing looked the same. I was lost. Completely, hopelessly lost. I tried to calm myself, reminding myself that I had hiked in forests before, that I could survive this. I pulled out my map again, but it didn't help. I knew where I had started, but the woods had shifted around me. There was no telling where I was now. I continued walking, hoping for a sign of a clearing or something familiar, but nothing came. My water supply was getting low, and the snacks in my backpack weren't going to last long. I had no choice but to keep moving. I pushed through the brush, trying to find the edge of the woods or a trail marker, but the more I walked, the more it felt like the forest was closing in on me. The sun was beginning to dip lower in the sky, and I knew night would come soon. The thought of being alone in the woods after dark made my heart race. I needed to find shelter. I needed to find my way out. As the light faded, the forest became darker, the shadows stretching across the ground like fingers reaching for me. The temperature dropped rapidly, and I shivered, not just from the cold, but from the growing sense of dread that settled in my chest. The woods were no longer quiet. I could hear distant sounds, twigs snapping, leaves rustling. It was as if something was following me, watching me. I found a small, natural hollow between two large trees and decided to rest for a moment. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself, and pulled out the last of my water. The stillness of the night was suffocating, and the darkness pressed in around me like a heavy weight. I knew I needed to keep moving, but I couldn't bring myself to leave the small bit of shelter I had found. The sounds of the forest seemed louder now, more menacing. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. My mind raced with possibilities, but none of them made sense. It was just me in these woods, wasn't it? I kept telling myself that, but the noises wouldn't stop. The rustling of leaves, the snapping of twigs. And then, a branch cracked loudly behind me. I spun around, my heart pounding, but there was nothing there. Just the trees, the darkness. I tried to brush it off, but the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. I stood up, grabbing my backpack, and decided to move on. But then, I heard something, a low, guttural growl, like an animal, but deeper, more unsettling. It was distant, but it was there, just enough to make my blood run cold. I froze, not daring to breathe. The sound echoed in the night, and for a moment, I couldn't tell if it was real or if my mind was playing tricks on me. I backed away slowly, trying to stay as quiet as possible. The growl came again, closer this time. I turned and bolted, not knowing which direction I was running in, just desperate to get away. My boots pounded against the ground, the brush scratching at my legs, but I didn't stop. The growling continued, following me, growing louder. My heart was racing, and my breath came in shallow gasps. I couldn't afford to stop. After what felt like an eternity, I stumbled into a small clearing. It wasn't much, but it was open, and the trees were spaced farther apart. I collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, listening for any sign of what was chasing me. The growling had stopped, but I could still hear movement in the distance. Something was out there. I knew I had to keep moving. I couldn't let whatever it was find me. My mind was spinning, and I couldn't think straight, but I had no choice. I had to survive. I forced myself to my feet and began walking again, not caring about the direction, just trying to put distance between me and the noise. The night was unnaturally quiet now, the only sound being the crunch of leaves underfoot. I stumbled, my legs aching, but I pushed on. The fear had a grip on me now, and I couldn't let it control me. I had to stay focused. And then, just as I thought I couldn't go any further, I saw it, a faint light through the trees. It was distant, but it was there. I had to get to it. I pushed myself harder, running as fast as I could through the woods, ignoring the pain in my legs, the exhaustion that threatened to overwhelm me. Couldn't stop, couldn't give up. The light grew brighter as I drew closer, and soon I could make out the shape of a cabin in the distance. It wasn't much, but it was shelter, a chance to survive. I stumbled toward the cabin, and as I neared, the door creaked open. A figure appeared in the doorway, silhouetted by the light inside. They didn't say anything, but their eyes met mine, and in that moment, I knew I had found safety. I had made it out of the woods alive. I collapsed inside, breathing heavily, my heart still pounding. The figure didn't ask questions, didn't need to. They handed me a warm drink and a blanket. I was safe. I was out of the woods. I grew up loving the outdoors. There was something about being surrounded by trees and the sound of birds that made me feel alive. So, when I had a long weekend coming up, I decided to go for a solo hiking trip. It wasn't my first time hiking alone, and I felt confident. I picked a remote trail in the mountains, one that promised stunning views and the kind of solitude I craved. I packed everything I thought I'd need: food, water, a map, a compass, a flashlight, and a first aid kit. I even brought a small tent and a sleeping bag just in case. The drive to the trailhead took a couple of hours, and by the time I got there, it was mid-morning. The weather was perfect: clear skies, a gentle breeze, and just warm enough to be comfortable. I checked my gear one last time and set off. The first few hours of hiking were incredible. The trail wound through dense forest, occasionally opening up to reveal breathtaking views of the valleys below. I stopped for lunch near a small stream, feeling completely at peace. After lunch, I decided to explore a little off the main trail. I'd read online about a hidden lake that wasn't marked on most maps. The idea of finding it felt like a mini adventure within my trip. I had a general idea of where it was supposed to be, and with my map and compass, I figured I'd be fine. At first, the detour seemed like a great idea. The forest off the trail was even more beautiful, untouched and wild. I felt like I was stepping into a different world. But as the hours passed, I started to realize I might have underestimated how far the lake was. The terrain was tougher than I expected, with steep inclines and thick underbrush. I told myself I'd just go a little further and turn back if I didn't find it. It was around late afternoon when I finally admitted to myself that I wasn't going to find the lake. I decided it was time to head back. But when I turned around and started retracing my steps, nothing looked familiar. The trees all seemed the same, and the landmarks I thought I'd remember were nowhere to be seen. I tried to stay calm, reminding myself that I had a compass and a map. I just need to figure out my location and find my way back to the main trail. But the more I tried to navigate, the more lost I felt. The forest seemed to close in around me, and the light was starting to fade. Panic began to creep in, but I pushed it down. I told myself to focus. I found a relatively clear spot, sat down, and pulled out my map and compass. I knew the general direction of the trailhead, so I decided to head that way. As long as I kept moving, I'd find something familiar, right? The problem was the forest wasn't making it easy. The underbrush was thick, and the ground was uneven. Every step felt like a struggle. I'd go a few hundred feet and then have to adjust my direction to avoid a dense patch of trees or a steep drop. And with the sun setting, it was getting harder to see. I pulled out my flashlight, but the beam felt weak against the vast darkness of the forest. I hadn't realized how quickly the night would fall out here. By the time it was fully dark, I knew I wasn't going to make it back to the trailhead that night. I needed to find a place to camp. I found a relatively flat spot and set up my tent. I wasn't hungry, but I forced myself to eat a protein bar. I knew I needed the energy. The night was eerily quiet, with only the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind. Every little sound made me jump. I tried to sleep, but my mind was racing. What if I couldn't find my way back tomorrow? What if something happened to me out here? Morning couldn't come fast enough. As soon as it was light, I packed up and started moving. I was determined to stay calm and focused. I decided to follow a small stream I'd come across the day before. Streams often lead to larger bodies of water or even trails, I told myself. But as the hours dragged on, I started to doubt that decision. The stream twisted and turned, leading me deeper into the forest. My legs were aching, and my water supply was running low. I tried not to think about what would happen if I ran out completely. Around midday, I stumbled upon an old, overgrown trail. It wasn't marked on my map, but it was something. I decided to follow it, hoping it would lead me to a main trail or at least a recognizable landmark. The trail was faint, barely more than a suggestion in the underbrush, but it gave me a sense of direction. I followed it for what felt like hours, the sun beating down through the gaps in the trees. My body was exhausted, but I kept pushing forward. Then I heard it, the faint sound of rushing water. My heart leapt. Water meant a stream or a river, and rivers often led to people. I followed the sound, my pace quickening despite my fatigue. When I finally reached the source, I was both relieved and disappointed. It was a river, but it was wide and fast-moving with no easy way to cross. Still, it was a lifeline. I decided to follow it downstream, hoping it would lead me to a bridge or a crossing point. The next few hours were a blur of walking and stumbling. I was running on pure adrenaline, my body screaming for rest. The forest on either side of the river was dense, making it hard to stay close to the water. I had to keep moving, though. Stopping felt like giving up. As the sun began to set, I spotted something that made my heart skip a beat. A cabin. It was small and weathered, tucked away in the trees. I almost couldn't believe it was real. I approached cautiously, calling out as I got closer. There was no response, but the door was unlocked. Inside, it was clear the cabin hadn't been used in years. There was dust everywhere, and the furniture was old and worn. But it was shelter. I found a small stash of canned food in one of the cupboards, along with an old metal pot. There was a fireplace, and after some effort, I managed to get a fire going. For the first time in 2 days, I felt a flicker of hope. That night, I slept better than I thought I would. The cabin felt like a shield against the vast, uncaring forest. In the morning, I decided to stay put for a while. I needed to conserve my energy and figure out my next move. I spent the day exploring the area around the cabin, looking for signs of a trail or road. I also collected as much firewood as I could find, knowing I'd need it if I had to stay another night. On the third day, I decided to follow the river again. I left a note in the cabin, just in case someone came by, and packed the rest of the canned food. By now, my body was running on fumes, but I pushed through. Hours later, I came across a dirt road. It was overgrown, but it was a road. I followed it, praying it would lead me somewhere. By evening, I saw the unmistakable shape of a car in the distance. It was parked near a small clearing where the road met a wider trail. I almost cried with relief. I waited near the car until its owner returned, a hunter who looked as surprised to see me as I was relieved to see him. He gave me water and offered to drive me back to town. When I finally got back to civilization, the relief was overwhelming. I learned a lot during those 3 days in the forest, about the wilderness, about preparation, and about myself. I still love hiking, but I've never underestimated the forest again. It was supposed to be a short hike, just a couple of hours to clear my head. I'd been working nonstop for weeks, and my mind felt fried from staring at computer screens. The idea of fresh air, the crunch of leaves underfoot, and the scent of pine needles seemed like the perfect remedy. I chose a trail I'd seen listed online, one of those lesser-known ones, tucked away on the edge of a national forest. It wasn't far from town, and according to the reviews, it was quiet and peaceful. Just what I needed. I parked my car in the gravel lot, the only vehicle there. It was a chilly morning, the kind that made your breath visible in the air. I double-checked my gear, water bottle, a protein bar, and my phone. I had a map downloaded just in case I lost service. The trail was marked as an easy loop, about 5 miles long, so I didn't see the need to pack more than the basics. I slipped on my backpack and set off. The trailhead was well marked, with a wooden sign detailing the route and some warnings about local wildlife. Bears were the main concern, but I'd brought bear spray just in case. The first part of the trail was easy, a well-trodden dirt path weaving through a mix of deciduous and evergreen trees. Birds chirped overhead, and the sun filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the ground. It felt good to be out here, away from the noise of the city and the constant hum of emails and notifications. About an hour in, the trail started to climb. It wasn't steep, but it was enough to get my heart rate up. The views opened up as I ascended, revealing rolling hills covered in dense forest. I stopped to take a sip of water and snap a photo. The trail was still easy to follow, marked with small wooden signs every so often. I hadn't seen another soul since I started, which was both a little eerie and exactly what I'd been hoping for. As I continued, the path narrowed. The trees grew closer together, their branches forming a tight arch overhead. The undergrowth thickened, and I had to step carefully to avoid tripping on roots and rocks. I noticed fewer trail markers, but I wasn't too concerned. The map showed the loop clearly, and I hadn't taken any turns. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The forest felt denser here, the air cooler. The chirping birds had gone silent, replaced by an unsettling quiet that made me hyper-aware of every crunch of my boots. After another half hour, I realized I hadn't seen a trail marker in a while. I stopped, pulling out my phone to check the map. The GPS dot hovered uncertainly, struggling to pinpoint my location. I cursed under my breath and looked around. The trail had become faint, barely more than a thin line of dirt cutting through the brush. I decided to backtrack, figuring I'd missed a marker or a turn somewhere along the way, but retracing my steps didn't help. The landscape looked unfamiliar, the trees blending into one another in a confusing sameness. Panic started to creep in as I realized I might be lost. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to stay calm. I had the map, I had water, and I wasn't too far from the starting point. I'd be fine. I turned back in what I thought was the direction of the trailhead, keeping an eye out for anything recognizable. The sun, now high overhead, didn't help much with navigation. The forest seemed to stretch endlessly in every direction, a maze of trunks and shadows. My phone's GPS was still useless, and I had no signal to call for help. Hours passed. My legs ached from walking, and my water bottle was almost empty. I'd eaten the protein bar earlier, but it had barely taken the edge off my growing hunger. I'd started marking trees with scratches from a small pocket knife, trying to avoid going in circles. The marks gave me a strange sense of comfort, a way to track my progress, even if I wasn't sure where I was going. As the afternoon wore on, the light began to change. The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows that made the forest feel even more alien. I stumbled upon a small stream and knelt to refill my water bottle, using a portable filter I'd almost forgotten I had. The cold water was a relief, but it did little to ease my growing anxiety. I had no idea how far I'd wandered or how to get back to the car. By the time dusk settled in, I knew I had to stop and make camp. Walking in the dark was a bad idea, especially without a clear path. I found a relatively flat spot near the stream and gathered some fallen branches to build a small fire. It wasn't much, just enough to keep me warm and provide a bit of light. I sat close to the flames, wrapping my arms around my knees. The forest seemed alive at night, filled with the rustling of unseen creatures and the occasional hoot of an owl. Every noise set my nerves on edge. Sleep was impossible. I'd doze off for a few minutes, only to jerk awake at some sound or the cold seeping through my clothes. The hours dragged on, each one feeling longer than the last. When the first light of dawn finally broke through the trees, I felt a surge of relief. I extinguished the fire, making sure the embers were cold, and set off again. The second day was worse. My legs felt like lead, and my stomach ached with hunger. I'd hoped to find the trail or some sign of civilization, but the forest seemed determined to keep me lost. The marks I'd made on the trees were no longer visible, and I'd stopped trying to use the map. It was useless without a clear point of reference. Around midday, I stumbled upon an old, overgrown logging road. My heart leapt. It wasn't the trail, but it was something, a man-made path that had to lead somewhere. I followed it, my pace quickening despite my exhaustion. The road twisted and turned, overgrown with weeds and partially blocked by fallen trees. It was slow going, but it gave me hope. By late afternoon, the road led me to a clearing. In the center stood a small, dilapidated cabin. The roof sagged, and the windows were broken, but it was a shelter. I approached cautiously, peering inside. The interior was empty, save for some broken furniture and a rusted wood stove. It wasn't much, but it felt like a lifeline. I spent the night in the cabin, thankful for the walls and roof. I found an old tin can near the stove and used it to boil water from the stream, hoping it would stave off any bacteria. The firelight flickered on the walls, and for the first time since getting lost, I felt a tiny spark of hope. If there was a cabin, there had to be people nearby. Logging roads didn't exist in isolation. The next morning, I set out again, following the road further. It was slow progress, but I felt a sense of purpose. The road eventually led to a fork, and I chose the path that seemed more traveled. Hours later, just as the sun was starting to set, I heard it, the distant hum of a car engine. I practically ran toward the sound, emerging onto a paved road where a pickup truck was parked on the shoulder. The driver, a middle-aged man in a flannel shirt, looked startled as I waved him down. He gave me water and a granola bar while I explained what had happened. He offered to drive me back to town, and I accepted without hesitation. As we drove, the reality of what I'd been through started to sink in. I'd spent 2 nights lost in the woods, surviving on sheer determination and a bit of luck. When we reached the small town near the trailhead, I thanked the man profusely. He refused any payment, just glad to help. I retrieved my car from the lot, its sight almost bringing me to tears. As I sat behind the wheel, the weight of the ordeal finally lifted. I'd made it out. I was safe, and I'd never take a simple hike for granted again. The air smelled of pine and damp earth as I parked my car at the trailhead. It was late afternoon, and the light was already beginning to soften, casting long shadows across the gravel lot. I shouldered my backpack, double-checked my gear, and set off down the trail. This was supposed to be a solo weekend trip, a chance to disconnect from the world and reconnect with myself. I'd picked a spot deep in the woods, a small clearing near a creek that I'd found on a map but never visited before. The trail started out easy, weaving through tall trees and thick undergrowth. Birds chirped overhead, and every now and then, I'd hear the rustle of leaves as a squirrel darted through the brush. I felt a sense of calm as my boots crunched against the dirt path. There's something grounding about being out in nature, away from the constant buzz of phones and emails. As the sun dipped lower, the trail became more rugged. Roots jutted out like claws, and the path narrowed until I was brushing against ferns and brambles. I checked my map to make sure I was still on course. According to the marked route, I should have been close to the clearing. But as I walked, the forest seemed to grow denser. The trees loomed larger, their branches intertwining overhead and blocking out much of the remaining daylight. I felt a slight unease but shrugged it off. I probably just misjudged the distance. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I broke through the thicket and found the clearing. It was smaller than I'd expected, but it would do. A creek gurgled nearby, its sound soothing against the quiet of the forest. I set down my pack, took a swig of water, and began setting up camp. The tent went up easily, and I gathered some dry wood for a fire. By the time I had everything ready, the sun had slipped below the horizon, and the woods were cloaked in shadows. I lit the fire and sat back, letting its warmth seep into my skin. The night was cool, and the stars were starting to peek through the canopy above. I ate a simple dinner of trail mix and jerky, washing it down with water from my flask. It was peaceful, just me and the crackling fire. But as the night deepened, that earlier unease crept back in. The woods felt too quiet. The usual nighttime chorus of insects and distant animal calls was strangely absent. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe the cool temperature had silenced the crickets, or maybe I was just imagining things. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I scanned the tree line, but it was impossible to see beyond the flickering light of the fire. Shadows danced and shifted, but nothing moved. I forced myself to relax, reminding myself that I was alone out here, probably just tired from the hike. I thought, After dousing the fire, I crawled into my tent and zipped it shut. The thin walls felt both comforting and vulnerable. I lay there for a while, listening to the creak and the occasional rustle of leaves. Sleep didn't come easily. My mind kept playing tricks on me, imagining shapes in the darkness and phantom footsteps outside the tent. But eventually, exhaustion won out and I drifted off. I woke suddenly in the middle of the night. At first, I wasn't sure what had pulled me from sleep. The forest was pitch black, and the only sound was the gentle flow of the creek. I lay still, my heart pounding, straining to hear anything unusual. That's when I heard it, a soft, rhythmic crunching. Footsteps. They were slow and deliberate, moving through the undergrowth near my tent. My breath caught in my throat. I stayed completely still, my mind racing. Could it be a deer? A bear? But the steps didn't have the heavy, uneven quality of an animal. They sounded human. I reached for my knife, the only weapon I'd brought, and held it tightly in my hand. The footsteps circled the tent, pausing every so often, as if whoever or whatever it was listening. Minutes passed, though it felt like hours. Finally, the footsteps faded into the distance. I lay there, gripping the knife, too scared to move. Sleep was out of the question. I stayed awake, listening for any sign of the intruder, but the night remained silent. When dawn finally broke, I unzipped the tent cautiously and stepped outside. The clearing looked the same as it had the evening before, but I felt exposed in the daylight. I scanned the ground for any signs of who or what had been there. Near the edge of the clearing, I found them. Footprints. Human footprints. They weren't mine. I hadn't walked there. The sight sent a chill down my spine. I debated packing up and leaving right then, but I'd planned for 2 nights, and I didn't want to let fear ruin my trip. I convinced myself that it could have been another hiker who'd wandered too close, maybe even curious about my camp. It wasn't a comforting thought, but it was better than some alternatives. Still, I couldn't shake the unease. The day passed uneventfully. I hiked to a nearby overlook, took some photos, and tried to enjoy the solitude. But the forest felt different now, less inviting. Every snap of a twig or rustle of leaves set me on edge. By the time I returned to camp, I'd made up my mind to leave the next morning. One more night, I told myself. Just get through one more night. That evening, I built the fire higher than the night before, its flames casting a wider circle of light. I kept my knife close and didn't stray far from the fire. As the hours dragged on, I started to feel foolish for being so paranoid. Maybe I'd imagined the footsteps, or maybe they'd been a harmless passerby. But just as I was beginning to relax, I heard it again. The footsteps. This time, they came from the opposite side of the clearing. Slow, deliberate, and unmistakably human. My heart raced as I stood, knife in hand, peering into the darkness. The firelight didn't reach far enough to see who or what was out there. "Hello," I called, though my voice trembled. There was no response. The footsteps stopped, and the silence was deafening. I felt trapped, like a cornered animal, my mind racing through scenarios. Should I run? Stay by the fire? Confront whoever was out there? Before I could decide, a loud crash came from the trees, as if something heavy had been thrown. My fight or flight instincts kicked in, and I chose flight. Grabbing my pack and leaving the tent behind, I bolted down the trail, the firelight fading quickly behind me. I didn't look back, too afraid of what I might see. The hike back to the car was a blur. The trail, which had seemed so serene before, now felt like a labyrinth of shadows and threats. Every noise made me jump, and I constantly glanced over my shoulder. When I finally reached the trailhead and saw my car, relief washed over me. I jumped in, locked the doors, and started the engine. It wasn't until I was miles away that I allowed myself to breathe normally again. I never found out who or what had been out there. Maybe it was just another camper, or maybe it was someone with less innocent intentions. All I know is that I've never felt truly alone in the woods since that night. Even now, the thought of those footsteps circling my tent makes my skin crawl. I still love hiking and camping, but I've never gone solo again. The forest felt endless as I trudged deeper into the woods, my backpack heavy on my shoulders. It was late October, and the crisp air carried a faint scent of decaying leaves. I had planned this solo camping trip for months, eager to escape the monotony of daily life. My job had been grinding me down, and I craved the peace and solitude of nature. Armed with a detailed map and enough supplies for 3 days, I felt confident I could handle whatever the wilderness threw at me. I arrived at the trailhead around mid-morning. The sun filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled shadows on the ground. I had chosen a less popular route, hoping to avoid other hikers. After all, solitude was the goal. The trail was narrow and overgrown in places, but it was well marked, and I felt at ease as I followed it. Birds chirped overhead, and the occasional rustle in the underbrush hinted at small animals going about their day. It felt good to be out here, away from the constant hum of city life. By late afternoon, I had covered about 10 miles. My legs were sore, but it was a satisfying kind of ache. I found a clearing near a small creek and decided to set up camp. The spot was perfect. Level ground, access to water, and surrounded by tall pines that shielded me from the wind. I pitched my tent, gathered firewood, and cooked a simple meal of instant noodles and jerky. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the temperature dropped sharply. I wrapped myself in my jacket and sat by the fire, listening to the sounds of the forest. The first night passed uneventfully. I woke up early, eager to explore the area. My plan was to hike to a nearby ridge that offered stunning views of the valley below. The trail leading to the ridge was steeper and rockier than I had anticipated, but the effort was worth it. When I reached the top, the view took my breath away. The valley stretched out below me, a patchwork of orange and yellow foliage, with the creek snaking through the center like a silver ribbon. I sat there for a long time, soaking in the beauty and the silence. On the way back to camp, I noticed something odd. A set of footprints, fresh ones, cut across the trail. They were larger than mine and appeared to be heading in the same direction I had come from. I hadn't seen anyone all day, and the realization unsettled me. I tried to shake it off, reasoning that someone could have taken a different trail and looped back. Still, I found myself glancing over my shoulder more often than usual. When I returned to my campsite, everything was as I had left it. My tent was intact, and my supplies were untouched. The fire pit still held the cold ashes from the previous night. I forced myself to relax, telling myself I was being paranoid. After all, this was a public forest. It wasn't unusual for others to be out here. That evening, as I was preparing dinner, I heard a sound that made my heart skip a beat. It was faint at first, almost indistinguishable from the natural sounds of the forest. But as I strained to listen, it became clearer. The crunch of footsteps on dry leaves. They were slow and deliberate, coming from somewhere behind me. I froze, my hand gripping the handle of my cooking pot. My mind raced through the possibilities. A deer? A bear? Or was it the person who had left those footprints? "Hello," I called out, my voice trembling slightly. The footsteps stopped. The silence that followed was oppressive, and every nerve in my body was on edge. After what felt like an eternity, I heard the sound of retreating footsteps, fading into the distance. I stood there for a long time, staring into the darkness, before finally convincing myself to finish my meal. That night, sleep didn't come easily. I lay in my tent, listening to every creak and rustle outside. The wind picked up, and the trees swayed, their branches groaning like old wooden beams. At some point, exhaustion overtook me, and I drifted off. The next morning, I found something that made my stomach churn. Just outside my campsite, on a patch of bare earth, was a fresh footprint. It was large, with deep impressions that suggested whoever had left it was heavy. The print was pointed directly at my tent. My pulse quickened as I scanned the area, but there was no sign of anyone. I packed up my gear as quickly as I could, deciding to cut my trip short. The idea of spending another night out here didn't sit well with me anymore. I decided to take a different route back to the trailhead, one that would loop around the ridge and add a few extra miles to my hike. I hoped it would also increase my chances of encountering other hikers. The trail was rougher and less maintained, but I didn't care. I just wanted to put as much distance as possible between myself and whoever had been near my campsite. As the day wore on, the sense of unease grew. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every snap of a twig and rustle of leaves made me whip around, my heart pounding. I started noticing little things that didn't seem right. A pile of stones arranged in a neat stack by the side of the trail, a tree with its bark gouged out in long, parallel lines, and once, a faint whiff of cigarette smoke carried on the wind. It felt as though the forest itself was conspiring against me. By late afternoon, I was utterly drained. My legs felt like lead, and my water supply was running low. I knew I needed to find a place to rest, but the thought of stopping made my skin crawl. Finally, I came across a rocky outcrop that offered a decent vantage point. I sat down, my back against the cool stone, and tried to catch my breath. The forest stretched out before me, serene and indifferent. For a moment, I almost felt foolish for letting my imagination get the better of me. And then I saw him. He was standing at the edge of the trees, partially obscured by the shadows. He was tall, wearing dark clothing, and he wasn't moving. My breath caught in my throat as I realized he was looking directly at me. Panic surged through me, and I scrambled to my feet, nearly losing my balance. When I looked back, he was gone. I didn't think. I just ran. The trail blurred beneath my feet as adrenaline propelled me forward. I didn't care about the noise I was making or the risk of tripping. All I could think about was putting as much distance as possible between myself and that man. My lungs burned, and my legs screamed in protest, but I didn't stop. When I finally stumbled onto a wider, more well-used trail, I collapsed to my knees, gasping for air. The sun was setting, and the shadows were growing longer. I forced myself to get up and keep moving, following the trail as it wound downhill. Eventually, I saw a signpost that pointed the way to the trailhead. Relief washed over me, and I quickened my pace. I reached the parking lot just as darkness fell. My car was the only one there. I threw my backpack into the trunk and got behind the wheel, locking the doors immediately. As I started the engine, I glanced in the rearview mirror. For a split second, I thought I saw movement at the edge of the lot, but when I looked again, there was nothing. The drive home was a blur. When I finally walked through my front door, I felt a wave of relief so intense it brought tears to my eyes. I locked every door and window in the house, double-checked them, and then checked again. That night, I slept with the lights on. In the weeks that followed, I couldn't stop replaying the events in my mind. Who was that man? What did he want? And why had he been out there in the middle of nowhere? I'll probably never know the answers. But one thing is certain. I won't be going back into the woods alone anytime soon. When I decided to go camping in the woods alone, I thought it would be a refreshing break from the routine. I'd done plenty of solo hikes before, but this time I wanted to spend a couple of nights out there. Just me, my gear, and the quiet of nature. I picked a spot about an hour's drive from home, an area with trails that weren't too popular, but still had enough open space to set up camp comfortably. I'd studied the map and packed carefully: tent, sleeping bag, enough food for 3 days, water, a first aid kit, and a reliable flashlight with extra batteries. I thought I was prepared for anything. The drive out was uneventful. The last 15 minutes were on a gravel road that wound through dense forest, and I didn't pass another car the entire way. That suited me fine. I was looking forward to the solitude. When I arrived at the trailhead, I parked my car in the small gravel lot, slung my pack over my shoulders, and started walking. The trail was peaceful. Birds chirped in the trees, and the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves was calming. I'd picked a spot about 3 miles in to set up camp, near a small stream. It wasn't too far to hike with all my gear, but far enough that I wouldn't hear any road noise or encounter casual day hikers. I reached the spot around mid-afternoon and found it exactly as I'd hoped. There was a flat patch of ground perfect for my tent, a few large rocks where I could sit and cook, and the stream burbled softly nearby. I felt a little thrill of satisfaction. This was exactly what I'd been looking forward to. Setting up camp took about an hour. The tent went up easily, and I arranged my gear inside so everything was within reach. I'd brought a small camp stove, and after everything was set up, I made myself a cup of coffee and sat on one of the rocks by the stream. The sunlight filtered through the trees, dappling the ground in golden light. It felt good to be out there, away from the noise and stress of everyday life. I stayed there for a while, sipping my coffee and letting my mind wander. As the sun started to dip lower in the sky, I decided to gather some firewood. I wanted to have a fire that evening, partly for warmth but mostly for the ambience. There were plenty of fallen branches and dry wood around, so it didn't take long to collect a decent pile. By the time I had the fire going, the sun was setting, and the woods were growing darker. The fire crackled and popped, casting flickering shadows on the trees around me. I ate a simple dinner of dehydrated soup and crackers, feeling content. The first night was uneventful. I slept surprisingly well, waking only once to the distant hoot of an owl. The air was cool but not cold, and my sleeping bag was warm and comfortable. When I woke up the next morning, the sun was just beginning to rise, and the woods were alive with the sound of birdsong. I made another cup of coffee, ate a granola bar for breakfast, and decided to spend the day exploring the area. I left most of my gear at the campsite, taking only a small day pack with some water, snacks, and my map. The trails around the area weren't marked, but I'd studied the map enough to feel confident I wouldn't get lost. I spent the morning wandering through the woods, following the stream and occasionally climbing small ridges to get a better view of the landscape. It was beautiful, quiet, and untouched, with no sign of other people. I saw deer in the distance and once startled a rabbit that darted away into the underbrush. By midday, I'd made my way back to the campsite, where I ate lunch and relaxed by the fire for a while. It was mid-afternoon when I noticed something odd. I'd left my campsite tidy that morning, but when I returned, it looked slightly disturbed. My pack was sitting at a different angle than I'd left it, and the firewood pile seemed smaller. At first, I thought maybe I just remembered things wrong. Maybe I hadn't stacked the firewood as neatly as I'd thought, or maybe the pack had shifted when I picked it up. But the feeling lingered, a faint unease I couldn't shake. I shrugged it off and went about my afternoon, but I kept glancing around the woods as if expecting to see someone. There was no one, of course, just trees and shadows and the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze. I told myself I was being silly. This was exactly what I'd wanted, to be alone in nature. I should be enjoying it, not letting my imagination run wild. The second night was different. As I sat by the fire after dinner, the woods felt quieter. The usual background hum of insects and distant animal sounds seemed muted, almost as if the forest were holding its breath. I told myself it was nothing, that I was just imagining things because of my earlier unease. But when I crawled into my tent and zipped it up, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I woke up in the middle of the night to a sound outside my tent. It was faint, a soft rustling, but it was close. My heart started pounding as I lay there, straining to hear. The rustling stopped, and for a moment, there was silence. Then I heard it again, a slow, deliberate sound, like someone or something moving carefully through the underbrush. I reached for my flashlight, gripping it tightly as I unzipped the tent just enough to peek outside. The fire had burned down to embers, casting a faint red glow over the campsite. I scanned the area with the flashlight beam, my heart racing. There was nothing, no movement, no sign of anything unusual. Just the trees and the shadows and the faint glow of the embers that I told myself it was probably an animal. A raccoon, maybe, or a deer. I zipped the tent back up and lay there, my ears straining for any sound. Eventually, the rustling stopped, and I drifted back into an uneasy sleep. The next morning, I found footprints around my campsite. They weren't animal tracks. They were human, barefoot, slightly larger than my own feet, and they circled the campsite in a wide arc. My stomach dropped as I stared at them, my mind racing. Someone had been here. Someone had been watching me. I tried to stay calm. Maybe it was just a hiker who'd gotten curious and wandered too close. Maybe they hadn't realized I was there. But deep down, I didn't believe that. The tracks were too deliberate, too methodical. Whoever it was had walked all the way around my campsite, staying just out of sight. The thought sent a chill down my spine. I packed up my gear quickly, my hands shaking as I stuffed everything into my pack. I'd planned to stay another night, but there was no way I was spending another minute out there. I wanted to get back to the trailhead and the safety of my car as fast as possible. The hike back felt longer than it had on the way in. Every sound made me jump. Every shadow seemed to hide something sinister. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone following me. But the trail remained empty, and I saw no one. When I finally reached the parking lot, my car was the only one there. I threw my pack into the back seat and locked the doors as soon as I got inside. Driving away, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone step out of the woods behind me. But there was nothing, just the trees and the empty gravel road. When I finally got home, I locked all the doors and windows and spent the rest of the day trying to shake the lingering feeling of unease. I never found out who or what had been out there with me. Maybe it was just another camper, curious but harmless. Or maybe it was something more sinister. I'll never know. But one thing is certain. I'll never camp alone in the woods again. Camping alone in the woods always felt like a way to reconnect with myself. I had done it before and found the solitude invigorating. But this trip in early October promised to be different. The weather was cooler, and the leaves were just beginning to turn shades of gold and crimson, making it the perfect time to spend a weekend away from the noise of the city. I packed my gear meticulously, making sure I had everything: a sturdy tent, a sleeping bag rated for the cold, enough food and water, and my trusted camping knife. This time, I'd chosen a spot deep in the forest, far from any designated camping area. The drive to the trailhead took about 3 hours, and I arrived just before noon. The air was crisp, and the forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the distant calls of birds. I slung my backpack on, locked my car, and began the hike. The trail started easy, with well-trodden dirt paths winding through tall pines. As I ventured deeper, the path grew narrower, the trees denser, and the sounds of the forest quieter. After 2 hours, I reached a small clearing by a creek, my chosen campsite. It was perfect, secluded, with a flat area for my tent and plenty of firewood nearby. Setting up camp took me about an hour. I pitched my tent on a dry patch of ground, not too close to the creek in case of unexpected rain, and gathered stones to build a small fire pit. Once everything was ready, I sat by the water, eating a quick lunch and taking in the scenery. The creek's gentle babble was soothing, and the sunlight filtered through the trees in golden beams. It felt like I was the only person in the world. As the afternoon waned, I decided to explore the area. I followed the creek upstream for a while, noticing the signs of wildlife: deer tracks in the mud, the occasional squirrel darting through the underbrush, and a fallen log gnawed by beavers. I made a mental note of landmarks to avoid getting lost. After about an hour, I turned back. The sun was beginning to dip below the treetops, and I wanted to start a fire before dark. Back at camp, I gathered dry twigs and branches, arranging them in the fire pit. With a bit of effort, I managed to get a flame going, and soon a cheerful fire crackled before me. I cooked a simple dinner over the flames and sat back to enjoy the quiet. As darkness fell, the forest transformed. The rustling of leaves became more pronounced, the creek's gurgle louder, and distant sounds, branches snapping, an owl hooting, seemed to echo eerily. I told myself it was just the amplified stillness of the night, but a part of me couldn't shake a growing unease. I climbed into my tent around 9 p.m., zipping it securely. The sleeping bag was warm, and I quickly began to doze off, comforted by the faint glow of embers outside. But my sleep was restless. I woke up several times, each time with the unsettling feeling that something was nearby. Once, I thought I heard faint footsteps outside, but I convinced myself it was an animal and forced myself to fall back asleep. Around 3 a.m., I woke again, this time to a sound that made my skin crawl. It was a faint, rhythmic tapping, like something knocking against wood. It was coming from the direction of the creek. My heart pounded as I lay still, straining to listen. The sound continued for a few minutes before stopping abruptly. I didn't dare move. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I drifted back to sleep, though it was a light and fitful rest. When morning came, the forest seemed almost too quiet. The usual birdsong was absent, and the air felt heavy. I stepped out of the tent, scanning the area. Nothing seemed out of place, but the unease from the night lingered. I decided to stay close to camp that day, keeping myself busy gathering firewood and exploring the immediate surroundings. I found a few odd things: a tree with deep scratches running down its trunk, far too high to be made by any animal I knew, and a patch of ground near the creek that looked recently disturbed. I chalked it up to my imagination and resolved not to let fear ruin my trip. That evening, as I sat by the fire, the unease returned. The forest felt watchful, as if it were holding its breath. I decided to turn in early, hoping to get a good night's sleep. But as soon as I lay down, the noises began again. This time, it was a faint rustling, like something moving through the underbrush. It grew closer, then stopped. I gripped my knife tightly, every muscle in my body tense. Minutes passed in silence. Then, just as I was beginning to relax, there was a loud snap, like a branch breaking underfoot, right outside my tent. I froze, barely daring to breathe. The sound was followed by silence so profound it was deafening. I wanted to unzip the tent and look, but fear rooted me in place. Hours seemed to crawl by before the first light of dawn crept through the fabric of the tent. When I finally mustered the courage to step outside, the fire had burned out and everything appeared undisturbed. But the sense of being watched was stronger than ever. I decided to pack up and leave. As I dismantled the tent, I found something that made my blood run cold. A single muddy handprint on the side of the fabric. It was human, but distorted, the fingers too long and thin. I hurriedly gathered my belongings, slinging my backpack on and double-checking that my knife was within easy reach. The hike back to the car felt endless. Every sound, a snapping twig, a bird taking flight, set my nerves on edge. I kept looking over my shoulder, convinced I wasn't alone. When I finally reached the trailhead, relief washed over me. My car was untouched, and the sight of it felt like salvation. I threw my gear into the back, jumped into the driver's seat, and locked the doors. As I started the engine and pulled away, I glanced into the rearview mirror. The trailhead was empty, but for a fleeting moment, I thought I saw a figure standing just at the edge of the trees, watching. By the time I looked again, it was gone. I haven't been camping since. The forest, once a place of peace and solitude, now feels like a realm of hidden dangers. I still don't know who or what was out there with me, and maybe it's better that way. Some questions are best left unanswered. When I first decided to take a solo camping trip deep into the woods, I thought it would be a peaceful escape from the monotony of daily life. I had spent weeks researching locations, poring over maps, and planning every detail. The spot I chose was tucked away in a remote forest, far from any town or trailhead. It was perfect, secluded, quiet, and untouched, or so I thought. I arrived late in the morning, parking my car at the end of a dusty dirt road that seemed like it hadn't been used in years. The forest loomed ahead, dense and dark even under the midday sun. My pack was heavy, loaded with everything I might need: a tent, food, water, a first aid kit, and a few tools. I felt prepared. I felt confident. The first few hours of hiking were uneventful. The trail was faint, barely more than a deer path, but I followed it diligently, keeping an eye on my GPS and map. The trees were tall and ancient, their gnarled roots weaving through the undergrowth like veins. The only sounds were the crunch of my boots on the ground and the occasional rustle of leaves as a bird or squirrel darted away. It was serene, exactly what I had hoped for. By late afternoon, I reached the spot I had marked on my map, a small clearing beside a narrow stream. The water was crystal clear, and the clearing was flat, with just enough open space to set up my tent. I unpacked quickly, pitching my tent near the stream and gathering some wood for a small fire. As the sun dipped lower, the golden light filtering through the trees made the entire scene look almost magical. That first night was uneventful. I cooked a simple meal over the fire, listened to the chirping of crickets, and watched the stars appear one by one. The forest was alive with sounds: the hoot of an owl, the distant howl of a coyote, the rustling of leaves in the breeze. Felt safe, comforting even. I crawled into my tent and fell asleep almost immediately, lulled by the symphony of the woods. The next day, I spent my time exploring. I followed the stream upstream for a while, finding small waterfalls and pools that looked like they belonged in a postcard. I took photos, filled my water bottle, and soaked in the tranquility. As the day wore on, I ventured further from my camp, pushing through dense undergrowth and clambering over fallen logs. By mid-afternoon, I realized I had wandered farther than I intended. The forest felt different here. The trees were closer together, their branches intertwining overhead to form a canopy that blocked out much of the light. The air was cooler, heavier. I decided to head back, retracing my steps as best as I could. But the forest has a way of playing tricks on you. Landmarks that seemed familiar now looked different. The stream I had been following was nowhere to be seen. Panic bubbled up in my chest, but I forced it down. I had my GPS and map. I would be fine, except the GPS wouldn't turn on. I checked the batteries, but they were fresh. The screen remained stubbornly blank. I pulled out my map and compass, trying to orient myself, but the dense forest made it difficult to find any recognizable features. The sun was beginning to set, and the shadows stretched long and dark across the forest floor. I walked for what felt like hours, my heart pounding harder with every step. The forest seemed to close in around me, the trees pressing closer, their branches clawing at my clothes. The sounds of the forest had changed too. The cheerful chirping of birds was gone, replaced by an oppressive silence. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig made me jump. When I finally stumbled into the clearing where I had set up camp, relief washed over me like a wave. My tent was still there, my gear untouched. I collapsed onto the ground, my legs trembling. I decided then and there that I would leave first thing in the morning. The woods were beautiful, but they were also unpredictable, and I was clearly out of my depth. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in my tent, staring at the nylon ceiling, listening to the sounds outside, or rather, the lack of sounds. The forest was unnervingly quiet. Even the wind seemed to have stilled. Every now and then, I thought I heard something, a faint crunch, a soft rustle. I told myself it was just animals, but the unease gnawed at me. Around midnight, I heard it, a distinct sound, different from the others. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, and too heavy to belong to any animal I knew. They stopped just outside my tent. My breath caught in my throat. I didn't move, didn't make a sound. The footsteps resumed, circling the tent, pausing occasionally as if whoever or whatever was out there was listening. I reached for the knife I kept in my pack, my fingers trembling. The footsteps stopped again, this time at the entrance to the tent. The thin fabric felt like no protection at all. I held my breath, clutching the knife so tightly my knuckles turned white. Minutes passed, though it felt like hours, and then the footsteps moved away, fading into the distance. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. When dawn finally broke, I packed up as quickly as I could, my hands shaking. I didn't bother with breakfast. I just wanted to get out of there. The forest felt different in the daylight, less menacing, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The hike back to my car was grueling. I kept glancing over my shoulder, my ears straining for any sound. Every snap of a twig made my heart race. When I finally reached the dirt road and saw my car, I almost cried with relief. I threw my gear into the trunk and sped away, not looking back. It wasn't until I was safely home, doors locked and curtains drawn, that I allowed myself to process what had happened. I don't know who or what was out there that night, and I don't want to know. What I do know is that the woods are not as empty as they seem. They have eyes and ears, and they don't always welcome intruders. I haven't been camping since. I hadn't been camping in years. I had forgotten what it felt like to wake up to the sounds of rustling leaves and distant bird calls. The plan was simple: hike into the woods, set up camp, and enjoy the peaceful solitude of nature. I thought it would be the perfect way to escape the stress that had been piling up in my life. Little did I know, this trip would change my entire perspective on being alone in the wild. I drove up to the trailhead on a crisp autumn morning. The air was cool and smelled like wet leaves and fresh pine. My backpack felt heavier than I expected, packed with food, a sleeping bag, a small tent, and a few other essentials for a couple of days out there. I always liked the idea of being prepared, though I was a little overzealous. It was just me, a few miles of trail, and an entire wilderness to explore. The trail was quiet when I started. The only sounds were my boots crunching on the dirt and the occasional bird call overhead. I passed by a few trees that looked ancient, their bark twisted and worn with age. The deeper I went into the woods, the more isolated it felt. I didn't mind it. In fact, it felt kind of soothing. I wasn't in any hurry. The plan was to hike a few miles in, find a spot by a stream or river to camp, and set up for the night. About 2 hours in, I found a spot that looked perfect. There was a small clearing near a babbling creek, and the sound of water running was calming. I set up my tent and made a small campfire. The flames crackled and popped, sending little sparks into the air. The sun was starting to dip below the horizon, and the woods grew quieter, the fading light casting long shadows through the trees. I spent the evening sitting by the fire, eating a quick meal of freeze-dried pasta and looking up at the stars. The night was still, and it felt like the woods had swallowed up all the sounds of the world outside. I had no service on my phone, no distractions, just me and the flickering fire. It was peaceful, too peaceful in hindsight. That was when the odd feeling started. At first, it was subtle, just a sense of being watched. I shook it off, thinking it was just my mind playing tricks on me. After all, I was alone in the woods. But the longer I sat there, the more it grew. The shadows seemed to move unnaturally, stretching and warping in the dim light. Every now and then, I thought I saw something just beyond the tree line, a dark shape slipping between the trunks, too quick to make out clearly. I kept the fire going, hoping the warmth and light would keep whatever it was at bay. But the feeling didn't go away. In fact, it seemed to grow stronger the darker it got. I tried to convince myself it was just wildlife, deer maybe, or a raccoon or fox, but deep down I knew it wasn't that simple. I finished my meal quickly and crawled into my tent, zipping it up tightly behind me. The wind picked up a little, making the trees sway and groan. I tried to sleep, but every time I closed my eyes, I felt that sensation again. The sense that something was out there, waiting. At around midnight, I woke up to a strange noise. It wasn't an animal. At least, it didn't sound like anything I'd ever heard before. It was a soft, rustling sound, followed by what I could only describe as a thud, like something heavy had fallen to the ground. I froze. My heart began to race. It wasn't the wind, this was different. I strained my ears, listening, but the woods had gone eerily silent again. Then I heard it, a faint crunching sound, like footsteps moving through the dry leaves just outside my tent. I held my breath, praying that it was just an animal, but deep down, I knew that wasn't true. The sound was too deliberate. Whoever or whatever was out there was moving with intention. My mind raced as I tried to figure out what to do. I grabbed my flashlight, keeping it under the blanket so the light wouldn't shine through the tent. I didn't want to attract attention, but I had to know what was out there. Slowly, I lifted the flap of the tent just a few inches, peering out. The beam of the flashlight swept across the campsite, landing first on the empty space around the fire pit, then over the creek. But when it hit the trees at the edge of the clearing, I froze. For a split second, I thought I saw something. A figure standing still, just at the edge of the light, watching me. It was too tall, too rigid, and its silhouette didn't seem to belong. My heart pounded in my chest. It wasn't an animal. It wasn't even a human. I quickly yanked the flap of the tent closed again, my pulse racing. The sound of footsteps grew louder, closer. Whoever or whatever was out there was circling my camp. I had to do something, but my mind was blank. The air was thick with tension, every small sound making my heart skip a beat. The footsteps stopped right outside my tent. I heard the slow, steady breath of someone or something standing just beyond the fabric. For what felt like an eternity, everything was still. I held my breath, praying that whatever it was would move away. But then, a hand, no, a large, gnarled branch, slid slowly along the side of my tent. The rough texture of it scraped against the fabric, sending a chill down my spine. I had to act. I didn't know how or why, but the instinct to survive kicked in. I grabbed my knife from my bag, my hands shaking as I tightened my grip around the handle. I was about to make a move when I heard the rustling again, followed by a loud snap, like something large had just turned and bolted into the woods. For a long time, I didn't move. I just stayed there, frozen in the dark, listening. My heart was still pounding in my chest. The rustling grew distant, eventually fading completely. I didn't know if it was gone, or if it was just waiting for the right moment to come back. But either way, I wasn't going to find out. Not tonight. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the trees, I packed up my camp as quickly and quietly as I could. I didn't even bother with breakfast. I just wanted to get out of there. I stuffed everything into my backpack, my hands trembling as I secured the straps. The woods felt different in the light of day, calm, serene even. But that strange feeling of being watched never left. It lingered, deep in my bones, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. I hiked back to the trailhead faster than I'd ever hiked before. The sun was fully up now, and the world around me seemed normal again, too normal. The rustling, the strange sounds, the feeling of being stalked, it all felt like a bad dream. But I knew it wasn't. Whatever I had encountered out there, it was real. It was something that didn't belong. When I finally reached my car, I didn't hesitate. I threw my gear into the back, jumped into the driver's seat, and drove off, not looking back. The woods, that place of so-called peace and tranquility, had shown me something I couldn't unsee. It had reminded me that even in nature's beauty, there's a darkness that sometimes lingers just beyond the trees. But at least I was out, and that's all that mattered. I've always loved hiking. It's my escape, the only time I feel completely at peace with everything around me. But that particular hike, the one that should have been just another weekend trek through the woods, is one I'll never forget. It started like every other hike I've ever done, with me packing my bag, checking my map, and heading out the door. The plan was simple: a 2-day trip through a remote trail in the mountains, somewhere in the backwoods that most people avoided. I'd been on this trail a few times before, but I wanted to challenge myself with a solo hike this time.
No distractions, no noise.
Just me and the wilderness. The day was crisp with that sharp, refreshing air that you only get when you're deep in the mountains. I parked at the trailhead, gathered my gear, and began the climb. The trail was rugged, overgrown in some spots and steep in others, but that's what I liked about it. Felt raw, untouched. There was something comforting about being out there, far from the hustle and bustle of daily life. I hiked for hours, the world around me quiet except for the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant call of a bird. My boots crunched on the gravel, and I adjusted the weight of my pack. I had a steady pace, taking breaks every now and then, drinking from my water bottle and snapping pictures of the views. The mountains stretched endlessly before me, and it felt good to be so small in such a vast, beautiful place. The first day passed without incident, and I set up camp near a small creek. The fire crackled as I sat beside it, eating some granola and staring at the stars above. The night was peaceful, the kind of silence that wraps you up and makes you feel completely alone in the world. The fire burned low, and eventually, I crawled into my tent, zipping myself in for the night. But sleep didn't come easily. It wasn't fear that kept me up. It was a strange sense of unease, like something wasn't quite right. Every creak of the trees, every snap of a twig in the distance, seemed louder than usual. I told myself it was just the isolation. The woods were always full of sounds, but tonight, those sounds felt different. By the time the sun rose the next morning, I was exhausted. I packed up my gear and started the second leg of the hike, pushing forward even though I still couldn't shake that odd feeling. The trail was more difficult today, winding through thick forest and up steep inclines. The higher I climbed, the more isolated it felt, like the trees were closing in around me. The wind was picking up, and the sky started to cloud over. I knew I'd better make good time if I wanted to reach the summit before dark. Around midday, I came across something strange, a small, half-buried pile of rocks. It was a little off the trail, tucked between a couple of trees. I walked over to inspect it, wondering if it had been left by a hiker, but it looked ancient, the rocks worn and weathered, as though it had been there for a long time. I couldn't make sense of it. There was no clear reason for the pile to be there, just a pile of rocks, sitting in the middle of nowhere. I shrugged it off, but something gnawed at the back of my mind. I kept hiking, trying to shake the uneasy feeling that was creeping up on me again. The woods were quieter now, too quiet. No birds, no rustling leaves, just the wind brushing through the trees. I was about to take a break when I heard something, a low, sharp crack coming from behind me. I spun around, heart racing, but there was nothing there, just trees. I told myself it was just a branch snapping in the wind, but the sound had been too distinct, too close. I kept walking, trying to ignore it, but the feeling of being watched, of being followed, was growing stronger. The trail started to narrow as I ascended further, and the climb became more treacherous. I reached a part where the rocks were loose, and I had to be extra careful. I was a couple of miles from the summit now, and I knew I had to keep pushing forward. That's when I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. It was brief but unmistakable, a figure darting between the trees. I stopped dead in my tracks, my heart pounding in my chest. At first, I thought it was a person, maybe another hiker, but the figure hadn't been moving like a human. It was quick, too quick, and there was something off about the way it moved. I waited, frozen, staring into the trees, but nothing else happened. No footsteps, no more movement. The forest was silent again. I could feel my pulse in my throat as I shook my head, trying to convince myself it was just a trick of the light or an animal. Still, the unsettling feeling lingered. I forced myself to continue on the path, but I couldn't shake the thought that something wasn't right. Every step felt heavier, every sound more pronounced. The wind picked up again, howling through the trees like a warning, but I pushed on. The summit was so close now, and I was determined to make it. By late afternoon, I finally reached the summit. The view was breathtaking, as it always is when you reach the top of a mountain, but something was off. The sky had turned a dull gray, and the wind was picking up in intensity. I could feel a chill in the air that didn't seem normal for this time of year. I set my pack down and took a few pictures, but I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that had settled over me. I knew I should start heading back down before it got dark, but something kept me rooted there, staring out over the vast expanse of trees below. And that's when I saw it again, a flicker of movement in the forest below, just beyond the ridge. It was too far away to make out clearly, but I could have sworn I saw something moving quickly, darting between the trees, like a shadow that didn't belong. My heart raced again, and I snapped into action. I grabbed my gear and began making my way back down the trail. I had no idea what was out there, but I didn't want to stick around to find out. My pace quickened as I descended, but the forest felt more suffocating now. The trees were taller, denser, and the trail seemed to be twisting in ways I didn't remember. The feeling of being followed was stronger now, pressing in on me. Every crack of a twig, every whisper of wind, made me jump. I knew I had to get back to the trailhead, but the forest was disorienting, and I was starting to feel lost. By the time the sun began to set, I knew I was in trouble. The trail had split in several directions, and none of them seemed familiar. I had no idea which way to go. Panic started to rise in my chest as I pulled out my map and compass, but the darkness was creeping in fast. The wind howled through the trees, and the air grew colder by the minute. I had to make a decision. I couldn't afford to stand still, waiting for the night to swallow me whole. I picked a path that looked familiar, hoping I was heading in the right direction. My legs were aching, and my mind was racing as I hurried through the thickening woods. That's when I heard it again. The crack of something snapping, followed by the unmistakable sound of footsteps. Not animal steps, but human-like. Someone or something was following me. I didn't dare look back. I could hear it getting closer, the heavy sound of boots hitting the forest floor. My breath came in ragged gasps as I pushed forward, but the footsteps didn't stop. They kept getting closer, closer, until I could almost feel the presence behind me, breathing down my neck. The hair on the back of my neck stood up as I ran, adrenaline flooding my body. My heart was racing in my chest, and I was terrified that whatever was chasing me was going to catch me. Finally, I broke through the trees, and I saw the familiar sight of the trailhead in the distance. I pushed myself harder, sprinting now, not daring to look back. My legs were burning, my body was exhausted, but I couldn't stop. Not now. When I finally reached my car, I slammed the door shut, panting and trembling. I didn't know what had been following me, but I wasn't sticking around to find out. I drove back home, my mind racing, still unable to shake the feeling of being watched. I don't know what happened out there that day, but I'll never forget that hike. I've never gone back to those woods. Maybe it was just my imagination, or maybe there's something out there that doesn't want to be found. Either way, I've learned to respect the forest and the things that might be hiding in it. It was a late autumn morning when I decided to take a solo hike in the woods. The weather had been cool for the past few days, and I figured it was the perfect time to head out. The woods were just a short drive from the small town I lived in, a peaceful place with quiet streets and people who mostly kept to themselves. It was the kind of town that didn't see much traffic or any sort of real excitement. I liked it that way. I parked my car at the trailhead early in the morning, before the sun had fully risen. The air was crisp, sharp even, and it made my breath visible as I took my first steps onto the dirt trail. The trees were shedding their leaves, painting the forest floor with shades of red, orange, and yellow. The leaves crunched underfoot, the only sound breaking the otherwise still morning. I didn't have a set destination. I'd been on this trail before and knew the area well. There were a few well-worn paths that led off the main trail, and I decided I would just follow whichever one felt right. The beauty of hiking alone was that there was no one else to worry about. I could go at my own pace, stop whenever I wanted, and get lost in my thoughts. It was a peaceful sort of solitude that I found comforting. The trail gradually ascended, winding through dense patches of trees. The ground was slightly muddy in places, but nothing I couldn't handle. I had packed light, just a backpack with water, some snacks, a small first aid kit, and a jacket. I wasn't planning on going too far, maybe just a few hours out in the woods to clear my mind. As I walked, I let my mind wander, thinking about work, life in general, and everything that had been going on in my head lately. The rhythm of my footsteps and the occasional bird calls in the distance were soothing. The morning light began to filter through the trees, casting long shadows on the trail and adding a warmth to the cool air. It was one of those perfect autumn mornings where everything just seemed right. I followed the trail as it began to curve around a small hill. It wasn't particularly steep, but it was a noticeable incline. The trees here were denser, and the air felt cooler as I moved deeper into the forest. The sounds of birds faded, replaced by a quiet stillness. It was almost as if the forest had gone silent, waiting for something. I stopped for a moment, taking in the peaceful surroundings. I thought about turning back, but something made me keep going. Maybe it was the quiet, the fact that I was completely alone, or maybe I just wanted to see what lay beyond the next bend. The trail eventually opened up to a small clearing. In the center was a large, weathered rock, the kind that seemed to have been there for ages. The rock was positioned at the top of a small rise, offering a clear view of the surrounding forest. I sat on the rock for a moment, resting and enjoying the view. The morning was still young, and I had plenty of time. As I sat there, I noticed something strange. There was a faint noise, almost like footsteps, coming from the direction I had just come from. It was soft, but definitely there. My heart skipped a beat, and I stood up, scanning the trail behind me. The clearing was still empty, but the sound persisted. I listened closely, footsteps slow and deliberate, coming closer. I couldn't see anyone, and the hairs on the back of my neck began to stand up. It was strange. No one else was supposed to be on this trail at this time of morning. I grabbed my backpack and stood still, waiting to see if the sound would get louder or if I would see someone appear. But nothing happened. The footsteps stopped, and the forest fell silent again. I was left standing there, unsure of what I had just heard. Could have been an animal, maybe a deer or something, but it sounded too much like human steps. I convinced myself it was nothing, just my imagination playing tricks on me. Shaking off the unease, I started walking again, heading back toward the main trail. The feeling of being watched didn't leave me, though. It was the strangest sensation, like someone was just out of sight, lurking in the trees, following my every move. I tried to ignore it, but the thought kept creeping into my mind. The trail wound its way through another section of forest, and I found myself starting to hurry my pace. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The morning, once so peaceful, now felt heavy, like the air itself was thick with tension. The footsteps I had heard earlier replayed in my mind, and I couldn't stop thinking about them. Was it just my imagination? Or had someone been on the trail with me, hiding in the shadows? Suddenly, I stopped. Ahead of me, partially obscured by the thick trunks of a few large trees, I saw something strange. It was a figure just barely visible in the distance. Person standing still, facing away from me. They were dressed in dark clothing, and their posture was strange, unnaturally rigid. My heart pounded in my chest as I stared at the figure, trying to make out more details. The forest around me felt quieter, as if even the birds and the wind had stopped. I couldn't move. I didn't know whether to call out or turn back, but something about the figure felt off. I felt like I was being watched again, but this time it was different. There was a sense of danger, a warning that something was not right. I slowly began to back away, keeping my eyes on the figure. I couldn't take my gaze off of it, even though every instinct in my body was telling me to run. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, unmoving, almost as if it were waiting for me. I turned around and began walking faster, the pace quickening as I felt the urge to get away from whatever it was. The trail seemed longer now, and the forest felt darker, like the trees themselves were closing in around me. I didn't dare look back, afraid that I would see the figure following me, or worse, right behind me. My breath came faster as I quickened my steps, the sound of my heart pounding in my ears. The path ahead seemed to stretch on endlessly, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being pursued. I glanced behind me, but the trail was empty. There was no one there, no figure, just the quiet forest, as if nothing had happened at all. I kept walking, moving as quickly as I could, not caring about the trail anymore. I just wanted to get out of the woods. It wasn't until I reached the clearing again, the large rock where I had rested earlier, that I stopped to catch my breath. I stood there for a moment, listening, but the forest was still. The silence was almost suffocating. The sun had risen higher in the sky, casting warm light through the trees. It was still early, but I didn't care anymore. I needed to leave. I took a deep breath, calming myself down, and began walking back toward the trailhead. The path seemed normal again, just a dirt trail leading through the trees. I could hear birds chirping, the rustling of leaves in the wind. It all seemed so ordinary. I had never been so relieved to see the car parked at the trailhead. When I got back to my car, I quickly locked the doors and sat there for a moment, my heart still racing. What had happened? Who was that figure? Why hadn't they moved? And why did it feel like I was being watched the whole time? I didn't have the answers, but I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't going back there. Not anytime soon. The woods had been peaceful once, but now they felt different. Like something in the air had changed. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me, but I couldn't ignore the feeling that I had narrowly avoided something I couldn't explain. I had always been the kind of person who sought peace in the outdoors. There was something calming about the wild, about walking through untouched forests, breathing in the cool, crisp air, and hearing nothing but the rustle of leaves and the occasional bird call. That day, however, would change everything. It started like any other hiking trip, but by the end, I learned more than I ever wanted to know about myself and the wilderness. I had planned the hike for weeks. It wasn't a new trail. I had done it a few times before, and each time I found something new, something that made the trip more enjoyable. The trail started near a small parking lot at the edge of a dense forest, leading up to a mountain that offered a stunning view from the top. It wasn't a difficult hike by any means, but it was long with some challenging stretches, especially as you neared the summit. That morning, I set out early. The sun had just started to rise, casting a golden glow over the landscape. The air was fresh, almost chilly, but I was prepared for the weather. I had my gear, a sturdy backpack with enough water, snacks, a first aid kit, and my trusty walking stick. The first few miles were easy. The path wound through a mix of trees, pine, oak, and birch, and the ground was soft, covered in a blanket of fallen leaves. The forest was quiet, save for the occasional snap of a twig beneath my boots or the distant cry of a hawk. As I continued, I began to notice the subtle shift in the atmosphere. The further I went, the quieter it became. At first, I thought it was just my mind playing tricks on me, but soon it became impossible to ignore. The chirping of the birds faded away, and the wind seemed to have died down. The deeper I went, the more unsettling the silence became. It was as if the forest was holding its breath, waiting for something. I shrugged it off, focusing on the trail ahead. After all, I had hiked this path before. There was nothing to be afraid of. The trail began to steepen, and I had to use my walking stick more for balance. Sweat beaded on my forehead as the climb got tougher. My legs ached, but I was used to the physical strain. I had come prepared, and I was determined to reach the top. It was around the 4-hour mark when I reached a part of the trail I didn't recognize. The familiar path I had always followed seemed to diverge into two different directions. I stood there, staring at the two options. One path seemed more worn, with obvious footmarks in the dirt, while the other appeared to be less traveled, with ferns and bushes encroaching on the trail. I hesitated. This wasn't right. I had never seen this split before. My instinct told me to turn back, but I didn't want to lose the momentum I had gained. I chose the path to the right, thinking it was the more established route. The further I went, the more the trees closed in around me, and the trail began to narrow. The air grew thicker, heavier, and the feeling of being watched slowly crept in. At this point, I couldn't deny that something felt off. The trees seemed to press in on me from all sides, and there was an oppressive weight in the air. I paused, looking around. The trail behind me was already hidden by the thick brush, and I could barely make out the path I had come from. It was then I noticed something strange, a faint sound in the distance. It was almost like a whisper, but no human voice could be heard. The sound didn't have a clear origin, and it seemed to drift through the trees, making it impossible to pinpoint. I kept moving, telling myself it was nothing, just the wind or some animal rustling in the bushes. But with every step, the feeling of unease grew stronger. As I rounded a bend, I saw something ahead. It wasn't far, maybe 50 yards or so, but it was enough to make my heart skip a beat. At first, I thought it was a person standing motionless among the trees. But as I took a few more steps, I realized it wasn't. It was an old, weathered cabin. I had never seen this cabin before. It wasn't on any map I had looked at, and I couldn't remember hearing about it from other hikers. The building was small, with a sagging roof and boarded-up windows. The door was slightly ajar, creaking in the breeze. The wood was aged and covered in moss, and the entire structure looked like it hadn't been touched in decades. I approached cautiously, my instincts screaming at me to turn back, but curiosity got the better of me. I stepped closer to the cabin, the wooden planks of the porch groaning beneath my weight. The door swung open with a loud creak, and I stepped inside. The interior was dark and musty, with beams of sunlight streaming through cracks in the walls. The air inside was stale, like it hadn't been disturbed in years. Old furniture sat in the corners, covered in layers of dust and cobwebs. There were old cans and broken tools scattered across the floor, and the remnants of what looked like a long-forgotten fire pit sat in the center of the room. A strange feeling washed over me, like I wasn't supposed to be here. I couldn't explain why, but I had to leave. I wasn't sure if it was the eerie quiet of the cabin or the feeling of eyes watching me from the shadows, but something deep inside told me I had overstayed my welcome. I backed out slowly, my heart pounding in my chest. Just as I turned to leave, something caught my eye. At the far end of the cabin, behind a pile of broken furniture, was a small, dusty journal. The sight of it sent a shiver down my spine. I didn't want to go any closer, but my hand reached for it before I could stop myself. The pages were yellowed with age, and the handwriting was faded, but the words were clear enough. It was someone's diary, but it was the last entry that made my blood run cold. Asterisk, they are watching. I can hear them outside. The whispers are getting louder. I don't think I'm alone. Asterisk, the rest of the journal was filled with disjointed entries, ramblings about things that made no sense. The more I read, the more unsettled I became. I quickly shoved the journal back into its place and backed out of the cabin, slamming the door shut behind me. I didn't waste another second. I turned and ran, my heart racing, not daring to look back. My only focus was the trail ahead, the one that would lead me out of this place. The trees seemed to close in tighter as I moved, and the strange whispers began to echo again, louder this time. My breath came in ragged gasps as I pushed myself harder. After what felt like hours of running, I finally reached the familiar stretch of the trail. The trees opened up, and I could see the clearing ahead, the spot where I had parked my car earlier. The cabin was behind me, hidden in the woods, but I still couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I didn't stop until I reached the parking lot, and when I finally did, I collapsed against the hood of my car, gasping for air. My legs were sore, my body drenched in sweat, but I was safe. I glanced over my shoulder one last time at the trail, half expecting to see something in the distance, but there was nothing. I never went back to that trail, not after what I had seen. I still don't know what happened that day, or why I felt so drawn to that cabin. But I do know one thing. There are parts of the wilderness that should remain untouched, and there are things in the forest that should stay hidden. As I drove away that day, I made a promise to myself. Some places, some trails are best left unexplored. The wilderness had shown me a side of it I wasn't prepared for, but at least I made it out, and that's all that matters. It had started out like any other hike. A simple, calm day in the mountains. The kind of day where you set off with a backpack full of snacks, a good pair of boots, and a sense of adventure that only nature could ignite. I had planned this hike for weeks. A solo trek up a mountain trail I'd heard about from a local guidebook. The route was supposed to be challenging, but not overly difficult. Nothing too extreme, just the kind of climb that made you feel like you'd earned the view from the top. I woke up early, the morning air crisp and cold, a sharp contrast to the warmth inside the cabin where I'd spent the night. The sun was still low, casting long shadows across the rocky ground as I made my way to the trailhead. I adjusted the straps on my backpack, checked my water supply, and tightened my boots. With a deep breath, I set off. The path was quiet, too quiet, in fact. It wasn't unusual for there to be little traffic on such a remote trail, but it felt strange. Like the silence was thick, almost heavy. The first few miles were peaceful. The only sounds were the crunch of my boots on the dirt, the occasional rustling of leaves in the wind, and the far-off calls of birds. I didn't think much of it. The weather was perfect, the air crisp, and I felt strong. The trail was a mix of switchbacks and rocky terrain, a steady climb that felt both challenging and satisfying. As I hiked, I took in the scenery. The trees were tall, their trunks thick and covered in moss, their branches reaching up to the sky like outstretched arms. The sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the ground. By the time I reached the halfway point, I had already stopped twice to catch my breath. I wasn't in bad shape, but the elevation was starting to get to me. The higher I went, the thinner the air felt, and the more my legs burned. But there was no turning back. I had come this far, and the summit was so close. I pushed myself onward, focusing on putting one foot in front of the other. The trail grew steeper as I climbed, and the trees started to thin out. The landscape opened up, revealing sweeping views of the valley below. I paused for a moment to take in the beauty, everything from the rocky outcrops to the distant mountains that stretched as far as the eye could see. I pulled out my water bottle, took a long drink, and set off again, eager to reach the summit. It wasn't long after that things began to feel off. The weather, which had been perfect, suddenly started to shift. A cold breeze picked up, biting at my skin. I could feel a drop in temperature, and the once clear skies began to cloud over. At first, I didn't think much of it. Weather in the mountains could change fast, and I had prepared for that. But the shift was subtle, almost imperceptible, and that's what made it unsettling. The trail was starting to get rockier, more challenging. I had to use my hands at some points to scramble up loose stones, and the air had grown noticeably colder. But it wasn't just the weather, it was the sense of something else, something deeper in the air. The silence had returned, but this time it was different. It wasn't the peaceful, natural silence I'd experienced earlier. It felt unnatural, like the world around me was holding its breath. And there was a strange feeling, like I was being watched. I shook it off. My mind had a way of playing tricks on me, especially when I was tired. I kept pushing forward, but now I started noticing things that I hadn't before. A strange pattern of tracks in the dirt, too irregular to be animal tracks, yet not human either. I knelt down, inspecting them, but they were too faint to make any sense of. I stood up quickly, brushing off the unease that crept up my spine. It was just my mind playing tricks, I told myself. But the further I went, the more the sense of unease grew. The wind picked up, howling through the trees in sharp gusts, and the temperature continued to drop. The clouds overhead were thickening, swirling like they were being pulled in by some unseen force. I glanced at my watch. It was only late afternoon, but it was getting darker faster than I expected. I stopped to check my map. I had reached the point where the trail split. To the left, the trail continued to the summit. To the right, a smaller, less defined path led downward, toward what looked like a hidden ravine. I had read about this part of the trail. It wasn't heavily trafficked, but it was supposed to offer some of the best views. I decided to take the left path, thinking I'd be at the summit in another hour or so. But as I made my way forward, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I had been on plenty of hikes before. Long ones, short ones, easy ones, hard ones, but none had ever felt like this. The silence, the strange weather, the odd tracks. It all built up in my mind, layering over each other like a storm waiting to break. The next stretch of trail was rocky, with loose gravel making each step uncertain. My boots slipped a few times as I navigated the sharp incline, and I had to use the jagged rocks to pull myself up. That's when I saw it. A small, crumpled form at the base of a tree. I froze. At first, I thought it was just a pile of branches or some debris blown in by the wind. But as I moved closer, I saw that it was a backpack, torn, dirty, and abandoned. It was half buried under a pile of leaves, the straps frayed and tangled. I crouched down beside it, my heart starting to race. I reached out, my fingers brushing against the fabric. It felt wrong, as if the pack had been there far longer than it should have. I carefully opened it, my fingers trembling. Inside, there were just a few items, snacks, a water bottle, a jacket. Nothing out of the ordinary, but something about the whole scene made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. There was no sign of the person who owned the pack. No footprints leading away from it, no trail of any kind. Just the pack, abandoned in the middle of nowhere. I closed the pack and stood up, my mind racing. I should turn back. This wasn't right. But as I stood there, looking at the pack, I heard something. A noise, faint but distinct, like a low rustling. I turned my head, my eyes scanning the trees. The wind had stopped, and everything felt eerily still. There was no one, no movement, no sign of life anywhere around me. I was alone. I had to leave, fast. I knew I wasn't far from the summit, but the pack, whatever had happened here, was more than enough to convince me to turn back. I turned on my heel and started to retrace my steps, the sense of being watched never leaving me. My heart hammered in my chest as I hurried down the trail, my breath coming in sharp gasps. Then I heard it again, a rustling, closer this time. I whipped around, my pulse pounding in my ears. There was nothing there, just the same trees, the same rocks. But the feeling of being watched was stronger than ever. My instincts screamed at me to run, to get off the mountain, but I couldn't. I was too far in now. I pushed on, faster now, my feet slipping on the loose rocks. My hands burned as I gripped the sharp edges of the stones. The wind had picked up again, biting at my face, the clouds above swirling in a chaotic mess. The summit was still too far away, and the sense of something following me grew stronger with each step. Finally, I saw it, the trailhead. I was close, so close. I didn't look back, I just ran. When I reached the base of the mountain, I didn't stop. I kept going, not even glancing over my shoulder. The trail had been long, and the journey had been unsettling, but I had made it out. My legs were sore, my heart still racing, but I had survived. I never did find out who left that backpack or what caused that strange feeling. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me. Maybe I had gotten too tired, too focused on finishing the hike. But the silence that followed me down that mountain stayed with me long after I left the trail. In the end, I made it home, safe, and I told myself I'd never let it happen again. Never let my mind get so lost in the woods that I couldn't find my way back. But even now, whenever I look at a trail map, I can't help but wonder, what happened up there? Who was it that left that pack behind? The sun had barely risen that day, the light just starting to push through the tall pines that lined the mountain trail. I had been planning this hike for weeks, but I wasn't prepared for what the day would bring. I didn't expect it to turn into something so nerve-wracking, something that made me question every decision I'd ever made to set foot in the wilderness. I had chosen a trail that wasn't too popular, a quiet one that looped around a small mountain range. The idea was to escape the noise of everyday life, find some peace, and just be alone with nature for a while. I'd done my research, checked the weather forecast, packed the necessary gear, and made sure I had plenty of water and snacks. Everything was set for a nice, tranquil hike. The trail was narrow and winding, just wide enough for me to walk single file. The trees around me stood tall, their branches intertwined like the arms of giants. As I walked, I couldn't help but admire the way the morning sun filtered through the trees, casting shadows on the ground. The air was fresh, cool against my skin, and the only sounds were the occasional bird call and the rustling of leaves underfoot. It felt peaceful, almost too peaceful. I had been hiking for a couple of hours when I came across something unusual. A small wooden marker, slightly hidden among the foliage. It wasn't on the main trail, more like a side path, and the marker was old, its paint chipped and faded. Curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to follow the narrow trail that stretched out behind the marker. The trail grew steeper and more rugged as I progressed. The further I went, the more isolated I felt. The trees seemed denser, blocking out the sunlight, and the path became more uneven, twisting in directions that seemed to make no sense. At one point, I slipped on a rock and almost lost my footing. The fall would have been bad, but I managed to grab onto a nearby tree and steady myself. My heart was pounding in my chest, but I pushed on. I was determined to finish what I started. It wasn't long before I came across something else, something that made my stomach drop. There, in the middle of the trail, was a small pile of rocks, arranged in a perfect circle. It wasn't a cairn, like the ones you often see marking a path. This looked deliberate, almost like a symbol. I knelt down, inspecting it closely, but there was nothing to explain what it meant. Just a random pile of rocks, sitting there like an eerie little monument in the middle of nowhere. My instincts were starting to scream at me, but I shrugged it off. I was overthinking it. People come out to the mountains to do weird things sometimes, I told myself. I stood up, took a deep breath, and kept walking. But the feeling didn't go away. It lingered in the pit of my stomach, the sense that something wasn't right. It felt as though the air had changed around me, like the forest was watching, waiting. The sounds that had once seemed so soothing now felt oppressive, like every rustling leaf was a warning. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. As I climbed higher, the terrain grew rockier, the path more difficult to follow. I had to scramble over large boulders and duck under low-hanging branches. The forest was thick now, and it seemed like I had gone far off any established trail. I didn't remember seeing any markers for a while, but I figured I was just distracted by my thoughts. Then I found myself at the edge of a small clearing. It was a strange clearing, though. The trees around it were much larger than the ones I had passed before, their trunks wider and more gnarled, twisted in unnatural ways. The ground was covered in moss, and there was a faint smell of damp earth in the air. I stepped into the clearing and looked around. The silence was deafening. No birds, no wind, nothing. It was as if the entire forest had gone still, holding its breath. I didn't like it. Something wasn't right. Suddenly, I heard it, a soft crack, like something stepping on a twig. I froze, my heart racing. I was sure I was alone. I had been alone for hours, but now it felt like someone or something was out there, just beyond my line of sight, watching me. I turned in a slow circle, trying to see if anyone else was there, but the clearing remained empty. I told myself it was just the wind, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. The feeling of being watched was overwhelming, and I couldn't shake it. I needed to get out of there. The trail back to the main path was still a ways off, but I wasn't going to take any chances. I started walking briskly, my steps quick and purposeful. The feeling of being followed persisted, growing stronger as I pushed through the underbrush. Every time I looked over my shoulder, there was nothing there, but the sensation of eyes on me was undeniable. I tried to keep my breathing steady, to calm my nerves, but the forest seemed to grow darker, the shadows lengthening around me. I stumbled over a root, catching myself on a tree, and when I looked up, I realized something had changed. The trees around me seemed off. Their shapes were wrong, as if they had moved while I wasn't paying attention. The trail ahead of me no longer seemed familiar. It was like the forest had rearranged itself, twisting into a maze. Panic surged through me. I wasn't lost, couldn't be lost. I had followed the trail for hours, but now everything was different. My breath quickened, and I felt my heart hammering in my chest. I forced myself to stop, to think. I had to get my bearings. I couldn't let fear control me. I took a deep breath and tried to remember the way I had come. The trail had been steep, rocky, and winding, but I knew it led back to the main path. I just had to find it, but no matter which way I turned, the trees looked the same. The ground felt uneven beneath my feet, and I couldn't hear anything but the thudding of my own heartbeat in my ears. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw something, a shadow moving between the trees. It was quick, just a flicker of movement, but it was enough to freeze me in place. I turned toward it, my body tense, my mind racing with thoughts of what it could be. But again, there was nothing, just the dense forest, quiet and still. I was losing it. I had to keep my cool. The sun was setting now, casting long shadows through the trees. The temperature had dropped significantly, and I could feel the chill in the air. I knew I had to get back to the main trail before it got too dark. The last thing I wanted was to be out here after nightfall. I picked up the pace, my steps becoming more frantic as the darkness closed in. The trail, if it could even be called that, had become almost unrecognizable. The forest was dense, the underbrush thick and tangled, and it was getting harder to move quickly. My legs were burning from the effort, but I couldn't stop. I couldn't afford to stop. That's when I heard it again. The faintest sound of footsteps behind me, just out of reach, too soft to be certain. But I knew I wasn't imagining it this time. I was being followed. I couldn't let myself panic. I needed to focus. I had to get to safety. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours as I fought my way through the brush, my breathing shallow, my mind whirling. The darkness was complete now, the last of the light from the setting sun disappearing behind the mountains. I had to keep moving, but I was exhausted, and my legs felt like they were made of lead. And then, just as I thought I might collapse, I saw it. The main trail, a faint, worn path cutting through the trees ahead of me, a sign of civilization in the vast wilderness. Relief flooded through me as I stumbled toward it, my steps uneven but determined. I didn't look back as I hit the main trail and kept walking. I didn't care anymore about the strange occurrences, the feeling of being watched, the eerie silence. I just wanted to get back to where I knew I was safe. I didn't stop until I reached the trailhead, where I found my car parked under the trees. It was dark now, the forest behind me quiet again. As I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still out there, watching me. But I was safe, and that was all that mattered. I had been looking forward to the hike for weeks. The plan was simple: head into the mountains for a couple of days of solitude, some fresh air, and a chance to clear my mind. I'd always been drawn to the outdoors, to the trails that twisted through forests and up rocky ridges. It was always a place of peace for me, a retreat from the noise of everyday life. But I had no idea how quickly that peace would turn into something unsettling. It was early morning when I set off. The sun was just starting to rise, casting a soft orange glow across the horizon. The cool morning air was refreshing, and the scent of pine and earth filled my lungs as I shouldered my pack. I'd done this hike before, but it had been years, and the map I had seemed a bit out of date. Still, it looked easy enough. A straightforward trail that led to a small, secluded lake nestled in the heart of the forest. I didn't expect anything to go wrong. In fact, the first few hours were perfect. The trail was quiet, the kind of peace you only get in places far from civilization. I could hear the sound of birds above, the rustling of leaves underfoot, and the occasional crunch of a twig breaking as I moved through the forest. The trees were tall and dense, and the path wound gently through them, leading me higher into the mountains. But as I continued, the trail started to feel less familiar. The markings on the trees were sparse, and some of the paths seemed to have overgrown with thick brush. It was nothing I couldn't handle, but it started to feel like the trail had changed since the last time I was there. I chalked it up to the fact that nature reclaims everything eventually, and I carried on, more focused on the peace around me than on the little changes in the landscape. By midday, I reached a part of the trail that was particularly steep. The sun was high in the sky now, and the heat made the climb harder than I expected. Sweat dripped down my back as I pulled myself up using the roots of trees and the rough rocks that jutted out from the mountainside. The view was breathtaking, and for a moment, I paused to catch my breath and look out over the valley below. It was so still, so quiet. I felt a sense of accomplishment as I pushed forward, hoping to reach the lake by evening. But then I started noticing something odd. It wasn't the sounds of the forest. Those were still there, although they seemed distant, muffled somehow. What felt strange was the way the forest had changed. The trees, once vibrant and full of life, now seemed to grow in twisted, unnatural shapes. Their trunks were thick and gnarled, their branches reaching out like long, bony fingers. The air felt heavier, thick with something I couldn't quite place. It didn't feel like the peaceful mountain trail I had remembered. I shook it off, convincing myself it was just the fatigue of the climb, but the feeling lingered. The path had become increasingly difficult to follow. I stumbled over rocks and roots, my pace slowing as I had to navigate more carefully. The trail had started to disappear altogether, and I found myself pushing through dense underbrush, following the faintest traces of a path. My water was running low, and my stomach grumbled as I thought about the small snacks I had packed. It wasn't a big deal, just a small hiccup. I had been on harder hikes before. But then, as the sun began to dip lower in the sky, I realized something far more unsettling. I had no idea where I was. I stood still for a moment, the realization hitting me like a punch to the gut. The trail had completely vanished. There were no markings, no sign of the path I had been following for hours. My heart began to race as I looked around, trying to spot something familiar. But all I could see was a dense wall of trees, their shadows growing longer as the evening approached. I was lost. I checked my map again, but the ink on the page was smudged from the moisture in the air. The contours of the terrain had shifted in a way that didn't match the map. I was no longer on the trail I had started on, and I had no idea how to get back to it. The sinking feeling in my stomach grew deeper. The sun was setting, and I had no choice but to keep moving. The temperature dropped as darkness started to settle in. My breath puffed out in small clouds, and I pulled my jacket tighter around myself. I couldn't afford to panic. I had to focus. I had to keep walking. I tried to retrace my steps, but it was no use. Every tree looked the same, every ridge unfamiliar. I stopped a few times to listen for any sign of human presence. Voices, the sound of a distant car, anything. But all I heard was the wind rustling through the trees and the occasional call of an owl. It was completely silent except for nature's sounds. Hours passed. The darkness thickened, and I knew I couldn't keep walking blindly through the forest. I found a small clearing and set up camp for the night. It wasn't ideal, but it would have to do. I used my small flashlight to gather some firewood and made a small campfire. I sat by it, my nerves fraying as I watched the flames flicker and dance. I was cold, exhausted, and scared, but I had to stay calm. I told myself that the morning would bring clarity, that I would find my way out. But as I sat there, trying to focus on the fire, I began to hear something that made my blood run cold. There was a rustling in the bushes. It wasn't the usual sound of animals moving through the forest. It was deliberate, slow, almost calculated. My heart skipped a beat. I froze, staring into the dark shadows of the trees, waiting for whatever it was to reveal itself. The rustling stopped. For a long moment, there was only the crackling of the fire and the wind. But then I heard it again, a soft, steady crunching sound, like something heavy moving through the underbrush. It was close, too close. I grabbed my flashlight, shining it toward the sound, but the beam cut through nothing but darkness. There was nothing there, at least nothing I could see. My mind raced with possibilities. Was it a bear? A mountain lion? Maybe a person lost like me? But the more I thought about it, the less any of those explanations made sense. The movements were too calculated, too deliberate. Whatever was out there was aware of me. I stood up slowly, keeping my eyes on the shadows. The rustling grew louder, closer, but still no sign of anything in the darkness. My hand gripped the handle of my knife, ready for anything. But the sound stopped, just like that, dead silence. I don't know how long I stood there, my heart pounding in my chest, but eventually I decided that I couldn't wait any longer. I needed to move. I had to get out of this forest. I grabbed my pack and began walking again, my mind racing. It was impossible to stay on any path now. The woods had become an unrecognizable labyrinth. But I couldn't stay put, and I couldn't let whatever had been watching me find me again. Hours passed, and the air grew colder. I had no idea where I was going, but I kept moving, driven by the desperate need to get out. My legs ached, my head spun, and the darkness seemed to stretch on forever. Every crack of a twig, every rustle of leaves sent my pulse racing, but I couldn't stop. I couldn't let fear control me. And then, just when I thought I couldn't go any further, I saw it. A faint light in the distance, far off but unmistakable. It was the first sign of civilization I had seen in what felt like forever. I stumbled toward it, my legs shaking with exhaustion, and as I drew closer, I realized it was the light of a cabin. Relief flooded over me. I didn't care who was inside. I didn't care about anything except getting to safety. I knocked on the door, breathless and trembling. The door opened to reveal an older man who looked just as surprised as I felt. I don't remember much of what happened next, just that he let me inside, gave me food and water, and listened to my story. In the morning, he showed me the trail out of the forest, the way I should have gone in the first place. When I finally reached the road and saw the familiar sight of my car parked where I had left it, I felt like I had escaped some kind of nightmare. I couldn't explain what had happened, but I knew one thing for sure. I would never take the safety of a well-marked trail for granted again. The day I went on that hike started out like any other. I had been planning the trip for weeks. There's something about the mountains that calls to me, the quiet, the peace, and the physical challenge. I'm no seasoned hiker, but I know my way around a trail. I had packed light, some water, a couple of energy bars, and a jacket just in case. The forecast was clear, the sun shining with no chance of rain. It seemed perfect, the kind of day that makes you feel invincible. I arrived at the trailhead early, the sun still low in the sky, and the air crisp. The lot was nearly empty, only a few cars scattered around. I locked my car, double-checked I had my keys, and set off. The path started easily enough, winding through the lower part of the forest, where the trees still held their full leaves. There's always something about the way the early morning light filters through the canopy that makes the whole world feel peaceful. Birds called in the distance, and the scent of pine was strong in the cool air. It felt like the kind of day you could get lost in the best way possible. I pushed ahead, letting the rhythm of my feet on the dirt keep my mind focused. The first few miles were uneventful. The path was well marked, and the climb wasn't too steep. I moved at a steady pace, enjoying the solitude. It wasn't until I reached a fork in the trail, a little over 2 hours in, that things started to feel off. There were two paths. One continued upwards, narrowing as it snaked toward the ridge. The other cut off to the left and seemed to drop down into a small valley. Both looked well worn, but the signpost was old, half covered with moss, and the labels weren't clear. I hesitated. Normally, I'd trust the more obvious path, but something about the other trail caught my attention. It was quieter somehow, the kind of quiet that makes you uneasy but curious at the same time. My gut told me to take the valley route, so I did. I didn't realize how steep the descent was going to be. The trail narrowed quickly, and the incline increased as I descended into the valley. The trees became denser, and the sunlight dimmed. First, I didn't mind. I was focused on the path, navigating the rocks and uneven ground. But after a while, the sounds of the forest around me started to fade. The birds stopped calling. It was just me, my breath, and the sound of my boots crunching against the forest floor. I paused for a moment to catch my breath and realized how alone I felt. There wasn't another soul around. The silence wasn't comforting anymore. It was suffocating. A breeze rustled through the leaves above me, but otherwise, the valley was eerily still. My instincts, honed over years of hiking, told me something wasn't right. I should turn back, but I didn't. There was a stubbornness in me that refused to back down. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks, so I pressed forward. The trail twisted and turned through the valley, the trees thickening even more, and the air felt heavier. I checked my watch. It had been almost an hour since I made the turn. I figured I'd go a little farther, then turn back if nothing interesting showed up. Maybe I'd catch a glimpse of a deer or something to calm my nerves. But that never happened. Instead, I noticed something strange, a slight change in the texture of the ground. It was soft, almost sponge-like in some areas, as if the earth had been disturbed. I squatted down and noticed the soil was loose, crumbling in my hands. My heart began to race as I scanned the area more carefully. There was something unnerving about the way the valley seemed to close in around me, as if the trees were watching, keeping me confined. The path continued down, but now I was having second thoughts. I glanced over my shoulder, as if expecting someone to be standing behind me. There was nothing, of course, but the feeling didn't fade. I started walking faster, my footsteps quickening. I wasn't sure what I was running from, but I felt this overwhelming need to get out of the valley. There was an unsettling sense of something following me, even though the forest around me remained still. It was as if the silence itself had grown heavy, pressing down on me with each step I took. I didn't know how long I had been moving when I reached a clearing. It was large, open, with a small creek running through the middle. For a brief moment, I felt a sense of relief. The valley had lifted, and I could see the sky again. The sun streamed through the trees, and the sound of water rushing over rocks filled the space. I let out a breath I didn't realize I had been holding, but that relief was short-lived. In the center of the clearing was a small, dilapidated cabin. It was barely standing, the roof caved in on one side, and the walls were rotting. But it was the fact that the cabin was there at all that unsettled me. I had been following a marked trail, and yet there was no mention of any cabin in the area. Curiosity won out. I approached it cautiously, each step making the old wood creak. The door hung ajar, and I could see that inside was nothing but dust and decay. There was nothing there. No signs of recent life, no fresh footprints. Just the smell of mildew and the sound of the creek. Still, my skin crawled as I stepped closer. Suddenly, I heard something snap in the woods behind me. A twig, the kind of sharp crack that makes you freeze, and I did. Every muscle in my body tensed. I turned, scanning the tree line, but saw nothing. The air felt too still, too thick. I could hear my own breathing, my heart hammering in my chest. Something wasn't right. I had to get out of there. Without thinking, I started to back away from the cabin, my eyes darting between the woods and the clearing. The ground beneath me was soft, and with each step, I felt like I was sinking deeper. I quickened my pace, heading back toward the trail. The sounds of the forest seemed to intensify now, the wind picking up, the leaves rustling louder. I felt like I was being pursued, though I knew there was no one there. I didn't stop until I found the fork again, the one I had passed hours earlier. The decision I had made to take the valley route now seemed foolish. I had been so sure of myself before, but the doubt was creeping in now, gnawing at me. I turned back to the main path, the one I had ignored earlier, and began to retrace my steps, my movements almost frantic now. The return hike was much harder than I remembered. My legs were sore, the weight of my pack felt heavier, and the trail seemed longer than it had before. But I couldn't stop. Every so often, I would glance over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone behind me, but there was nothing. Just the dense forest, the path, and my own shadow. By the time I made it back to the trailhead, I was exhausted. My breath was ragged, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I had narrowly avoided something dangerous. My car was the only one left in the lot. I fumbled for my keys, trying to calm my shaking hands as I finally unlocked the door. When I climbed inside and started the engine, I realized I hadn't even taken a single picture. Not one. Not of the valley, not of the clearing, not even of the cabin. I don't know why I didn't. Maybe something in my gut told me not to. And as I pulled out of the parking lot, I couldn't help but feel that the forest was watching me go. But I was safe, and that's what mattered. The whole hike felt wrong in hindsight. Maybe it was the strange feeling in the valley, or the unsettling silence, or maybe it was just my imagination running wild. But I'd learned something that day. Trust your instincts, and sometimes the best hike is the one you never take. Welcome to terrifying stories where darkness whispers, and every shadow hides a chilling tale. Prepare yourself for spine-tingling horror that will keep you up all night. Ready to dive into the unknown, let the terror begin. Camping trips always sound like a great idea in theory. A weekend in the wilderness, disconnected from the world, and surrounded by nature. It's supposed to be peaceful, right? That was my plan, at least. I'd been working long hours at my desk job and needed a break. I wanted solitude, a chance to clear my head. So, I packed up my gear, loaded the car, and drove 3 hours out to a remote campsite I'd read about online. It wasn't a popular spot, which was perfect for me. I didn't want crowds or noise. I just wanted quiet. The campsite was located deep within a forest reserve, surrounded by tall pines and rugged terrain. The air was crisp and clean, the kind of air that makes you feel like you're really living. The drive there was uneventful except for the last stretch of the road. It was a narrow dirt path with potholes and sharp turns. My car struggled at times, but I managed. When I finally arrived, I parked at the designated spot and stepped out. The silence hit me immediately. It wasn't just quiet. It was completely still. No distant hum of cars, no chatter, nothing. Just the sound of the wind brushing through the trees. I unloaded my gear and set up camp in a small clearing a short walk from the parking area. I pitched my tent, laid out my sleeping bag, and set up a small fire pit. I'd brought enough food and water to last the weekend, along with a few other essentials. Once everything was in place, I sat down to enjoy the serenity. For the first time in months, I felt like I could breathe. The first day went by without incident. I spent most of it exploring the nearby trails. The forest was dense, with towering trees that blocked out much of the sunlight. The trails were faint, almost as if they hadn't been used in years. I'd occasionally stop to take in the scenery or snap a photo. It was beautiful in its own way, but there was an odd feeling about the place. I couldn't put my finger on it at the time, but something felt off. Maybe it was the way the trees seemed to close in around you, or how the undergrowth was so thick it felt like it was swallowing the trails. Whatever it was, I shrugged it off and kept going. By the time I returned to camp, the sun was beginning to set. I started a fire and cooked myself a simple meal. Sitting by the fire, I felt a sense of accomplishment. This was exactly what I'd needed. I stayed up for a while, staring at the flames and listening to the forest. The sounds of nocturnal creatures filled the air, a chorus of chirps, croaks, and rustles. It was comforting in a way, a reminder that I wasn't entirely alone out here. When I finally crawled into my tent, exhaustion hit me hard. I fell asleep almost instantly, but sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. At first, I wasn't sure why. The fire had burned down to embers, casting faint shadows across the clearing. I lay there listening. The forest was silent again. Not the normal kind of silent, but the kind that makes your skin crawl. No wind, no animals, nothing. Just an oppressive stillness. Then I heard it. A faint sound, barely audible over my own breathing. It was coming from somewhere in the forest, a soft, rhythmic crunching. Footsteps. At first, I thought it might be an animal, maybe a deer or a bear, but the sound was too deliberate, too steady. It was the sound of someone walking. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. I reached for the flashlight beside me and switched it on, aiming it toward the tent's entrance. The beam cut through the darkness, but it didn't reveal anything unusual. The footsteps stopped. I stayed like that for what felt like an eternity, flashlight in hand, ears straining to catch any sound. But there was nothing, just silence. Eventually, I convinced myself it was my imagination or some harmless animal. I lay back down, though I didn't sleep much after that. Every rustle or creak made me jump. When morning finally came, I felt a wave of relief. The sunlight made everything feel normal again, as if the night before had been just a bad dream. I spent the second day trying to shake off the unease. I went for another hike, this time venturing farther into the forest. The trails became even fainter and the undergrowth thicker. I had to push through branches and climb over fallen logs. It was exhausting, but it kept my mind occupied. At one point, I came across an old, overgrown trail marker. It was weathered and barely legible, but it seemed to point toward a lookout point. Curious, I decided to follow it. The trail led me up a steep incline, the kind that makes your legs burn and your lungs ache. But when I reached the top, the view was worth it. I could see the forest stretching out for miles, a sea of green with no sign of civilization. It was breathtaking. I sat there for a while, catching my breath and taking it all in. For the first time since the previous night, I felt at peace. But then I noticed something. On the ground, near the edge of the lookout, were footprints. They weren't mine. They were too large, and they were fresh. The dirt was still disturbed, as if someone had been there recently. My stomach tightened. I looked around, but there was no one in sight. The forest below was still and quiet. Too quiet. I decided to head back to camp. The hike down felt longer than the hike up. Every sound made me jump. Every shadow seemed like it was hiding something. By the time I reached my campsite, the sun was dipping below the horizon. I hurried to get a fire going, the flickering flames providing a small sense of security. I ate a quick meal and sat by the fire, trying to convince myself I was overreacting. After all, this was a public forest. Other people could be out here, right? Maybe another hiker had been exploring the area. But deep down, I didn't believe that. The footsteps in the night, the fresh prints at the lookout, it was too much of a coincidence. I decided to keep my flashlight and a knife within arm's reach that night, just in case. When I crawled into my tent, I left the fire burning. The glow from the flames seeped through the fabric, casting faint orange light inside. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, too tense to sleep. Hours passed. The fire outside crackled softly, and the forest seemed alive with its usual nocturnal symphony. For a while, I thought maybe I'd been worrying for nothing. But then, just like the night before, the forest went silent. My body tensed. I strained to listen, my ears searching for any sound. And then I heard it again. Footsteps, closer this time, slow and deliberate, moving around the perimeter of my campsite. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst. I gripped the flashlight and knife tightly, waiting. The footsteps stopped. Then there was a sound, a soft scraping, like something being dragged across the ground. I couldn't take it anymore. I unzipped the tent just enough to peek out, my flashlight in one hand, the knife in the other. The fire was still burning, casting flickering light across the clearing. But I didn't see anything. The scraping sound had stopped, and the footsteps were gone. I sat there, half in and half out of the tent, my heart racing. Then I saw it. On the edge of the clearing, just beyond the firelight, something was there. A shape barely visible in the shadows. It wasn't moving, just standing there, watching. My hands were shaking as I aimed the flashlight toward it. The beam cut through the darkness, but by the time it reached the spot, the shape was gone. The undergrowth rustled faintly, as if something had slipped away into the forest. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat by the fire until dawn, knife in hand, my back to the tent. When morning came, I packed up my gear as quickly as I could. I didn't even bother eating breakfast. I just wanted to get out of there. The hike back to the car was nerve-wracking. Every step felt like a gamble, every sound a threat. When I finally reached the parking area, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. I threw my gear into the car and started the engine, not bothering to check if everything was secured. I just wanted to leave. As I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Even now, as I sit here writing this, I can't explain what happened. Maybe it was another person, someone who didn't want me there. Or maybe it was something else, something I'll never understand. All I know is that I'll never go back to that campsite, and I'll never camp alone again. It started as a spur-of-the-moment idea. I had been feeling burnt out from work and decided to escape to the mountains for a few days. Camping had always been my way of disconnecting, of resetting. No emails, no phone calls, just the sound of the wind through the trees and the crackle of a campfire. I chose a remote spot I'd read about online, a small, secluded area near a lake, miles away from any established campsites. It sounded perfect. The drive out there took most of the day. Winding roads turned into dirt trails, and eventually even those ended. From there, it was a couple of miles hike with all my gear strapped to my back. The trail was narrow, overgrown in places, but it felt good to be away from everything. By the time I reached the clearing by the lake, the sun was already dipping below the horizon. The water was still, reflecting the oranges and purples of the sky. It was breathtaking. Setting up camp was routine for me. I pitched my tent a little way back from the water's edge, nestled between two large trees. After gathering some firewood, I got a small fire going and cooked a quick meal. The quiet was profound. The only sounds were the occasional splash of a fish jumping and the distant hoot of an owl. It was exactly what I'd needed. That first night, I slept deeply. The air was cool but not cold, and the ground beneath my tent was soft enough to be comfortable. I woke up early, feeling refreshed and ready to explore the area. After a quick breakfast, I grabbed my day pack and started hiking along the lake's edge. The trail was faint, more of a suggestion than a path, but it was easy enough to follow. The lake was surrounded by dense forest, the trees pressing close to the water in some places. I found a few good spots to sit and take it all in, snapping a couple of photos with my phone before tucking it away. This trip wasn't about documenting. It was about being present. The second night, things started to feel a little different. I'd gone to bed early, tired from the day's hike, but I kept waking up. At first, I thought it was just the unfamiliar sounds of the wilderness. Twigs snapping, leaves rustling. But there was something about the rhythm of the noises that felt off, almost deliberate. It wasn't constant, but every so often, I'd hear what sounded like a footstep, heavy enough to distinguish from the usual forest sounds. I told myself it was an animal, maybe a deer or a bear. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The next morning, I found something that made my stomach turn. Just outside my tent, maybe 5 feet away, was a boot print. It was clear, pressed into the damp earth. I hadn't seen anyone else since I'd arrived, and this was far off the beaten path. It didn't make sense. I stood there for a long time, staring at it, trying to rationalize. Maybe it was old, left by someone who'd camped here before me. But the edges were sharp, the print fresh. Someone had been here while I was sleeping. I spent the day trying to shake off the unease. I stuck close to camp, busying myself with little tasks. I gathered more firewood, filtered water from the lake, and double-checked my gear. By the afternoon, I'd convinced myself it was nothing. Maybe even my own boot print, though deep down I knew it wasn't. Still, I decided to stay one more night. Leaving early felt like giving in to irrational fear. That night, I built a larger fire, hoping it would keep animals and anything else away. I stayed up late, staring into the flames, listening. The forest was alive with sounds, but nothing out of the ordinary. Eventually, exhaustion got the better of me, and I retreated to my tent. I woke up sometime in the early hours, heart pounding. At first, I didn't know why. The fire had burned down to embers, casting a faint orange glow. Then I heard it, a sound that sent a chill down my spine. Breathing, slow, deliberate, and close. It wasn't coming from inside the tent, but it was near, very near. I froze, holding my breath, straining to listen. The breathing stopped, replaced by the faint crunch of footsteps moving away. When the sun rose, I packed up camp as quickly as I could. My hands were shaking as I stuffed my gear into my pack. I scanned the area, looking for any signs of who or what had been there, but found nothing. The boot print from the previous day was still there, now joined by another, fainter one, leading away from my campsite. The hike back to my car was nerve-wracking. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves had me whipping around, expecting to see someone or something following me. But the trail remained empty. When I finally reached my car, I threw my pack in the trunk and locked the doors the moment I got inside. I sat there for a few minutes, hands gripping the steering wheel, trying to calm down before starting the engine. As I drove away, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone step out onto the trail behind me. But there was nothing, just the empty road and the dense forest on either side. It wasn't until I was miles away, back on paved roads, that I started to feel safe again. I never did find out who or what was out there with me. Maybe it was just another camper, curious but harmless. Maybe it was something more sinister. Either way, it's not an experience I'll forget. I've gone camping since, but I've stuck to established sites, places where other people are around. The solitude that once drew me to the wilderness now feels like a risk I'm not willing to take. Some things I've learned are better left unknown. I've always been the kind of person who enjoys solitude, so when I decided to take a week off work and head out on a solo camping trip, it felt like the perfect way to recharge. I chose a spot deep in the Adirondack Mountains, far from any established campgrounds. The area was known for its dense forests, crystal clear lakes, and complete isolation. It was exactly what I needed. A break from the constant hum of city life and a chance to just exist without distractions. The first day went smoothly. I parked my car at the trailhead, shouldered my pack, and started hiking. The trail wound through thick woods, the scent of pine filling the air. The crunch of leaves under my boots and the occasional bird call were the only sounds around. After about 5 hours of hiking, I found a clearing near a small, serene lake. The spot was perfect. A flat area for my tent, access to fresh water, and no sign of anyone else for miles. I set up camp, gathered some firewood, and spent the evening cooking over the fire, staring up at the stars. It was peaceful, exactly what I had hoped for. The second day was more of the same. I spent the morning fishing, catching a few small trout that I cooked for lunch. In the afternoon, I explored the surrounding area, marking my way with small piles of rocks so I wouldn't get lost. The forest was beautiful but disorienting. Every direction looked the same after a while. I made it back to camp before dusk and settled in for another quiet night. It wasn't until the third day that I started to feel uneasy. It began as a subtle sensation, like I was being watched. I dismissed it at first, chalking it up to nerves from being alone in the wilderness. But as the day went on, the feeling grew stronger. While gathering firewood, I thought I heard footsteps behind me. When I turned around, there was nothing there, just trees and silence. I laughed it off, trying to convince myself it was just an animal, a deer or maybe a fox. But the thought lingered. That night, as I sat by the fire, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The forest, which had seemed so welcoming before, now felt oppressive. The trees seemed to close in around me, their branches casting long, spindly shadows in the firelight. Every crackle of a branch or rustle of leaves made me jump. I told myself I was overreacting, that being alone was playing tricks on my mind. But even inside my tent, with the fire still burning outside, I couldn't relax. Sleep came in short, fitful bursts, and I woke up several times, straining my ears for any sound beyond the crackling fire. On the fourth day, I decided to hike further out, thinking that maybe moving to a new spot would help ease my nerves. I packed up my gear and set off, heading deeper into the forest. The trail was faint, more of a suggestion than an actual path, but I had my map and compass to guide me. After several hours, I found another clearing, this one smaller but still suitable for camping. I set up my tent and tried to settle in, but the unease from the previous night followed me. While gathering wood for the evening fire, I found something that stopped me in my tracks. A boot, half buried in the dirt. It was old, the leather cracked and faded, but it was unmistakably human. My first thought was that it belonged to a hiker who had passed through years ago, but as I looked closer, I noticed that the boot wasn't as weathered as it should have been if it had been out here for years. It looked like it had been there for maybe a few months at most. I looked around but didn't see anything else. No other gear, no sign of a campsite. Just the boot sitting there like some kind of warning. I returned to my camp with the wood but couldn't stop thinking about the boot. That night, I kept my fire burning brighter and longer than usual. The woods felt alive with sound. Branches snapping, leaves rustling, and the occasional distant howl of some animal. But none of it sounded quite right. The noises were too deliberate, too rhythmic, like they were being made by something or someone trying to get my attention. Sleep was impossible. I sat by the fire, clutching my knife, my eyes darting to every shadow. At some point in the early hours of the morning, I thought I saw movement at the edge of the clearing. A shape, just barely visible in the faint light of the dying fire. My heart pounded as I stared, trying to convince myself it was just my imagination. But the shape didn't move like an animal. It was upright, humanoid. I blinked, and it was gone. I didn't sleep at all that night. By the fifth day, I'd had enough. The solitude I'd once craved now felt like a trap. I decided to cut my trip short and head back to the trailhead. I packed up my camp in record time and started hiking, keeping a brisk pace. The forest felt different, the air heavier, the sounds sharper. Every so often, I thought I heard footsteps behind me, matching my own. I'd stop and turn, scanning the trees, but there was never anyone there. About halfway back to the trailhead, I found something that made my blood run cold. Another boot, identical to the one I'd seen the day before. This one was lying in the middle of the trail, as if someone had placed it there. My first instinct was to run, but I forced myself to stay calm. Running would only make me an easier target if someone or something was out here. I kept moving, faster now, my senses on high alert. The trail, which had seemed so straightforward on the way in, now felt like a maze. At one point, I realized I hadn't seen one of my trail markers in a while. Panic set in as I searched for the next marker, but it was nowhere to be found. I must have wandered off the path without realizing it. The sun was starting to set, and I knew I needed to find shelter. Wandering through the forest at night was not an option. I found a cluster of large rocks and decided to make camp there, hoping the natural barrier would provide some protection. I didn't bother with a fire. The light might attract whatever was out there. Instead, I huddled in my sleeping bag, knife in hand, every muscle in my body tense. The night was the longest of my life. The sounds in the forest grew louder, more deliberate. At one point, I heard what sounded like whispers, faint and just on the edge of hearing. My rational mind told me it was the wind, but deep down, I didn't believe it. The whispers seemed to come closer, circling my makeshift camp. I didn't move, barely even breathed, terrified of drawing attention to myself. When the first light of dawn broke, I didn't waste any time. I packed up and started moving, using my compass to head west toward the trailhead. My pace was frantic, my mind racing. Every snap of a branch or rustle of leaves felt like a threat. I stumbled more than once, my exhaustion and fear taking their toll. When I finally reached the trailhead, my car was still there, just as I'd left it. Relief flooded through me as I practically threw myself into the driver's seat, locking the doors and starting the engine. As I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that whatever had been out there was still following me. I never reported what happened. What would I even say? That I found a couple of boots and felt uneasy? That I thought I saw a shape in the woods? It's been months since that trip, and I still can't explain what happened. All I know is that I'll never go camping alone again. I've always enjoyed camping. The simplicity of the woods, the quiet nights, the crackling fire is where I feel most at peace. A few months ago, I planned a solo camping trip deep in the national forest. I'd done it before, and I thought I knew what I was doing. I was wrong. I chose a spot far off the beaten path, one that required several hours of hiking to reach. The trailhead was barely marked, just a faded wooden sign pointing into the trees. I parked my car in the small dirt lot, shouldered my heavy pack, and started the trek. The first few hours were peaceful. The forest was alive with birdsong and the occasional rustle of small animals in the underbrush. The air smelled of pine and damp earth, and the sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden streaks. The deeper I went, the less distinct the trail became. Eventually, it faded altogether, and I had to rely on my map and compass. I'd done my research beforehand and knew roughly where I was heading. My plan was to set up camp by a small, secluded lake I'd read about. According to my map, it was surrounded by thick forest and rarely visited. Perfect for a quiet weekend away from everything. By mid-afternoon, I reached the lake. It was as beautiful as I'd hoped. A mirror-like surface reflecting the towering pines and the clear blue sky. I found a flat spot a little way back from the water and pitched my tent. After setting up camp, I gathered some firewood and built a small fire. Dinner was simple: a can of chili heated over the flames and a granola bar for dessert. As the sun dipped below the horizon, I felt a deep sense of contentment. This was why I loved camping. The first night passed uneventfully. I woke up early, brewed a cup of coffee over the fire, and spent the day exploring the area. The forest was dense, with moss-covered logs and ferns carpeting the ground. I found a few animal tracks near the lake. Deer, maybe a raccoon, but nothing unusual. By late afternoon, I was back at camp, tired but happy. I cooked another simple meal and watched the sunset from a rock by the water. The silence was profound, broken only by the occasional call of a distant bird. That night, things started to feel different. I just crawled into my sleeping bag when I heard it. A faint sound, like footsteps crunching on dry leaves. At first, I told myself it was just an animal, but the sound didn't stop. It circled my camp, slow and deliberate. My heart pounded in my chest. I lay completely still, straining to hear more. The footsteps paused, then started again, moving closer to my tent. I held my breath, gripping the handle of my knife. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, the sound stopped. I waited for what felt like hours, but the only thing I heard was the wind in the trees. By morning, I'd convinced myself it had been a deer or some other curious animal. I shook off the unease and went about my day, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. While gathering more firewood, I noticed something odd. A few branches on the ground looked freshly broken, and there were strange scuff marks in the dirt. They didn't look like any animal tracks I'd seen before. I tried to ignore it, but the sense of being watched stayed with me. That evening, I decided to keep the fire burning all night. I didn't want to admit it, but I was scared. I ate quickly and sat by the fire, listening intently to the sounds of the forest. At first, everything seemed normal, but as the night deepened, I heard the footsteps again. This time, they were louder, more distinct. They circled my camp again, coming closer and closer. I called out, hoping it was another camper who'd wandered off the trail. No response. I grabbed my flashlight and shined it into the trees. The beam illuminated nothing but endless trunks and shadows. The footsteps stopped again, and the silence was deafening. I didn't sleep that night. I sat by the fire, knife in hand, jumping at every little sound. When dawn finally broke, I was exhausted but relieved. I decided I'd had enough and started packing up my gear. As I was dismantling my tent, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. On the ground, just a few feet from where I'd been sleeping, was a single bare footprint. It was human but larger than my own foot, and I'm not a small guy. The print was fresh, the edges still sharp in the damp soil. Whoever or whatever had been out there last night had been close. Too close. I hurried to finish packing and started the hike back to my car. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves set my nerves on edge. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone following me. The trail seemed longer than I remembered, and the forest felt darker, more oppressive. By the time I reached the parking lot, my legs were shaking. My car was the only one there, just as I'd left it. I threw my pack in the trunk and climbed into the driver's seat, locking the doors behind me. As I turned the key in the ignition, I glanced back at the trailhead. For a split second, I thought I saw movement among the trees. A figure tall and shadowy, just at the edge of my vision. But when I blinked, it was gone. I didn't stick around to find out if it was real. I drove away as fast as the narrow dirt road would allow, not stopping until I was miles away. Even now, weeks later, I can't explain what happened out there. I've told myself it was just another camper, maybe a hunter who didn't want to be seen. But deep down, I'm not so sure. Something about those footsteps, that footprint, felt wrong. I haven't been camping since. I've always found peace in the outdoors, so when the stress of work and life piled on, I decided a solo camping trip was just what I needed. I planned everything meticulously, the route, the gear, even the meals. The destination was a secluded spot in the Appalachian Mountains, far enough from any established campground to feel completely isolated. That's what I wanted, isolation. The drive to the trailhead took half a day, winding through small towns and stretches of forested roads. By the time I parked and shouldered my pack, it was late afternoon. The air was crisp, a perfect autumn day, with the sun casting long shadows through the trees. I locked the car, double-checked my map, and started hiking. The trail was well-worn but deserted, the kind of path that felt inviting but slightly unnerving when you're alone. The forest was alive with sound, birds calling, leaves rustling, the occasional crack of a branch underfoot. I followed the trail for a few miles before veering off into the wilderness. I'd marked a clearing on my map, a spot near a stream where I planned to set up camp. It wasn't too far off the trail, but far enough that I wouldn't expect to see anyone else. When I reached the clearing, it was exactly as I'd hoped. The ground was flat and covered in soft pine needles, with enough open space to let sunlight filter through. The stream gurgled nearby, a soothing background noise. I set up my tent, gathered some firewood, and started a small fire. Dinner was a simple affair, instant noodles and a protein bar, but it tasted like a feast out there. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the temperature dropped quickly. I pulled on an extra layer and sat by the fire, staring into the flames. The forest around me was dark, the kind of darkness you only get far away from civilization. It was peaceful, exactly what I'd needed, or so I thought. The first sign that something was off came around midnight. I was lying in my tent, half asleep, when I heard a faint noise outside. It wasn't the usual rustling of leaves or the calls of nocturnal animals. This was different, deliberate. It sounded like footsteps, slow and careful, moving around the perimeter of my camp. I froze, every muscle tensing as I strained to listen. The footsteps stopped. I told myself it was just an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon. I tried to shake off the unease and drifted back to sleep. The next morning, I found something that made my heart race. About 10 feet from my tent, the ground was disturbed. The pine needles were scattered, and there was a faint imprint of a boot. Not an animal, not a trick of the light, a human boot print. It wasn't mine. I'd been careful about where I stepped when setting up camp. Someone had been there. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was an old print. Maybe another hiker had passed through recently. But deep down, I knew it didn't make sense. This spot was off the trail, and I hadn't seen anyone else since I started hiking. I decided to pack up and move to a different location. The forest was vast. There were plenty of other spots to camp. I hiked for most of the day, keeping a close eye on my surroundings. Every snap of a twig or rustle of leaves put me on edge. I finally found another clearing, even more secluded than the first. It was near a rocky outcrop with a good view of the valley below. I set up camp again, telling myself I was overreacting. Whoever had been near my first camp was probably long gone. That night, I built a fire and sat close to it, feeling the warmth on my face. The stars above were brilliant, a reminder of why I loved being out here. But the unease lingered, a shadow I couldn't shake. Around midnight, I heard it again. Footsteps. This time, they were closer, circling my camp. My heart pounded as I sat frozen by the fire, staring into the darkness. I couldn't see anything beyond the glow of the flames, but I could hear it. Someone was out there. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it into the woods. "Hello," I called out, my voice trembling despite my effort to sound firm. No response. The footsteps stopped. The forest was silent. I stayed up the rest of the night, clutching the flashlight and my camping knife. Morning couldn't come fast enough. When the first light of dawn broke through the trees, I packed up my gear and decided to cut the trip short. Whatever was going on, it wasn't worth staying another night. The hike back to the trailhead was nerve-wracking. Every sound made me whip around, expecting to see someone following me, but the trail remained empty. When I finally reached my car, relief washed over me. I tossed my pack in the back seat and locked the doors before starting the engine. As I drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror. For a split second, I thought I saw movement in the trees. a figure standing just beyond the edge of the forest. But when I looked again, it was gone. I haven't been camping since. The outdoors used to feel like a refuge, a place to escape and find peace. Now, it feels like a place where you're utterly alone, and sometimes that's the scariest thing of all. I had been planning the trip for months. Camping alone was something I'd always wanted to do, a way to disconnect from the constant noise of daily life. The idea of solitude in the woods, just me and the wilderness, felt like the perfect escape. I chose a spot deep in the Adirondacks, far from any established campgrounds. It wasn't an official trail, but one I'd read about on a hiking forum. Secluded, challenging, and supposedly beautiful. Sounded ideal. The drive up was uneventful. The further I got from the city, the more the landscape shifted into rolling hills, dense forests, and winding roads. By the time I reached the dirt path that served as the trailhead, there was no cell service. That was fine by me, it was part of the appeal. I parked my car at a small clearing and double-checked my gear. I had everything. A sturdy tent, a sleeping bag rated for cold nights, a backpack full of supplies, and enough food and water for 3 days. I also carried a basic first aid kit, a map, and a compass just in case. The trail was barely marked, more of a suggestion than a path, winding its way through thick underbrush and towering trees. The first few hours were peaceful. The air was crisp. The only sounds were the rustling of leaves and the occasional chirp of birds. As I climbed higher, the trees thinned out, and I caught glimpses of the valley below. It was breathtaking. I felt a surge of pride knowing I'd made the effort to come here. By mid-afternoon, I'd reached the spot I'd chosen to set up camp, a small clearing near a babbling brook. The water was clear and cold, perfect for drinking and cooking. Setting up the tent was quick. I practiced at home, so I had it pitched and secured in no time. After arranging my sleeping gear and stashing my food in a bear-proof bag a good distance away, I sat by the brook to eat a late lunch. The sun filtered through the trees, casting dappled light on the ground. It was so quiet, so peaceful. I felt a sense of accomplishment and calm that I hadn't experienced in years. As the afternoon wore on, I decided to explore the area. I followed the brook upstream, climbing over rocks and fallen logs. The forest felt alive but indifferent to my presence. It was a comforting thought, being a small part of something vast and ancient. I found a spot where the brook widened into a shallow pool and spent some time there, soaking my feet and enjoying the stillness. By the time I returned to camp, the sun was dipping low. The forest was bathed in golden light, shadows stretching long and thin. I built a small fire, just enough for warmth and cooking. Dinner was a simple affair, instant noodles and a granola bar. As darkness fell, the forest came alive with new sounds. The chirping of crickets, the occasional hoot of an owl, and the distant rustling of leaves. It was both eerie and beautiful. I stayed by the fire for a while, staring into the flames and letting my thoughts wander. Eventually, the chill in the air drove me into the tent. I zipped myself into my sleeping bag, turned off my flashlight, and lay there listening to the night. Sleep came slowly, the unfamiliar sounds of the forest keeping me on edge. But eventually, I drifted off. I woke up suddenly. At first, I wasn't sure why. The fire had burned down to embers, casting a faint glow outside the tent. The forest was silent. Too silent. No crickets, no wind, nothing. I strained my ears, trying to catch any sound, but there was only the thudding of my own heartbeat. Then I heard it, a faint, almost imperceptible crunch of leaves. It was close, too close. I froze, every muscle in my body tense. My mind raced through the possibilities. A deer? A raccoon? Maybe even a bear? I reached for the small can of bear spray I'd kept by my sleeping bag. My fingers trembled as I gripped it. The sound came again, deliberate and slow, as if whatever it was didn't care about being heard. My throat was dry, my breathing shallow. I tried to convince myself it was just an animal, but something felt off. The footsteps stopped right outside the tent. I could hear my pulse pounding in my ears. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, the fabric of the tent rustled, as if something was brushing against it. I held my breath, clutching the bear spray so tightly my hand hurt. The rustling stopped, and there was a long silence. I waited, my muscles screaming from the tension. Finally, I heard the footsteps retreating, fading into the distance. I didn't move for what felt like hours, too scared to even breathe loudly. When dawn finally broke, I unzipped the tent slowly and peeked outside. The clearing looked just as I'd left it, but the ground near the tent showed signs of disturbance. The grass was flattened, and there were faint impressions in the dirt. Human footprints. My stomach dropped. They weren't mine. They were too large and heading toward the tent. Whoever it was had been here right outside while I slept. I spent the morning packing up camp as quickly as I could. The sense of peace I'd felt the day before was gone, replaced by a gnawing unease. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone watching me from the trees. The hike back to the car was grueling. Every sound made me jump. Every shadow felt like it was hiding something. The forest, which had seemed so welcoming, now felt oppressive. When I finally reached my car, I threw my gear into the back and locked the doors before even starting the engine. The drive back to civilization was a blur. It wasn't until I was safely home, doors locked and curtains drawn, that I allowed myself to process what had happened. I still don't know who or what was out there that night, but I've never gone camping alone again. Camping had always been my way of getting away from the noise of the world. There was something about being surrounded by nature that helped me reset. No phone calls, no emails, just the sound of birds chirping and the rustling of leaves in the wind. It had been a stressful few months at work, and I knew I needed a break. That's how I ended up planning a solo camping trip deep in the mountains. It was supposed to be a peaceful retreat, a chance to clear my head and reconnect with the outdoors. But it turned out to be anything but relaxing. The drive to the campsite took about 6 hours. I had picked a spot that wasn't part of any established campground. It was one of those places you had to hike to after parking your car at the trailhead. I'd found it while poring over a topographic map, a tiny clearing near a small stream, about 5 miles from the nearest road. The isolation was exactly what I wanted. I'd packed everything I thought I'd need. A sturdy tent, a warm sleeping bag, plenty of food and water, and a GPS device in case I got lost. My backpack weighed a ton, but I didn't mind. I was ready for some solitude. The hike to the clearing was uneventful, though it took longer than I expected. The trail was narrow and overgrown in places, and the steep inclines made me pause more often than I'd like to admit. Still, the scenery was beautiful. The forest was dense, with towering pines and a soft carpet of moss underfoot. The only sounds were the occasional chirp of a bird and the crunch of my boots on the ground. By the time I reached the clearing, the sun was beginning to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows through the trees. The clearing itself was perfect. It was flat and sheltered on 3 sides by tall trees, with the stream running along the edge. I quickly set up my tent and got a small fire going. Dinner was a simple meal of canned soup and some crackers, eaten while sitting on a log and watching the flames dance. As night fell, the temperature dropped, and I was grateful for the warmth of the fire. The stars came out, brighter than I'd ever seen them. I felt a sense of peace that I hadn't experienced in months. Little did I know it wouldn't last. The first night passed without incident. I slept deeply, lulled by the sound of the stream and the cool, fresh air. The next morning, I decided to spend the day exploring the area. I didn't wander too far from the clearing, just in case I lost my bearings, but I managed to cover a fair bit of ground. The forest was stunning, with dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy and little wildflowers dotting the undergrowth. I even spotted a deer grazing in the distance. By the time I returned to the clearing, it was late afternoon, and my stomach was growling. I made another simple meal, sat by the fire, and watched the sunset. It was exactly the kind of quiet I'd been craving. Things started to feel off on the second night. I woke up sometime after midnight to a strange sound. At first, I couldn't place it. It wasn't the wind or the usual rustling of animals in the underbrush. It was a soft, rhythmic tapping, like something knocking against wood. I lay there in my sleeping bag, heart pounding, straining to hear. The sound seemed to be coming from the direction of the stream. I told myself it was probably just a branch caught in the current, bumping against a rock. But the sound didn't stop, continued steady and deliberate for what felt like hours. Eventually, I must have drifted back to sleep, because the next thing I knew, it was morning. I tried to shake off the unease as I went about my day. Maybe I'd been imagining things, I thought, but part of me couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I decided to stay closer to the clearing that day, gathering firewood and double-checking my supplies. The tapping sound was still on my mind, but I didn't hear it again during the day. By the time night fell, I had almost convinced myself it was nothing. That night, the sound came back. This time, it was louder and closer, like it was right outside my tent. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. The tapping wasn't random. It had a pattern, like someone knocking on a door. I grabbed my flashlight and unzipped the tent just enough to peek outside. The fire had died down to embers, casting a faint glow over the clearing. I couldn't see anything unusual, but the sound continued. My hand shook as I aimed the flashlight toward the trees, sweeping the beam back and forth. Nothing. The tapping stopped as suddenly as it had started. I didn't sleep much after that. Every little noise made me jump, and I kept imagining shadows moving just beyond the edge of the clearing. By morning, I was exhausted and on edge. I told myself I was being paranoid, that it was probably just a woodpecker or some other animal. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. On the fourth day, I decided to cut my trip short. The peaceful solitude I'd been seeking had turned into something else entirely. I packed up my gear and started the hike back to the trailhead. The forest, which had seemed so inviting just days ago, now felt oppressive. Every crack of a branch or rustle of leaves made my heart race. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. About halfway back to the car, I found something that made my blood run cold. A tree near the trail had deep, fresh gouges in the bark, like claw marks. They were too high up to have been made by any animal I could think of. My mind raced, trying to come up with a rational explanation, but nothing fit. I quickened my pace, glancing over my shoulder every few minutes. The sense of being watched was stronger than ever. By the time I reached the trailhead, I was drenched in sweat and shaking. I threw my gear into the car and locked the doors before starting the engine. As I drove away, I couldn't help but look in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something or someone following me. But there was nothing there. When I got home, I tried to put the experience behind me. I told myself it was all in my head, that I'd let my imagination get the better of me. But even now, months later, I can't shake the memory of that tapping sound and those claw marks on the tree. I've been camping many times since, but I've never gone back to that spot, and I don't think I ever will. Camping in the woods had always been my go-to escape. When life in the city got too loud, too suffocating, I packed up my gear and headed out to where the air was clean and the stars were brighter. This time, I chose a remote national forest, a place known for its rugged trails and serene lakes. I'd never been there before, and the idea of exploring unfamiliar territory excited me. I arrived at the trailhead early in the morning. The parking lot was empty except for an old pickup truck with a camper shell. I figured someone had come out for a long stay just like me. The weather was perfect, crisp air, a slight breeze, and the promise of a clear sky. After double-checking my pack to make sure I had everything, I hoisted it onto my back and started up the trail. The first day was uneventful but beautiful. The trail wound through dense pine forests, occasionally opening up to reveal breathtaking views of rolling hills and distant peaks. I took my time, stopping frequently to snap photos and take in the scenery. By late afternoon, I reached a small clearing near a stream. It seemed like the perfect spot to set up camp. I pitched my tent, gathered some firewood, and settled in for the evening. As darkness fell, I built a small fire and cooked a simple meal. The sounds of the forest at night were comforting. The chirping of crickets, the rustle of leaves in the wind, and the occasional hoot of an owl. I felt completely at peace, miles away from the stress of my everyday life. After a while, I crawled into my tent and fell asleep to the soothing sound of the stream. The next morning, I decided to explore deeper into the forest. I packed a day's worth of supplies and left my tent and other gear behind. The trail became less defined as I ventured further, and I had to rely on my map and compass to navigate. Around midday, I stumbled upon a small, hidden lake. The water was so clear I could see fish swimming near the bottom. I spent a couple of hours there, eating lunch and enjoying the solitude. As the sun began to dip lower in the sky, I decided to head back to my campsite. That's when things started to feel off. The forest, which had felt so inviting earlier, now seemed darker, denser. The trees seemed to close in around me, and the usual sounds of wildlife grew eerily quiet. I told myself it was just my imagination, a natural reaction to being alone in an unfamiliar place. But then I realized I was lost. I checked my map and compass, but nothing seemed to make sense. Every direction looked the same, and I couldn't find any landmarks I recognized. Panic started to creep in, but I forced myself to stay calm. I knew that as long as I had my bearings, I could find my way back. I decided to follow the stream, reasoning that it would eventually lead me to my campsite. The going was slow, the terrain was uneven, and the underbrush was thick. As the sun set, I realized I wouldn't make it back before dark. I had no choice but to find a place to spend the night. I found a relatively flat spot near the stream and set up a makeshift camp. Without my tent, I had to rely on my emergency blanket for warmth. I built a small fire and sat close to it, listening intently to the sounds of the forest. Every rustle, every crack of a branch made my heart race. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The night passed slowly. I didn't sleep much, if at all. Every time I closed my eyes, I'd hear something. A faint rustling, the snap of a twig, and my eyes would snap open again. By the time dawn broke, I was exhausted but relieved to have made it through the night. I resumed my journey along the stream, hoping it would lead me back to familiar ground. After a few hours, I came across a set of footprints in the mud. Relief washed over me. I wasn't alone out here. Maybe the footprints belonged to whoever owned the pickup truck I'd seen at the trailhead. I decided to follow them. The footprints led me deeper into the forest, away from the stream. They were fresh, and I was confident I'd catch up to whoever made them. But as I followed them, a nagging feeling of unease grew stronger. The tracks didn't follow a clear path. They zigzagged and doubled back on themselves, as if the person had been wandering aimlessly. And then I found something that made my blood run cold. A torn piece of fabric hung from a low branch. It looked like it had been ripped from a shirt or jacket. There were dark stains on it, stains that looked an awful lot like dried blood. My first thought was that someone was injured and needed help. But as I stood there, staring at the scrap of fabric, another possibility crept into my mind. What if whoever left these tracks wasn't lost or injured? What if they were running from something? I debated whether to keep following the tracks. Part of me wanted to turn back, to put as much distance as possible between myself and whatever had happened here. But another part of me, the part that didn't want to spend another night lost in the woods, decided to press on. I needed to find help, and these tracks were my best chance. The further I went, the more unnerving things became. I started noticing other signs: broken branches, scuffed bark, and more scraps of fabric. The forest seemed to grow darker and quieter with each step. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. And then I saw it. A small, dilapidated cabin stood in a clearing up ahead. The roof sagged, and the windows were dark and empty. Smoke curled lazily from a makeshift chimney, suggesting someone was inside. My first instinct was to approach cautiously. Whoever lived there might be able to help me, but they might also be the source of the strange occurrences I'd encountered. I circled the cabin, staying just within the tree line. The door was ajar, swinging slightly in the breeze. I couldn't see anyone inside, but the smoke from the chimney meant someone had to be there recently. I weighed my options. Should I call out, knock on the door, or should I turn around and keep moving? Before I could decide, a sound from inside the cabin froze me in place. It was faint but unmistakable. The creak of floorboards, as if someone was moving around. My heart pounded in my chest as I crouched lower, trying to stay hidden. Then, without warning, the door slammed shut. I didn't wait to see who or what had closed it. I turned and ran, not caring which direction I was going. My only thought was to put as much distance as possible between me and that cabin. Branches whipped against my face and arms as I tore through the forest. I stumbled over roots and rocks but didn't stop until my lungs burned and my legs gave out beneath me. When I finally stopped, I realized I was back near the stream. Somehow, in my blind panic, I'd managed to find my way back to familiar ground. Relief mingled with fear as I tried to catch my breath. I knew I couldn't stay there long. Whoever or whatever was in that cabin might have seen me. I needed to keep moving. I followed the stream until I reached a spot that looked familiar. It was the clearing where I'd camped on my first night. My tent was still there, untouched. I quickly gathered my gear, packed up, and started back toward the trailhead. I didn't stop to rest. I didn't stop to eat. My only goal was to get out of the forest as fast as possible. By the time I reached the parking lot, the sun was setting. My car was the only vehicle there. The old pickup truck was gone. I threw my pack into the trunk, jumped into the driver's seat, and started the engine. As I pulled out onto the dirt road, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The forest loomed behind me, dark and silent. I didn't stop driving until I was miles away, back on the main highway. Even then, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I don't know what I encountered out there. If it was a person, an animal, or just my imagination playing tricks on me. But one thing is certain. I won't be going back to that forest anytime soon. I didn't plan to get lost. Nobody does, I guess. I was just out for a hike. A simple, straightforward trek through the woods near the cabin I had rented for the weekend. The area was supposed to be well-marked and easy to navigate. That's what all the brochures said. Anyway, the truth turned out to be far different. The morning started calm enough. The air was crisp and smelled like pine, with a faint earthy undertone from the damp soil. I packed light, just a small bottle of water, a granola bar, my phone, and a lightweight jacket. The trailhead was only a 5-minute walk from the cabin, and I set off feeling confident, maybe even a little overconfident. I had done hikes before, longer ones, harder ones. This was supposed to be a breeze. The first hour went smoothly. The trail meandered through a dense forest of fir and spruce, the ground cushioned by layers of fallen needles. I noticed the occasional bird's call, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush, and the quiet, soothing rhythm of my own footsteps. The trail was well worn, with clear markers nailed to the occasional tree. I felt completely at ease. About an hour and a half in, I came to a fork in the trail. There were no signs, just two diverging paths. One looked narrower but seemed to head in the general direction I thought the main trail would go. The other looked wider but less traveled, almost like a service road. I hesitated, glanced at my phone, no signal, and decided to take the narrower path. It felt more hiker-friendly, if that makes sense. That's when things started to go wrong. The trail became less defined as I went on. At first, I thought it was just a section where fewer people walked. But soon, the markers disappeared altogether, and the ground turned uneven, littered with roots and rocks. I told myself it was fine, that I'd find the next marker up ahead. But the farther I walked, the less familiar the terrain became. The trees seemed denser here, their branches knitting together overhead to block out the sunlight. The air felt heavier, more humid. I checked my phone every few minutes, but the signal bar stayed stubbornly empty. By the time I realized I was completely off trail, I had no idea how far I'd wandered. I stopped and tried to retrace my steps, but everything looked the same. Every tree, every patch of underbrush, every fallen log. It all blurred together in an endless green monotony. I walked in what I thought was the direction I'd come from, but after an hour, I ended up in a part of the forest I didn't recognize at all. Panic started to creep in. I told myself to stay calm, to think logically. I still had water and it wasn't dark yet. I could figure this out. I climbed a small hill, hoping to get a better view of the area. At the top, all I could see were trees, stretching endlessly in every direction. No landmarks, no clearings, no sign of civilization. It was as if the forest had swallowed me whole. I decided to keep moving. Staying in one place felt too much like giving up, and I was sure I'd stumble across something familiar eventually. But as the hours dragged on, my confidence dwindled. The forest floor was uneven, and I kept tripping on roots and loose rocks. I'd occasionally hear rustling noises that made my heart pound, though they always turned out to be small animals or birds. Still, the isolation was unnerving. The forest felt alive in a way I hadn't noticed before, as if it were watching me, testing me. By late afternoon, I was exhausted. My water bottle was nearly empty, and I hadn't eaten since breakfast. I found a fallen log to sit on and tried to think. I'd read somewhere that if you're lost in the woods, you should follow water. Streams and rivers often lead to towns or roads. I strained my ears, hoping to catch the sound of running water, but the forest was eerily quiet. Just the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant caw of a crow. When I started walking again, I chose a direction and stuck to it, hoping it would lead me to a stream or at least some kind of clearing. The forest seemed endless. Every step felt like it took me deeper into a maze with no exit. My legs ached, and my throat was dry. The sun was sinking lower, casting long shadows that made the trees look like looming giants. I knew I needed to find shelter before nightfall. The idea of wandering aimlessly in the dark was too terrifying to contemplate. I found a small hollow beneath the roots of an overturned tree and decided it would have to do. It wasn't much, but it offered some protection from the wind. I gathered a few dry leaves and pine needles to sit on and tried to make myself comfortable. The temperature dropped quickly once the sun disappeared, and I wrapped my jacket tightly around myself. Every sound in the darkness made me jump. The snap of a twig, the rustle of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl. Each noise felt amplified, as if the forest itself were alive and aware of my presence. Sleep was impossible. I drifted in and out of a restless doze, constantly jolted awake by the cold or an unfamiliar sound. The night seemed to stretch on forever. When the first light of dawn finally seeped through the trees, I felt a surge of relief. The forest looked less menacing in the daylight, though my situation was no less dire. I forced myself to eat the granola bar, even though my stomach churned with anxiety. The calories gave me a small boost of energy, and I started walking again. My legs felt like lead, and every step was an effort. I'd lost all sense of direction by this point. The forest seemed to twist and shift around me, as if it were deliberately trying to confuse me. Around midday, I stumbled across a stream. Relief flooded through me. The water was clear and cold, and I drank greedily, cupping it in my hands. I followed the stream, hoping it would lead to a larger river or some sign of civilization. The terrain was rough, with steep banks and thick underbrush, but I pushed on. The thought of finding a way out kept me moving. Hours passed. The stream widened slightly but showed no signs of leading anywhere useful. My legs were covered in scratches from brambles, and my clothes were damp from slipping on mossy rocks. I was beginning to lose hope when I spotted something up ahead, a man-made structure. It was small and weathered, almost camouflaged by the surrounding trees. As I got closer, I realized it was an old hunting cabin. The cabin was little more than a wooden shack, its walls warped and roof sagging. The door was ajar, hanging on rusted hinges. Inside, it was dark and musty, with a single broken chair and a pile of rotting firewood. But to me, it felt like salvation. I could at least rest here, maybe figure out my next move. I spent the night in the cabin, grateful for the relative safety it offered. The roof leaked, and the wind howled through the cracks, but it was better than the open forest. In the morning, I searched the cabin for anything useful. I found an old tin canteen, which I filled with water from the stream, and a rusted hunting knife. It wasn't much, but it felt like a lifeline. I decided to follow the stream again, reasoning that it was still my best chance of finding help. The journey was grueling. The forest seemed to stretch on endlessly, the trees pressing in from all sides. But late in the afternoon, I heard a sound that made my heart leap, the distant hum of traffic. I followed the noise, my pace quickening despite my exhaustion. The trees began to thin, and then finally I saw it, a road. Stumbling onto the asphalt, I felt a wave of relief so overwhelming that I almost collapsed. A passing car stopped, and the driver, a middle-aged man with a concerned expression, helped me into his vehicle. He gave me water and called for help. As we drove to the nearest town, I looked back at the forest, its edges fading into the distance. I'd survived, but I knew I'd never set foot in those woods again. It started as a typical Saturday. The air was cool but not cold, the kind of weather that's perfect for getting outside. I'd been feeling cooped up lately, stuck in the routine of work and home, so I decided to head out to the woods for a long hike. There's a trailhead about 30 minutes from my house that I'd heard about but never explored, so I thought, why not? A day out in nature sounded perfect. The trail was supposed to be a loop, about 10 miles long, well-marked and beginner-friendly. I packed a small backpack with the essentials: water, a granola bar, my phone, a portable charger, and a small first aid kit. I'd planned to be back well before sunset. I even checked the weather. No rain was in the forecast. Everything seemed like it would go smoothly. When I arrived at the parking lot, there were only a few other cars there. The trailhead was marked by a wooden sign with a map of the loop. I snapped a picture of it on my phone, just in case, and set off. The first few miles were beautiful. The path wound through tall pine trees, their scent sharp and fresh in the cool air. Birds chirped overhead, and I could hear the faint rustle of squirrels in the underbrush. The trail was as easy as promised, and I felt a sense of peace I hadn't experienced in weeks. Around mile 4, I came to a fork in the trail. One path was clearly marked with a sign indicating it was the continuation of the loop. The other path was unmarked but looked well-trodden. Curious, I decided to take the unmarked path. I figured it might lead to a scenic overlook or something similar. I'd read online that some trails had hidden gems like that, and I didn't want to miss out. The unmarked path was narrower and less maintained, but it wasn't difficult to navigate. It twisted and turned through the woods, and after about 20 minutes, I realized I hadn't seen any signs or markers. I hadn't come across anyone else either. Still, I wasn't too worried. I had my phone with the trail map picture, and I could always backtrack if needed. As I walked, the trees seemed to grow denser. The sunlight that had been filtering through the canopy became dimmer, and the air felt cooler. I noticed I was descending slightly, the ground sloping downward. Eventually, I reached a small clearing. It wasn't anything remarkable, just a patch of grass surrounded by trees, but it gave me a chance to check my bearings. I pulled out my phone to look at the picture of the trail map. That's when I realized I had no service, not even a single bar. I wasn't surprised. I'd read that cell reception could be spotty in the area. Still, it was a bit unnerving. I tried to match the picture of the map to where I thought I was, but without any markers or landmarks, it was hard to tell. I decided to head back the way I'd come. If I retraced my steps, I'd eventually find the main trail. But as I started back, nothing looked familiar. The trees all seemed the same, and the twists and turns of the path didn't match my memory. I must have taken a wrong turn at some point because after walking for what felt like 30 minutes, I still hadn't reached the fork in the trail. Anxiety began to creep in. I tried to stay calm, telling myself it was just a matter of time before I found my way back. Another hour passed. My legs were starting to ache, and my water bottle was half empty. I stopped to rest on a fallen log and tried to think logically. I hadn't seen anyone else since I'd left the main trail, and the sun was noticeably lower in the sky. The thought of being out here after dark made my stomach churn. I decided to keep moving, hoping I'd stumble upon the main trail or at least a recognizable landmark. As I walked, I started to notice how quiet it was. The birds had stopped chirping, and even the rustling of squirrels was absent. The only sound was the crunch of my boots on the leaf-covered ground. The stillness made me feel even more isolated. I tried to push the unease out of my mind and focused on putting one foot in front of the other. The terrain became rougher. The path I was following, if it could even be called a path, was faint and overgrown. Branches snagged at my clothes, and I had to duck under low-hanging limbs. My heart sank when I realized I was heading uphill. I had no idea how far I'd descended earlier, but climbing back up was exhausting. I'd stop every few minutes to catch my breath and sip water, each break feeling shorter than the last. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, I knew I was in trouble. The temperature dropped quickly, and the woods grew darker. I fumbled to pull out my phone and turn on the flashlight. The beam of light was small and weak, but it was better than nothing. I scanned the area, hoping to spot something, anything, that would guide me back. Instead, all I saw were trees. I kept walking, the flashlight shaking slightly in my hand. Every rustle of leaves or snap of a twig made me jump. I told myself it was just the wind or a small animal, but my imagination was running wild. I'd never felt so vulnerable. The woods that had seemed peaceful and inviting earlier now felt hostile, as if they were closing in on me. At some point, I tripped over a root and fell hard onto my hands and knees. My phone slipped out of my grasp and landed face down in the dirt. When I picked it up, the screen was cracked, but the flashlight still worked. I'd scraped my palms and knees, and though the injuries weren't serious, they stung. I brushed off the dirt and stood up, my legs trembling from exhaustion and fear. I knew I couldn't keep wandering aimlessly. I needed to find shelter and wait for daylight. I remembered reading somewhere that if you're lost, it's better to stay in one place than to keep moving. I found a spot beneath a large tree where the ground was relatively flat and cleared away some of the leaves. Sitting there in the dark, I felt utterly alone. The night was cold, and I regretted not bringing a jacket. I wrapped my arms around myself and tried to stay warm. Sleep was impossible. Every sound, the rustle of leaves, the hoot of an owl, the distant howling of what I hoped was a dog, kept me on edge. Time seemed to crawl. I kept checking my phone, but the battery was draining fast. I turned off the flashlight to conserve power, plunging myself into darkness. It was terrifying, but I knew I'd need the light in the morning. When dawn finally broke, the relief was overwhelming. The pale light revealed the forest around me, and I felt a renewed sense of determination. I decided to head downhill, reasoning that it might lead to a stream or road. As I walked, I kept an eye out for anything useful. A clearing, a trail marker, or even litter that might indicate people had been here before. After what felt like hours, I heard the faint sound of running water. My heart leapt. I followed the sound and eventually came to a small stream. Kneeling beside it, I drank deeply, grateful for the cool water. I knew streams often lead to larger bodies of water or settlements, so I decided to follow it. The stream's course was winding and difficult to navigate, but it gave me hope. Around midday, I came across a crude fire pit with charred wood. Someone had been here. It wasn't much, but it was the first sign of human presence I'd seen. Encouraged, I pressed on. By late afternoon, I stumbled upon a dirt road. It was narrow and overgrown, but it was a road. I followed it, my energy flagging with each step. Just as the sun began to set, I saw a cabin in the distance. Smoke curled from the chimney, and a truck was parked outside. Relief washed over me, and I felt tears sting my eyes. Reaching the cabin, I knocked on the door, my hand trembling. A man answered, his expression a mix of surprise and concern. He listened as I explained what had happened and offered me water and a place to rest. He said he'd call the park rangers to report my situation. Sitting in that warm cabin, wrapped in a blanket, I felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. I'd made mistakes, leaving the main trail, not bringing enough supplies, but I'd survived. The experience left me shaken, but it also taught me a hard lesson about respecting nature and being prepared. I knew I'd never take a simple hike for granted again. I've always loved hiking. It's a way for me to clear my head and feel like I'm part of something bigger. Being surrounded by towering trees and the quiet hum of nature, it's grounding. So when I got a rare free weekend, I decided to tackle a trail I'd never done before. I found one online, about a 2-hour drive from my apartment, that promised stunning views and a challenging route. It was marked as a loop about 8 miles long, perfect for a day hike. I packed everything I thought I'd need. My hiking boots were well broken in, and I threw on a light jacket since the forecast said it might get chilly later. My backpack held the usual: a water bottle, some trail mix, a sandwich, a flashlight, a map I'd printed out, and my phone with a portable charger. I even packed a small first aid kit just in case. Felt good to be prepared. The drive out there was peaceful. The road wound through small towns and stretches of farmland before transitioning into dense forest. By the time I pulled into the gravel parking lot at the trailhead, it was mid-morning. There were only a few other cars there, which was fine by me. I've always preferred hiking alone. It's quieter that way. The trail started off easy enough. The path was well marked, and the ground was packed dirt with only a few scattered roots and rocks. Birds chirped above, and the air smelled fresh, like damp earth and pine. I kept a steady pace, stopping now and then to take a sip of water or snap a photo of something interesting. A cluster of mushrooms, sunlight filtering through the trees, a tiny creek that wound its way over smooth stones. About 2 hours in, the trail started to climb. It wasn't anything too steep, but it was enough to make my legs burn a little. The trees thinned out as I gained elevation, and I started to get glimpses of the landscape beyond. Rolling hills stretched out in every direction, their colors muted by the haze of late morning. It was exactly what I'd hoped for. Somewhere around the halfway point, I stopped for lunch. There was a flat rock just off the trail that offered a nice view, so I sat down and pulled out my sandwich. The quiet was almost complete, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves or distant bird call. I ate slowly, savoring the peace. After I finished, I checked the map again. According to it, the trail should loop back around soon, gradually descending until it met up with the path I'd started on. I felt confident. The trail was well marked, and I'd been paying attention. So I packed up my things and started walking again. That's when things started to feel off. The trail, which had been so clear earlier, seemed less defined. The dirt path was still there, but it was narrower and the underbrush was thicker. I told myself it was fine. Trails change sometimes, especially in less trafficked areas. I kept going, but the further I walked, the more uncertain I became. The trees seemed closer together, their branches forming a canopy that blocked out most of the sunlight. The ground was uneven, with roots and rocks that forced me to watch every step. I pulled out the map again, trying to match what I was seeing to the lines and symbols on the paper. Nothing looked right. I told myself to stay calm. Panicking wouldn't help. I'd been hiking for years, and I'd gotten turned around before. The best thing to do was backtrack. So I turned around and started walking the way I'd come. Only it didn't look like the way I'd come. The trail I'd been following had vanished, replaced by a tangle of bushes and uneven ground. I stopped and turned in a slow circle, trying to find something familiar. A tree with a distinctive shape, a rock formation, anything. There was nothing. I took a deep breath and forced myself to think logically. I couldn't have gone far off the main trail. If I kept heading in one direction, I'd either find the trail again or come out somewhere recognizable. I picked what I thought was the most likely direction and started walking. Minutes turned into an hour. The forest seemed endless, the trees all blending together in a monotony of brown and green. The underbrush clawed at my legs, and I had to push through branches that seemed to grab at my jacket. I checked my phone, hoping to use the GPS, but there was no signal. The map was useless without a clear point of reference. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, I started to feel the first real stirrings of fear. I was lost, really, truly lost. And the forest, which had felt so peaceful that morning, now seemed menacing. Every rustle of leaves made me jump, and the shadows stretched long and dark across the ground. I tried to focus on practicalities. I had enough water and food to last until morning if I rationed carefully. My jacket would keep me warm enough, and I had a flashlight for when it got dark. I just needed to find a safe place to wait until morning. Then I could try again to find my way out. I found a spot that seemed as good as any, a small clearing with a fallen tree I could sit on. I used the last bit of daylight to gather some dry leaves and sticks to make a small fire. It wasn't much, but the flickering flames made me feel a little less alone. The night was long. The forest came alive with sounds. The hoot of an owl, the distant cry of some animal I couldn't identify, the rustle of something moving through the underbrush. I'd never felt so exposed. Every noise seemed amplified, and I found myself clutching the flashlight like it was a weapon. When morning finally came, I felt a surge of relief. The light made everything seem less threatening, though I was still no closer to knowing where I was. I decided to keep moving. Staying in one place wouldn't get me anywhere, and I figured if I kept heading downhill, I might find a stream or road. Hours passed. The forest was unrelenting. My legs ached, and my throat was dry despite my efforts to conserve water. I started to feel the edges of desperation. I yelled out a few times, hoping someone might hear me, but the only response was the echo of my own voice. It wasn't until late afternoon that I found something that gave me hope. A faint trail, barely more than a game path, but a trail nonetheless. I followed it, my heart pounding with a mix of hope and fear. After what felt like an eternity, the trail opened up onto a dirt road. I almost cried with relief. The road was narrow and rough, clearly not well used, but it was a sign of civilization. I started walking, sticking to one side in case a car came by. The sun was low in the sky, and I knew I needed to find help soon. Just as the last light was fading, I saw a cabin. It was small and weathered, tucked back from the road, but there was smoke rising from the chimney. I stumbled up to the door and knocked, my voice hoarse as I called out. An older man opened the door, his expression a mix of surprise and concern. I must have looked terrible, dirty, scratched up, and exhausted. He didn't ask many questions, just ushered me inside and handed me a glass of water. I explained what had happened as best I could, and he nodded, saying the forest could be tricky if you didn't know it well. He let me use his phone to call for help, and soon enough, a local ranger arrived to take me back to my car. As I sat in the passenger seat, watching the forest fade into the distance, I felt a wave of gratitude. I'd made it out. The experience had shaken me, but it also reminded me of the importance of respecting nature's power. I haven't stopped hiking, but I'm more cautious now. I double-check my gear, stick to well-marked trails, and always let someone know where I'm going. The forest is beautiful, but it's not forgiving. I learned that the hard way. I was alone in the woods, far away from any familiar landmarks. I hadn't planned for this. I had been out on a day hike in a national park, intending to follow a marked trail, but curiosity got the better of me. I had spotted what looked like a shortcut through a narrow path and decided to take it. At first, it seemed harmless, a slight detour that would circle back to the main trail. But the more I walked, the less familiar everything looked, and soon, I realized I had no idea where I was. The sun was already low in the sky when I first felt the pangs of worry. The tall trees around me formed a dense canopy, and their shadows grew longer by the minute. I checked my phone for GPS, but I had no signal. Panic started to creep in, but I reminded myself to stay calm. I had read about situations like this. Panic was the enemy. I needed to focus. I tried retracing my steps, but everything looked the same. Every tree, every patch of ground seemed identical to the last. My footprints didn't stand out much on the packed dirt, and I hadn't thought to bring anything to mark my path. I realized I had been wandering deeper into the forest, not out of it. My water bottle was half empty, and I had a granola bar in my pocket, but that was it. I hadn't planned for an extended trip. As darkness set in, I knew I had to find shelter. The temperature was dropping quickly, and I wasn't dressed for the cold. I found a spot under a large tree with low-hanging branches and gathered some fallen leaves and pine needles to create a makeshift bed. It wasn't much, but it was better than lying on the bare ground. I wrapped my jacket tightly around me and tried to rest, but every sound, the rustle of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, even my own breathing, kept me on edge. My thoughts raced as I tried to figure out what to do next. When dawn finally broke, I felt a small surge of relief. The daylight made everything seem less threatening. I decided to keep moving in one direction, hoping it would lead me to a road or a stream, anything that could guide me back to civilization. I had read that following water often leads to people, so I listened intently for the sound of running water as I walked. Hours passed and my legs grew tired. The forest seemed endless, stretching in every direction with no sign of a way out. I came across a patch of berries and, after carefully inspecting them, decided they were safe to eat. They were tart and didn't do much to satisfy my hunger, but they gave me a small boost of energy. My throat was dry, and I rationed the little water I had left. I kept walking, scanning the ground for animal tracks or anything that might indicate human activity. Occasionally, I'd come across a broken branch or an unusual rock formation, but nothing concrete. The second night was worse than the first. I had been walking all day and found no sign of rescue. Exhaustion weighed heavily on me, and my body ached from sleeping on the ground. I found another spot to rest, this time near a cluster of large rocks that offered some protection from the wind. I used my jacket as a pillow and tried to stay warm, but the cold seeped into my bones. I thought about my family, wondering if they had realized I was missing yet. I hadn't told anyone exactly where I was going, a mistake I deeply regretted. The next morning, I decided to change my approach. I started looking for higher ground, thinking I might spot a landmark or at least get a better view of the terrain. After hours of climbing, I reached a hilltop and scanned the horizon. To my disappointment, all I saw were more trees. No roads, no buildings, no sign of human life. The forest seemed to stretch on forever. I tried to stay positive, telling myself that someone would find me eventually. But the gnawing hunger and dehydration were taking their toll. My movements grew slower, and my thoughts became muddled. I focused on small goals to keep myself going. Find water, find food, find shelter. I stumbled upon a small stream later that day and nearly cried with relief. I drank deeply, savoring the cool, clean water. It gave me the strength to keep moving. Days blurred together. I lost track of time as I wandered through the forest. I found more berries and even some edible plants, but it wasn't enough to keep me strong. My clothes were dirty and torn, my skin scratched and bruised. I had learned to tune out the forest sounds, but I remained alert for anything unusual. Occasionally, I'd think I heard distant voices or the hum of a motor, but it was always a trick of the wind or my desperate imagination. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I saw something that made my heart leap. A broken fence post, weathered and covered in moss, stood at the edge of a clearing. It was a small sign of human presence, but it gave me hope. I followed the faint trail it marked, pushing through thick underbrush and stepping over fallen logs. The trail became clearer as I went, and soon I saw a dirt path winding through the trees. The path led me to an old cabin, its wood weathered and gray. It looked abandoned, but it was a sign that I was close to civilization. I approached cautiously, peering through the dusty windows. Inside, I saw a few pieces of broken furniture and an old stove. It didn't look like anyone had been there in years, but it was shelter. I decided to rest there for the night, grateful for the roof over my head. The next morning, I followed the dirt path further, hoping it would lead me to a road. After hours of walking, I finally saw a glimmer of asphalt through the trees. I almost ran toward it, my legs shaky with relief. When I reached the road, I collapsed to my knees, overwhelmed with emotion. A few minutes later, I heard the rumble of an engine and saw a truck approaching. I waved frantically, and the driver stopped, looking at me with concern. They gave me water and called for help. Soon, I was sitting in the back of an ambulance, wrapped in a blanket and sipping warm tea. The paramedics told me I was lucky to be alive, and I couldn't agree more. I learned a lot about myself during those days in the forest, about my resilience and will to survive. But more than anything, I learned never to underestimate the wilderness again. It all started with a simple hike, something I'd done countless times before. I had always loved being out in nature, far from the noise of the city. My friends and family all knew me as the one who'd take off for hours on a trail, finding solace in the quiet of the forest. But this time, everything would change. It was a cool morning in late autumn when I decided to take on a more challenging route. The weather was crisp, and the leaves crunched beneath my boots. The forest was alive with the sound of wind rustling through the branches, and the distant calls of birds, their wings slicing through the air in long, fluid arcs. I loved the stillness of it all, and I had planned for a good few hours of solitude. The trail I chose was a well-known path near a local mountain, marked by signs and maps posted in the park. It wasn't too difficult, but it was a longer route, winding through dense trees and rocky outcrops, leading toward a lookout point. The whole area was familiar to me, and I felt confident that I knew the path well. The first couple of hours passed without incident. I admired the beauty of the trees as they slowly turned shades of orange and red, the forest alive with color. The air was sharp, biting against my skin, but it felt invigorating. I had brought along a water bottle, a light jacket, and a small pack with some snacks. I was in good spirits, moving at a steady pace as I crossed streams and climbed small hills, listening to the crunch of fallen leaves underfoot. But then, somewhere after the fourth hour of walking, something strange happened. I took a turn that I didn't remember taking. The path ahead seemed unfamiliar, and for the first time, I felt a knot of unease twist in my stomach. I stopped and glanced around, trying to find a landmark that might jog my memory, but the woods all looked the same. The trees, the rocks, the terrain, all had blended into a quiet monotony. I checked my map, trying to orient myself. I should have been nearing the lookout point by now, but there was no sign of it. The trail markers that should have been there were missing. In fact, I hadn't seen a signpost in over 20 minutes. That's when panic started to rise in the back of my throat. I thought I had taken a wrong turn at some point, but I wasn't sure exactly where. At that moment, I told myself to stay calm. I retraced my steps, hoping to find something familiar, but the forest around me seemed to have shifted. Everything was too quiet, and I realized how distant the sounds of wildlife had become. The birds that had been so vocal earlier were now silent. Even the wind had died down, leaving an oppressive stillness in the air. I checked my phone, hoping for some GPS service, but the screen just flashed no signal. My stomach twisted in a knot. I had always been told that the phone was useless out here, but I hadn't expected it to happen to me. I was usually so prepared. Minutes passed and I kept walking. The trees were taller here, and the ground underfoot had become uneven, with thick roots snaking across the dirt. I climbed over rocks and ducked under branches, trying to force my way back to the path. My legs were beginning to ache, but I told myself I couldn't panic yet. I just made a wrong turn. If I stayed calm, I'd find my way back. But as the hours dragged on, I started to realize how much time had passed. I hadn't intended to stay out this long. The daylight was fading now, casting long, haunting shadows across the forest floor. The last thing I wanted was to be stuck in the woods when night fell. I tried to keep my mind occupied by thinking through my options. If I retraced my steps, I would eventually find something familiar, right? That's what I kept telling myself. But the trees seemed to be closing in, and there was no sign of the path anymore. There was only the dense forest surrounding me, its silence growing louder with every step. As I walked, I started to notice small things that had escaped my attention earlier. The sharp smell of pine, the way the wind moved through the branches, making a soft, eerie rustling noise. My footsteps sounded louder now, as if the forest was listening. I reached a clearing and paused to catch my breath. The sun was almost gone, and the darkening sky seemed to press in on me. I had no idea where I was anymore. The trees around me had grown so thick that I could barely see the sky above. My mind raced, and I started thinking about the last time I had seen another person, heard another voice. It had been hours, hadn't it? I was all alone. I sat down on a rock, trying to think logically. What should I do? If I kept walking, I might find my way out, or I could make things worse. I decided I needed to stop and rest for a moment, maybe try to get my bearings. I took a few deep breaths, reminding myself that I had the skills to survive. This wasn't a life or death situation, at least not yet. The night settled in quickly, and the temperature dropped. I could see my breath now, misting in the cold air. I took a swig of water from my bottle and dug around in my pack for a snack. The small comforts helped to calm me down, but the growing darkness outside made it hard to shake the unease that had settled in my chest. I tried to get some sleep, lying down on the rock, but every rustle in the trees kept me awake. The forest had changed. It wasn't the peaceful, serene place I remembered. It felt alive now, watching, waiting. I tried to focus on the night sounds, the occasional distant rustle of animals, the soft calls of owls, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. Morning came slowly, the first light creeping over the horizon. I was exhausted but determined. I stood up, stiff from the cold, and started walking again. I needed to find the trail, or at least a way out. As I walked, the first light of day revealed the trees in their full, towering splendor. The path was still missing, but there were signs of wildlife now. Tracks in the mud, a few fresh deer hoof prints. I pressed on, more focused now. I was alone, but I had to stay focused. I had no choice. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I spotted something. A trail marker, half covered by underbrush. I hurried over to it, my heart racing. I had found it, the trail. I cleared the brush away, and there it was. A familiar wooden post with a bright yellow arrow pointing to the right. I was back on track. I didn't stop to celebrate. Instead, I moved quickly, knowing I couldn't afford to lose the path again. The trail wound through the forest, but now it felt more familiar. The signs came back, and I could hear the distant sounds of traffic. I wasn't far from the park entrance. As I rounded a bend, I saw a small clearing up ahead. I pushed through the final stretch, and there it was, the parking lot just as I had remembered it. I had made it out. It felt like a weight had lifted from my chest as I stepped into the open air. The sun was up now, casting its warmth across the land. I had spent over 15 hours in the woods, and yet I had made it. The relief was overwhelming, and I almost laughed, despite the exhaustion that threatened to consume me. I learned a valuable lesson that day. Sometimes, even when you know the woods like the back of your hand, the forest has a way of making you question everything. But as long as you stay calm and keep moving forward, there's always a way out. The sun had just begun to dip behind the tree-line when I realized I was lost. It didn't hit me all at once. I knew I'd taken a wrong turn somewhere, but I figured I'd loop back around eventually. After all, this was just a hike in the woods, not some life or death situation, right? I had my backpack, some water, and the trail map. But now, standing in the middle of the woods with the trees pressing in all around me, I could feel panic start to claw at my chest. My breathing picked up, but I forced myself to calm down. I'd been on plenty of hikes, and I knew the general rules of the forest. Stay calm, stay put, and think. But how long had I been walking? It felt like hours. My watch reads 7:45 p.m., and it was already getting dark. I couldn't believe I'd let myself get so far off course. The woods, which had felt so welcoming earlier, now felt hostile. The shadows between the trees were thick, and the evening air had a bite to it. The light was fading fast. I pulled out the map, squinting at it in the dim light. My fingers traced the thin lines, trying to make sense of the confusing maze of trails. I had been following a path that led to a waterfall, or so I thought. But now, with no trail markers in sight and nothing familiar around me, I had no idea where I was. The map seemed useless. Maybe it was the fading light, or maybe it was my nerves getting to me, but nothing looked right. I took a deep breath and started walking again, hoping I'd stumble upon something familiar. The crunch of dead leaves underfoot was the only sound I could hear, aside from the occasional rustle of wind through the trees. There was no distant hum of traffic, no far-off voices, nothing to remind me that the world outside this forest still existed. It felt like I was the only person on Earth. The trees were dense here, their trunks thick and gnarled, their branches twisting overhead like the fingers of some giant, unseen hand. I pushed through the underbrush, my hands brushing against the rough bark of the trees, trying to find some sort of landmark. It didn't help that it was starting to get colder. I zipped up my jacket, but the chill still seeped in, making me shiver. My breath came in quick, visible puffs, and I felt the weight of my backpack become more noticeable with every step. After a while, I began to wonder if I was going in circles. There was nothing here that seemed familiar, and no signs of a trail. My gut told me something wasn't right, but I didn't know what to do about it. I thought about the flashlight in my backpack, but it seemed like such a small comfort. If I was really lost, a flashlight wouldn't help me get out of the woods. It was just a way to delay the inevitable. I looked up at the sky. The last remnants of daylight were quickly fading, and the first stars were starting to twinkle. I wasn't sure how much longer I could keep walking before it got completely dark. I needed to make a decision, either find a way out or hunker down and wait it out until morning. But even as I thought about setting up camp for the night, the idea of staying out here alone with no fire, no shelter, felt terrifying. I had no choice but to keep moving. I wasn't ready to admit that I was really lost, but deep down, I knew I had to act quickly. It was getting darker with each passing minute, and the thought of being out here alone, in the pitch black of the forest, made my skin crawl. I continued walking, hoping I would find something, anything, that would tell me I was going in the right direction. But the forest just seemed to stretch on endlessly. Every direction looked the same, and I could feel my sense of direction slipping away. My heart started to race as I imagined what could happen if I didn't find my way out soon. The air felt heavier now, the silence unnerving. Not even the birds were chirping anymore. After what felt like hours, I stopped to catch my breath. My legs ached, and I could feel a bead of sweat trickling down my forehead, despite the cold. I pulled out my map again, trying to force my mind to focus. Maybe if I retraced my steps, I could find the trail again. I was just about to fold the map up and start walking when I heard it. A crack, a snap of a twig breaking in the distance. I froze, my breath caught in my throat, and for a moment, all I could hear was the pounding of my own heartbeat in my ears. The sound was faint but distinct, and it didn't belong to the usual nighttime creatures. I was alone in this part of the woods, at least I had been. I wasn't sure what it was, but I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. The sound didn't come again, and for a moment I convinced myself it was just an animal. A deer, maybe, but the longer I stood there, the more I felt a sense of unease settle in. The woods were too quiet, too still. The wind had died down completely, leaving only the rustling of my own movements. I pushed forward, trying to ignore the fear creeping into my thoughts. I had to find a way out. I couldn't afford to stay here much longer. The sky had darkened completely, and the forest was now a maze of shadows. The flashlight in my backpack was more of a comfort now, and I decided to turn it on. The beam of light cut through the darkness, illuminating the path ahead, but it only seemed to make the night feel more oppressive. The trees loomed even taller, the shadows deeper, and then I saw it, a flicker of movement in the corner of my vision. Figure, person, it was just a shadow in the distance, barely visible in the beam of my flashlight. My heart skipped a beat, and I froze again. There was no way anyone else was out here. The thought of someone else in these woods, especially at this time of night, was unsettling. But I didn't have time to think about it. The figure was gone, disappearing into the trees as quickly as it had appeared. I stood there for a moment, frozen, listening. My breath came in short, rapid gasps, but all I could hear was the quiet rustle of the trees. I knew I couldn't stand still for much longer, couldn't let fear take over. I forced myself to keep walking. With every step, the woods seemed to press in tighter around me. My flashlight beam bounced off tree trunks and branches, but there was nothing to give me any sense of direction. The forest felt endless, and I began to wonder if I would ever find my way out. Then, in the distance, I saw it. A faint glow through the trees. It was small, but it was there. At first, I thought it might be my mind playing tricks on me, but the longer I stared, the more I realized it was real. A light, a fire, maybe a campsite. I moved toward it, hope rising in my chest. As I got closer, the glow became clearer. It wasn't a fire, but a flashlight, swinging back and forth, like someone was searching for something. I slowed my pace, trying not to make a sound. The last thing I wanted was to startle whoever was out there. I rounded a bend in the path and finally saw them. Two people standing by a small campfire, their backs to me. They were bundled up in jackets, huddled close to the warmth of the flames. Couldn't believe it. Other people. I wasn't alone. I stepped forward carefully, making my presence known. The sound of my footsteps crunching on the leaves made them turn. When they saw me, their faces lit up with recognition. "Hey!" one of them called out. "You lost." I nodded, too relieved to speak for a moment. I had found someone. I wasn't alone anymore. It turned out they were just a couple of hikers who had gotten turned around, just like me. They had been wandering the woods for hours, trying to find the right trail. We shared our stories, and they offered me some of their food and water. It wasn't much, but it felt like the best meal I had ever had. They helped me figure out where we were on the map, and together we managed to find the trail that would lead us back to the parking lot. The hike back was long, but with them there, it felt less terrifying. By the time we reached the parking lot, it was nearly midnight. I was exhausted, but I was alive, and I had made it through the night. The woods had tried to swallow me whole, but in the end, I had found my way out. And sometimes that was all you could ask for. I never expected a simple hike would turn into a nightmare. I had planned the trip carefully, knowing the trail well enough. I had done this hike many times before, yet nothing could have prepared me for what happened that day. It was a crisp morning when I set off, a light breeze making the leaves rustle, and the sun just starting to break through the trees. The trailhead was familiar, an easy path that wound through the woods with a few gentle inclines. I was by myself, something I often preferred when I wanted time to think, to be alone. The air smelled fresh, like pine and damp earth, and I felt at peace, as I always did when I was out here. For the first few miles, everything went as expected. I passed the old oak that marked the halfway point and smiled, remembering the countless times I had reached that spot, thinking to myself, almost there. But today, as I moved forward, something felt off. At first, it was a small thing, just a nagging feeling at the back of my mind. The path was a little harder to see, and the markers weren't as clear as they should have been. I told myself it was nothing, just my mind playing tricks. By the time I had reached what I thought was the turning point of the trail, things had begun to feel strange. The trees seemed to close in around me, the shadows deeper, and the sounds of the forest quieter. The usual chirping of birds had faded, replaced by an eerie silence that made me uneasy. I stopped and looked around. The path behind me was still visible, but the one ahead, it wasn't as clear as it should have been. There were no more trail markers, just a faint impression of where the path had once been. I took a deep breath and pushed forward, hoping that I had just misjudged the trail. But as I walked, I began to notice something worse. No matter how far I went, I wasn't seeing any new landmarks. The trees all looked the same. The rocks, the moss-covered ground beneath my feet. They all blended together. And then it happened. I turned a corner and saw the same old oak again. The one I had passed a while ago. Panic shot through me. I had been walking for hours. There was no way I could have ended up back here. My heart started pounding. I retraced my steps in a hurried panic, hoping I was just confused. But the same trees, the same rocks, the same view greeted me again and again. The path was gone, swallowed up by the thick woods, and I had no idea where I was. The daylight began to fade, casting long shadows across the forest floor. The air was growing cooler. I had no choice but to keep moving, but every step I took only seemed to pull me deeper into the woods. The trees, now twisted and gnarled, seemed to lean in closer as if they were watching me, waiting. I felt the weight of the darkness pressing on me, suffocating. I needed to find my way out. I needed to get back to the trail. But no matter which way I turned, the landscape remained eerily identical, with no signs of civilization, no signs of life beyond the suffocating woods around me. By now, I had been walking for what felt like an eternity. My legs ached, my water was long gone, and my stomach growled with hunger. I had lost track of time, but I knew I couldn't afford to stop. If I didn't find my way out soon, I would be in serious trouble. But every step felt like a mistake. Every direction I tried, I found myself back at square one, the same twisted trees and rocks mocking me. The forest had taken on a life of its own. I could hear things moving in the underbrush, snapping twigs and brushing against the ground. But when I turned to look, nothing was there. A part of me screamed to run, to get away from whatever was lurking out there. But I knew that would only make things worse. Panicking never helped anyone. As the sun set behind the thick canopy, the last remnants of light slipped away, and night enveloped the woods. The sounds of the forest grew louder now. Strange noises, distant rustlings, the cries of animals I couldn't recognize. I pulled my jacket tighter around me and kept walking, even though I had no idea where I was going. I knew I couldn't stop. If I did, I might never find my way again. Hours seemed to pass. My legs were heavy, my feet sore, but the adrenaline pushed me forward. I had to keep moving, but then something strange happened. After what felt like an eternity, I stumbled upon a clearing. It was small, a patch of soft grass surrounded by thick trees. And in the center, a small stream flowed, the sound of running water oddly comforting. I knelt by the stream, drinking greedily from the cool water, and for the first time in what felt like forever, I allowed myself to sit. I couldn't afford to sleep, but I needed rest. I needed to clear my head. As I sat there, I realized something that made my stomach twist. There was no sign of the trail, no markers, no well-worn path. The forest had swallowed it whole. I had no idea how far I was from the nearest road, no idea how to even get back to civilization. But at that moment, I wasn't thinking about that. I was thinking about survival. The night grew colder, and the sounds of the forest grew louder. There was something out there, something just beyond the trees. I could feel its presence, the air thick with the sense of something watching me. But I didn't dare look. I just huddled there by the stream, too tired to do anything else. My mind was blurry, a mixture of exhaustion and fear. Suddenly, I heard it, a faint rustling in the trees, too close for comfort. My heart leapt in my chest. I had no weapon, no way of defending myself, just a backpack full of supplies that wouldn't last much longer. And then, to my horror, the rustling stopped, and I heard footsteps. Slow, deliberate crunching through the underbrush. The kind of steps you don't hear unless someone or something is close. My breath caught in my throat. I didn't know what to do. There was nowhere to run. The forest had swallowed every path, every direction, and now it felt like it was closing in on me. I pressed my back against a tree, hoping whatever was out there would move on. that I wasn't the target. Then I heard a voice, a human voice, soft and distant, but unmistakable. "Hello?" The voice called, weak but real. "Is anyone out there?" I froze. There was someone else here? A person, not whatever had been stalking me. The voice called out again, this time louder, desperate. "Please help. I'm lost too." Without thinking, I pushed myself to my feet and began running toward the sound. The voice, though distant, guided me through the darkness. The more I ran, the more I realized how much I had been listening for that sound of another human being. I pushed through the underbrush, the dense forest almost fighting me as I moved forward. My heart was pounding in my chest, and every crack of a twig, every rustle of leaves felt like something right on my heels. But I didn't care. There was someone here, someone who could help. Finally, I broke through the trees into a small clearing. And there she was, a woman, crouched on the ground, her face pale with exhaustion, her clothes torn. She looked up at me as I approached, her eyes filled with a mix of fear and relief. "Thank God," she whispered. "I thought I was the only one left out here." I didn't know who she was or how long she had been lost, but I knew one thing. Together, we had a better chance of finding our way out. We both had survival skills, and now we weren't alone. We spent the next few hours carefully mapping out our next steps, working together to find a way back to civilization. It wasn't easy, and there were moments when it felt like the forest would never let us go. But we never gave up, and after what felt like days, we finally stumbled upon the faintest trace of a trail. A real trail, one that had markers, small but enough to guide us. By the time we emerged from the woods, the first light of dawn was breaking through the trees, casting a golden glow across the landscape. We had made it out. We were alive, exhausted, and dirty, but we were free. I don't know how we ended up where we did. I don't know why the forest seemed to work against us, or why the trail had vanished. But I do know this. That night, as we made our way out of the woods, I felt more alive than I ever had before. I never thought something as simple as a day hike could go so wrong. It was supposed to be a peaceful trip, a chance to clear my mind, but it turned into something I'll never forget. The kind of thing that makes you question everything you thought you knew about nature and about yourself. It all started with an impulse. I'd been feeling stressed out for weeks, working nonstop, always in my head. So I decided to take a break and get some fresh air. I didn't want to deal with people, and the thought of being in a crowded park felt suffocating. So I picked a trail, not too far from home, and set off alone, hoping the solitude would give me some peace. The morning was crisp and clear, with the sun just beginning to break through the trees. The forest smelled fresh, like wet earth and pine, the kind of scent that makes you breathe deeply without thinking. I had everything I needed: water, snacks, a map, and my phone, just in case. I didn't think I'd need any of it, but it felt reassuring to have it with me. The trail started off easy enough, winding through tall pines and underbrush. Birds chirped overhead, and the only sounds were the crunch of my boots on the dirt path and the rustle of leaves in the wind. I moved at a steady pace, feeling the tension in my shoulders begin to loosen as I put distance between myself and everything that had been weighing me down. I was alone, and it felt like the world was mine for the taking. But then, I made the mistake of not paying attention. I had been walking for hours, maybe longer. The sun was higher in the sky now, and I had barely stopped. It was too peaceful, too easy. I guess I just didn't realize how far I'd gone until I looked around and noticed that everything seemed different. The trees weren't familiar. The path, which had been clear and wide, was now barely a trail at all. The edges were overgrown, and the ground was soft, like I was stepping on a sponge. I paused, scanning the woods. There was nothing unusual about it. No clear signs of danger, but something about the way the trees stood, tall and silent, made me uneasy. I pulled out the map, but when I unfolded it, it didn't make sense anymore. The trail I had been on was supposed to loop back around, but all I could see were a few vague lines and names of places I didn't recognize. That's when the panic started to creep in. I'd gotten lost before on smaller trails, but this felt different. The trees seemed to close in around me, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. But there was no one here. I was alone. I tried to retrace my steps, but nothing looked familiar. The more I walked, the more the forest seemed to stretch out in all directions, trapping me in its endless maze of green. The sun, which had been so bright when I started, was now hidden behind a thick blanket of clouds, casting the woods in an eerie half-light. Minutes turned into hours. I found myself moving in circles, constantly crossing the same small stream or passing the same rock formations. My water bottle was nearly empty, and my phone, my only real source of hope, was down to a single bar of battery. I didn't want to admit it, but I was starting to panic. At one point, I even yelled. I don't know why. There was no one around to hear me, and I knew it was pointless. The forest swallowed the sound, as if the world had forgotten I existed. I could feel my heart racing, my breath coming faster. I had to stop. I had to think. I found a small clearing and sat down, trying to calm myself. It didn't work. The anxiety kept rising, like a tide that wouldn't recede. I wanted to scream again, to get someone's attention, but I knew that wouldn't help. The more I thought about it, the more I realized how little I knew about the woods I was in. Could be hours before anyone noticed I was missing, if anyone did at all. I tried to stay rational. I knew I couldn't panic. I had to keep moving. I stood up and started walking again, determined to find the trail or some kind of marker. But it felt like the trees were mocking me. The further I went, the more the woods seemed to close in. The branches reached down like they were trying to grab me, and the rustling sounds that I had ignored earlier now felt like something was following me. It wasn't until the sun began to dip below the horizon that I realized how truly lost I was. I could see the fading light filtering through the trees, casting long shadows across the ground. The forest, which had felt so alive earlier, now felt oppressive, suffocating. My legs ached, and I was starting to feel dizzy. I sat down again, this time leaning against a tree, trying to think through my options. I knew I couldn't keep walking in circles. If I didn't find a way out soon, I might be stuck here overnight. And the thought of spending a cold night alone in the woods, no fire, no shelter, was enough to send a chill down my spine. I took a deep breath and tried to calm myself. I was starting to realize something important. I was making a huge mistake by panicking. I'd been trained in survival techniques. I'd done some basic courses in first aid and wilderness survival years ago. I knew what to do, or at least I thought I did. I dug through my backpack for anything that could help. I had a small first aid kit, a flashlight, some extra snacks, and a whistle. I decided that the whistle was my best bet. If anyone was out there, maybe they'd hear it. I blew it 3 times, sharp and loud, hoping someone would hear. I waited for what felt like an eternity, but there was no answer. Just the wind rustling through the trees, carrying with it the scent of pine and wet earth. I didn't give up, though. I kept blowing the whistle every few minutes, hoping to attract attention. But as the hours passed, the darkness settled in, and the forest seemed to become even more silent, as if everything had gone to sleep. By now, I was exhausted. My legs were sore, and I was starting to feel the weight of the situation settling on me. I had no idea how I was going to get out of here, but something in me refused to give up. I had to survive. I pulled out the map again and looked at it under the dim light of my flashlight. Something clicked in my brain. There was a small trail marked on the map that seemed to connect to a larger one. If I could find it, maybe I could make it back to the main trail and, eventually, to safety. With renewed determination, I started moving again, trying to ignore the growing fatigue in my body. I kept my focus on the ground ahead of me, searching for any signs of the trail. I knew it would be hard to find, but I couldn't give up. I had to keep going. Then, just when I was about to lose hope, I saw something. It was faint, but there was a difference in the way the ground looked. The underbrush wasn't as thick, and the trees were spaced a little further apart. I moved forward, carefully picking my way through the woods, and after a few minutes, I found it, the trail. It was faint, barely visible, but it was there. I followed it carefully, my heart pounding with excitement and relief. The forest seemed to open up as I walked, the path becoming clearer with each step. It wasn't long before I saw the first signs of civilization. A distant road, barely visible through the trees. Couldn't believe it. I was going to make it out. When I finally emerged from the woods and onto the road, I collapsed, too tired to move. But I felt a rush of gratitude flood over me. I was out. I was safe. The sun had already set, and the cool night air felt like a balm on my sore, tired body. I pulled out my phone and called for help, knowing that I'd never take my safety for granted again. That experience, being lost in the woods, had changed something inside me. It wasn't just about the fear or the physical exhaustion. It was about realizing how fragile everything is, how one wrong turn could lead you to a place you can't escape. But I made it out. I survived, and that's something I'll never forget. The sun was starting to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows through the thick trees around me. The woods were eerily quiet, except for the occasional rustling of leaves and the distant call of a bird settling in for the night. I had been hiking all day, taking the long route through the forest to reach the camping spot I had marked on my map. It was supposed to be a peaceful getaway, just me and nature, but somewhere along the way things went wrong. First, it was just a little off. The path was clearly marked on the map, but it didn't seem to match what I was seeing. The trees were thicker here, more densely packed together, and the trail seemed to twist in directions I didn't expect. I was a seasoned hiker. I had done this 100 times before, but I had never felt more out of place. I checked my phone for signal. It was completely dead. No bars. Of course, I had charged it the night before, but the GPS was of no use if there was no signal. I sighed, tucking the phone back into my bag. The forest wasn't exactly unfamiliar to me, but I still didn't like the feeling of being alone out here, especially now, as the darkness crept in. The sun was sinking lower and lower, and I knew I had to make a decision soon. I could either keep going and hope I would find the campsite or turn around and retrace my steps. I should have turned back earlier, but I had gotten distracted by the peacefulness of it all. Now it was almost too late. The night was coming fast. I glanced at my watch. It was nearly 7 p.m., and the light was fading quickly. I decided to keep moving forward. The last thing I wanted was to get stuck in the woods without a clear direction in the dark. The trees above me blocked what little light there was left, and the woods were starting to feel claustrophobic. Every rustle and snap of twigs made my heart race. I could feel the weight of the silence pressing down on me. The trail twisted again, and I looked around, seeing no signs of the campsite or any markers. I checked my map again, though it was mostly useless now without a proper sense of direction. Panic was starting to set in. The thought that I might be lost for real was beginning to feel more and more possible. I picked up the pace, trying to stay calm. I needed to find a way out. The thought of staying out here all night, exposed to whatever creatures or dangers might lurk in the forest, was enough to push me forward. But as I walked, the trees seemed to close in on me more, and the path became less clear. It felt like the forest itself was playing tricks on me. Then the crunch of a branch snapped behind me. My heart skipped a beat. I froze. I listened. Nothing. The forest was still. too still. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone anymore. I took a deep breath and kept walking. The air was growing colder now, the wind picking up, rattling the branches above. It felt like the temperature had dropped 20 degrees in just a few minutes. I pulled my jacket tighter around me, but it didn't help much. I was shaking, not from the cold, but from something else. I stumbled over a rock and caught myself, my breath coming out in short gasps. The light was almost completely gone now. I glanced over my shoulder again, convinced I had heard something, but all I saw were the same dark, looming trees. The path ahead seemed to stretch out forever, with no end in sight. By the time I realized how lost I truly was, the first stars were starting to peek out above me. It was official, I wasn't getting out tonight. I would have to find a place to sleep and wait until morning. I searched the ground for a flat spot, something to rest on. There were some rocks to sit on, but nothing comfortable. I needed to keep moving. I couldn't just stop here. I had to find a way out before the night dragged on too long. I found a small clearing up ahead, and I quickly set up my camp in what little light remained. The firewood I'd packed in my bag was minimal, just enough for a small fire. I tried to start it, but the dampness of the woods made it nearly impossible. After a few tries, I managed to get a spark to catch, and soon a small flame flickered in front of me. It wasn't much, but it would be enough to keep me warm for a little while. I sat back against a tree, wrapping my arms around my knees, trying to keep warm. The fire crackled and popped, and for a moment, I allowed myself to relax. I wasn't entirely sure what I was afraid of. It wasn't like there were any real dangers here. I had heard the stories about wild animals, but I'd been hiking for years and never had a problem. Still, something about this night felt different. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I stayed awake for hours, feeding the fire and keeping an eye on my surroundings. The night seemed endless, and every little sound made me jump. The wind howled through the trees, and the branches creaked above me. Every snap of a twig, every rustle in the leaves made my heart race. But as the night dragged on, I grew more and more exhausted. By the time the first rays of sunlight started filtering through the trees, I had managed to get a little sleep. I woke up with a stiff back and sore limbs. The fire had burned down to embers, and the woods around me were still. I checked my watch, it was just after 6 a.m. I had survived the night. With renewed determination, I packed up my things and set off again, trying to retrace my steps. The forest still felt overwhelming, but now there was a sense of urgency to everything. I couldn't afford to get lost again. I walked for hours, occasionally stopping to check my map, but the path still didn't look familiar. I was starting to feel the frustration building up in my chest. It was clear I wasn't going to make it out of here anytime soon. But then, just as I was about to give up hope, I heard something. A distant sound, like the faint hum of a motor. I froze, straining my ears. It was definitely a sound of something mechanical. I followed the sound, pushing through the brush as fast as I could. The trees started to thin out, and before I knew it, I was back on a well-worn trail. I had no idea where it led, but I didn't care. It was a trail, and that was all I needed. I walked for what felt like hours, and eventually, I reached a road. The moment I stepped onto the pavement, I felt an overwhelming sense of relief. I was out of the woods. I had made it. I sat down on the side of the road, finally letting the weight of the situation sink in. I was exhausted, both mentally and physically, but I was safe. The woods, for all their beauty, had a way of swallowing you whole if you weren't careful. It took me far too long to realize how badly I had been lost, but now I was free. The trees felt like they were closing in on me. Each step I took, the forest seemed to swallow me more, like it didn't want me here. The ground was uneven beneath my boots, patches of mud, rocks, and tangled roots tripping me up, slowing me down. My breath came out in quick bursts, the cool autumn air cutting through my jacket. I hadn't planned on getting lost. It was just supposed to be a simple hike, a way to clear my mind. I'd done it 100 times before, but this time something went wrong. I couldn't shake the feeling that the woods were a little different today. Darker, quieter, like they were holding their breath, watching me. I looked around, my heart hammering in my chest. Everything seemed so familiar, but not in the right way. The trees, thick and tall, were spaced so far apart that I should have had a clear line of sight to the trail, but I didn't. I couldn't see anything beyond the first few rows of trunks. The trail, which had been so obvious just an hour ago, was now just a memory. I checked my phone. No signal. Figures. It's not like I expected service out here, but it would have been nice to have some reassurance. The sound of leaves rustling in the wind only made things worse. Every snap of a twig, every shifting of the branches overhead felt like something I should be afraid of. But I knew I had to stay calm. Getting worked up wouldn't help me now. I looked down at my watch. 2:30 p.m. I'd been walking for at least an hour, but it felt like much longer. I hadn't seen any signs of the trail or any other hikers. The silence was suffocating, broken only by the occasional bird call in the distance. It was so quiet, I could hear my own heart pounding in my ears. I took a deep breath and tried to steady myself. My mind raced. Should I turn back? But which way was back? I could barely even remember where I'd come from, let alone where I was going. The trees all looked the same. The underbrush was thick, and I couldn't see any landmarks that would help me get my bearings. The sun had been creeping lower for a while now, and the shadows in the woods were starting to stretch out, deepening into something darker and more unsettling. I walked a little further, hoping to find something, anything, that would point me in the right direction. But the forest only seemed to get thicker, the trees taller and the ground rougher. The path under my feet was starting to disappear, the earth soft and uneven, littered with fallen leaves and branches. My feet were starting to ache from walking so much. My legs felt heavy, the weight of my pack pulling me down with every step. I paused to take a breath, leaning against a tree to steady myself. I had to think. I couldn't just keep wandering. There had to be something. Path, a creek, a sign, anything. I glanced up at the sky through the gaps in the trees. It was getting harder to tell the time. The sun hidden behind thick clouds, and the branches overhead blocking out what little light was left. I should have known better than to venture this deep without a map or a compass. I was always so sure I'd be fine. I was an experienced hiker, after all, or so I thought. I pulled out my phone again, hoping for some miracle. No signal. Great. I started to walk faster now, my steps growing more frantic. The trees seemed to loom taller, the shadows stretching longer. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting something to be following me. The air felt heavier, thicker somehow. Maybe it was just my imagination, but the more I walked, the more I felt like I was being watched. Minutes stretched into hours, or at least it felt that way. The sky darkened, and I had no choice but to accept that I'd lost track of time. The wind had picked up, and the forest was starting to feel colder. A chill ran through me, not just from the drop in temperature, but from the gnawing feeling that I was completely alone, completely lost. I tried to retrace my steps, looking for something that would bring me back to where I started. But every turn seemed to lead me deeper into the woods, further away from the trail I had been following. The trees had changed slightly, the ones I'd passed earlier no longer visible. It was as if the forest itself had shifted, moved to confuse me. The shadows were getting darker now, the once peaceful sounds of nature replaced by the eerie creaking of trees swaying in the wind. My heart was beating faster with every step. I needed to find my way out. I couldn't keep wandering like this. Then something caught my eye, A flash of movement, too quick to be a deer. My breath caught in my throat. I stopped, my feet frozen to the spot. My mind raced. Was it just my nerves playing tricks on me? Or was there something moving out there? Something watching me? I stepped forward slowly, trying to see through the underbrush, my eyes scanning the trees, but the more I focused, the less I saw. The forest seemed to distort around me. The ground felt uneven, and every step was a struggle to keep my balance. The air was thick now, humid and heavy, like a storm was about to hit. I kept walking, pushing myself forward despite the growing panic that clenched at my chest. The trees had started to look more like sentinels, standing watch, blocking out the light. My breath was ragged, my muscles sore from the long hours of hiking. I had no idea how far I'd come or how long it had been, but I had to keep moving. I couldn't stop now. The forest wasn't like it used to be. There was something different about it today. The atmosphere felt wrong, too still, too quiet. I tried to remember the landmarks I'd passed, but they all blurred together now. Was that a hill I had passed earlier? Was there a stream nearby? Couldn't remember. The more I thought, the more disoriented I became. Then, in the distance, I spotted it. A break in the trees, a patch of lighter ground. I squinted, hopeful. Could it be? I pushed through the underbrush, each step feeling like an eternity. I was almost there, almost out. As I emerged from the thick woods, the clearing opened up before me. My heart raced. There, in the distance, was the trailhead. The familiar signpost stood in front of me, a beacon of hope. I'd made it. I wasn't lost anymore. I stood there for a moment, taking it all in, breathing in the fresh air. I couldn't believe I'd made it out. After all that time, all that fear, I was finally safe. I smiled to myself, grateful for the fact that I hadn't panicked, that I'd kept my cool when everything seemed hopeless. The woods hadn't won. I had never thought much about getting lost in the woods. I knew it could happen. People talk about it, share stories of survival and whatnot, but I always figured it would never happen to me. I'd been hiking enough times, knew how to read a map, had a solid sense of direction. Or so I thought. It all started with a simple weekend trip. I wanted to get away from the usual noise, work, traffic, the endless buzz of the city. So I picked a trail I hadn't hiked before. A friend recommended it to me, saying it was quiet, peaceful, and perfect for some solo time. It was about an hour or so outside the city, just far enough that you could forget about everything. The trail was supposed to loop back around, a few miles out, a few miles in. Not too long, not too short, just right. I packed my backpack the night before. Just the basics. A couple of water bottles, some snacks, a first aid kit, a small flashlight, and of course my phone. I made sure my shoes were sturdy. The weather was perfect for hiking. Not too hot, not too cold, just right. I parked my car at the trailhead, took a deep breath of the fresh air, and hit the trail. The first part was easy. The path was wide, well-marked, and surrounded by dense trees. The kind of trees that made the air smell like earth and pine. It was quiet, peaceful. I loved it. I walked at a comfortable pace, taking in the sights and sounds. Birds were singing. A gentle breeze was rustling the leaves, and everything felt right. But then, after a while, the trail started to change. It got narrower, less defined. The trees grew thicker. The sunlight barely touched the ground anymore. There were a few signs here and there, but they were becoming harder to find. At some point, I glanced at my watch. I'd been walking for nearly 2 hours. That didn't seem right. The loop should have been shorter. I decided to check my phone to see where I was. But that's when I realized I had no signal. It didn't freak me out at first. I thought maybe it was just a dead zone in the woods. No big deal. I kept walking, but the further I went, the more I realized I wasn't seeing the usual trail markers anymore. The path had begun to twist in odd ways. There were no signs, no landmarks that looked familiar. My mind raced as I tried to remember the last clear marker I passed. But I couldn't. Nothing stood out. Everything looked the same. The trees, the ground, the overgrown bushes, they all blended together. I stopped, took a deep breath, and tried to calm myself. I'll just retrace my steps, I thought. I turned around, but nothing looked familiar. The woods stretched out in every direction, a maze of trees and underbrush. I kept walking, hoping to find something, anything, to give me a sense of direction. But the more I walked, the more everything started to look the same. The shadows in the trees felt deeper now, and the air had a chill to it. I checked my phone again, hoping for a signal. Nothing, just the blank screen. I cursed under my breath. I should have paid more attention to the trail. I thought about calling someone, but I knew there was no service here. That's when I started to panic. I knew I shouldn't panic. I was trained for this. I had the basic survival skills, how to stay calm, how to find water, how to make a shelter if I needed to. But that didn't stop the knot forming in my stomach. I was alone in the woods, and I had no idea where I was. I kept moving, hoping to find something. A clearing, a road, a sign of life. But the woods seemed to close in around me. The trees felt like they were watching me, the branches like fingers reaching down. I looked at my watch again. It had been over 3 hours since I started hiking, and I should have been out by now. I hadn't passed a single person. Not one. Not even a footprint. By now, the sun was starting to set. The sky turned a soft orange, and I knew I needed to find shelter before it got dark. But where? I had no idea. My mind was racing as I thought about what to do. I had a little food, some water, and my flashlight. That was it. I decided to keep moving, to walk through the dark if I had to, but I wasn't going to stay still. I needed to find something, anything. A river, a road, another hiker. There had to be something out here. The darkness came quickly, and with it, the temperature dropped. I could feel the chill in my bones, the kind of cold that starts to seep into your skin, making you shiver uncontrollably. I put on my jacket and kept walking, the flashlight beam cutting through the dark like a thin thread. I heard something, a sound in the distance. It was faint, but it was there. It was a rustling sound. At first, I thought it was just the wind, but then I realized it was too rhythmic, too deliberate. My heart raced as I tried to pinpoint where it was coming from. I stopped walking and listened. It was closer now. Something or someone was moving in the dark. I should have turned around. I should have kept my distance, but curiosity took over. I needed to know what it was. So I moved toward the sound. The rustling stopped. It went completely silent. My heart was pounding in my chest as I stood still, listening. The silence felt louder than anything I had ever heard. Then I heard it. A low grunt, a breath, deep and raspy. I froze, my mind racing. What the hell was that? I took a step back, my breath shallow. The beam from my flashlight flickered. I cursed again, tapping it against my hand, trying to make it work. My mind raced. Should I run? Should I hide? What if it was another hiker, just as lost as me? Or worse, what if it wasn't? I didn't know, but I wasn't sticking around to find out. I turned and started walking faster, my flashlight shaking in my hand. The sound behind me started again, a slow, deliberate crunching of leaves. Something was following me. I didn't dare look back. I just kept moving, my legs aching, my mind spinning with fear. I focused on the beam of light in front of me, moving as quickly as I could through the underbrush. I could still hear it just behind me, just out of sight. The rustling, the breathing. My panic grew. But then, just as I thought I couldn't go any further, I saw it. A faint glow in the distance. A light, a house, a cabin. I stumbled toward it, my legs nearly giving out from exhaustion. The light was getting brighter as I approached. I could see the outline of the cabin now, the wooden structure standing against the dark sky. My breath came in ragged gasps as I reached the door and knocked, desperate. There was no answer. I tried again, harder this time, banging on the door. Finally, the door creaked open. An old man stood in the doorway, his face covered in a thick beard. He looked at me for a moment, then stepped aside, wordlessly letting me in. I didn't care what he looked like, or how strange the whole thing felt. I was safe. I collapsed inside, breathless, my body trembling from both the cold and the adrenaline. The man didn't say anything at first. He just motioned for me to sit by the fire. It felt like hours before I could calm down enough to explain what happened. But I did. And when I was done, he nodded, his face serious. "You got lucky," he said. "A lot of people don't make it out here." I didn't argue. I knew he was right. The woods weren't forgiving. And tonight, I had come dangerously close to not making it out. As I sat by the fire, the warmth creeping into my bones, I realized something. Being lost wasn't just about the fear of the unknown. It was about realizing how fragile everything really is, how quickly everything can change. I didn't need a ghost or a monster or anything supernatural to scare me. The woods themselves were terrifying enough, but I had made it out. I was safe, and that, for me, was enough. I never thought something as simple as taking a hike would end up being the worst decision of my life. It wasn't supposed to be a big deal, just a quick day trip. Get out of the house, stretch my legs, breathe in some fresh air. It was supposed to be a break from the usual routine. But in the end, it became a nightmare I couldn't escape from. Started off as just another normal morning. I grabbed my backpack, filled it with the essentials: a bottle of water, some granola bars, my phone, and a basic first aid kit. The weather was perfect: clear skies, a slight breeze, and not too hot. Just a typical autumn day in the woods. I had been on hikes before, though not in this particular area. I knew the basics: stay on the marked trails, keep track of your time, and always let someone know your plans. But that morning, I didn't bother telling anyone where I was going. I figured I would just keep it casual and not waste anyone's time. After all, how bad could it be? The trail was beautiful, winding through trees that were turning bright shades of orange, red, and yellow. The air had that fresh, crisp scent of fallen leaves, and the sound of birds in the trees was a soft melody in the background. I felt peaceful, almost meditative as I walked deeper into the woods. I passed a few people along the way, mostly couples or small groups of friends, but they were all heading back, already finishing their hikes. I felt a sense of accomplishment as I walked further into the forest, thinking I was getting away from the noise and hassle of life. The path began to narrow, and the trees became denser. It was still manageable, just a quiet, peaceful walk, nothing to worry about. I checked my phone just to make sure I had service, but the signal was weak. I didn't think much of it. I wasn't expecting to make calls out here anyway. But then, a few hours into the hike, I realized something was off. The trail wasn't marked as clearly as it had been earlier. The usual trail markers, yellow or orange blazes on tree trunks, were becoming sparse. I walked further, thinking it would reappear, but it didn't. The woods were quieter now, no more birds or sounds of life, only the rustling of leaves beneath my boots. I took a deep breath and turned around. Surely I could backtrack, right? But that's when I noticed the trees. The way they stood, blocking the sun's rays, made it harder to see anything. The path behind me didn't look the same. The trees seemed to shift positions in a way I didn't remember. I froze, feeling a tightness in my chest. This was when the panic started to creep in. The nagging feeling that I had gotten lost was slowly transforming into a cold, hard truth. I tried to stay calm. I reminded myself that I had been lost before, on smaller trails, and I always found my way back. But the longer I walked, the more my surroundings started to blend together. The trees all looked the same, their bark rough and gnarled, their branches twisted and reaching out as though they wanted to grab me. Every turn I took led to more of the same, a never-ending sea of trees. The trail markers were gone, and I couldn't even tell which direction I was heading anymore. The sun was starting to dip lower in the sky, and I knew I needed to make a decision quickly. I checked my phone again, but there was no service. My heart began to race. I thought about turning back and retracing my steps, but that felt like a futile idea. The woods around me were starting to feel oppressive, almost suffocating. It was as if the forest was closing in on me, each tree a sentinel keeping me trapped. I kept walking, hoping for a sign, anything that would tell me I wasn't completely alone in this place. But nothing, just silence. My stomach growled, reminding me that I hadn't eaten much that day. I took out a granola bar and chewed slowly, trying to keep my mind occupied. But no matter how much I tried to calm myself, the weight of the situation kept pushing down on me. As the sky darkened, I knew I had to make a decision. I could try to camp for the night, but I didn't have the right gear for it. My backpack was light, just enough for a day hike. I wasn't prepared to sleep in the woods, especially with the temperature dropping. The thought of spending the night out here terrified me, but the idea of wandering aimlessly until morning was even worse. So I kept walking. The darkness crept in faster than I expected. It was still a few hours before the sun would fully set, but the thick canopy of trees blocked out most of the fading light. I realized then that I had lost all sense of time. How long had I been walking? An hour? 2? I tried to stay focused, but the shadows between the trees made it hard to see where I was going. It was then that I heard the sound, a faint crackle, almost like a twig breaking underfoot. My heart skipped a beat. I stopped dead in my tracks, straining my ears. The wind had died down, so it wasn't just a gust. The sound came again, closer this time. Something or someone was moving through the trees. I felt my pulse quicken. My breath was shallow, my body frozen in place. I didn't know what to do. Should I call out? Should I hide? My mind raced through all the possible scenarios. Was it another hiker? A camper? Or something else? I didn't know, and I couldn't afford to take any chances. I stayed still, listening, my hand on the handle of my pocket knife. The sound of movement continued, slow and deliberate, like whoever or whatever was circling me. I could hear the crunch of leaves and twigs breaking beneath heavy footsteps, but there was no voice, no shout to reassure me. My stomach twisted with fear. I backed up slowly, trying to stay quiet. The more I listened, the more I felt like I was being hunted. It wasn't just a passing noise anymore. It felt intentional, like someone or something was tracking me. I didn't dare turn around. I just kept moving, trying to put distance between myself and whatever was out there. I couldn't afford to panic, but every step I took felt heavier than the last. My thoughts swirled. What if it was an animal? A bear? But no, the steps were too controlled. It sounded like a person, but the forest was supposed to be empty. I was far from any known trail. The more I tried to rationalize it, the more I felt my nerves fray. I couldn't let this fear overtake me. I had to keep moving. I stumbled, my foot catching on a root hidden beneath the carpet of leaves. My hand shot out to steady myself, but the sound of the movement, heavy footsteps, came even closer, almost right behind me. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. There was no mistaking it now. Something was following me. I broke into a run, not daring to look back. The forest, which had once been so peaceful, now felt like a maze of threats. Every tree seemed to be closing in, every shadow hiding something waiting to pounce. I was no longer thinking clearly. I just ran, pushing through branches, tripping over rocks and ignoring the pain in my legs. I needed to escape. But then, through the trees ahead, I saw something, a flash of light, the sudden, unexpected glow of a flashlight. I didn't stop. I didn't even slow down, but I aimed straight for it, praying that it was a hiker, a ranger, someone who could help. As I got closer, I realized it wasn't a person. It was a small clearing in the woods, and there, in the center, was a small campfire, flickering weakly in the gathering dark. My heart nearly stopped. How was this possible? Who else was out here? I hesitated, but I couldn't stop now. I ran toward the fire, my breath ragged and loud. My legs burned, and my throat felt dry, but I pushed myself forward. And that's when I saw him, a man sitting by the fire, staring at me. He didn't move, didn't say anything, just looked at me with wide, curious eyes. I stopped a few feet away from him, panting, my hands still clutching the knife. My mind was racing. Was he another lost hiker? A rescuer? But then I saw his clothes, worn, dirty, and tattered, and the way his eyes gleamed in the firelight, too wide, too intense. "Are you lost?" he finally asked, his voice rough, almost too calm. I nodded, too exhausted to speak. I didn't trust him, not yet, but I couldn't just stand there in the woods alone. He smiled, a slow, unsettling grin. "Well, you're in luck. I can help you find your way." And for the first time since I had stepped into those woods, I felt a small sliver of hope. I've always enjoyed hiking, the fresh air, the quiet, the sense of freedom when you're alone with nature. It's my escape from everything: work, noise, the pressure of daily life. But what happened that day in the woods changed everything I thought I knew about myself, about nature, and about survival. It was supposed to be a simple day hike. Just a few hours up to the ridge, enjoy the view, maybe take some pictures, and head back before it got too late. I've hiked plenty of trails like this one before. Nothing too difficult, nothing too remote. The trail was well marked, and I had all the gear I needed: water, a snack, a map, and a fully charged phone. I'd done this hundreds of times, so I figured it would be no different. But I was wrong. The first mistake I made was something so small, I didn't even realize it was a mistake until much later. I had a tendency to always keep an eye on the trail markers, making sure I was on the right path. This time, though, I was feeling so good, so confident that I didn't pay attention to where the markers were, and I ended up straying from the main trail. It didn't seem like a big deal at first. The woods were beautiful, and I was enjoying the solitude. There was no one else around, just me and the trees. It wasn't until I tried to retrace my steps that I realized something was off. I'd gone too far off the trail, and now I couldn't see any markers. I paused, looked around, and saw nothing but trees. They all looked the same. The path I had followed had slowly disappeared, leaving only the dense forest behind me. I pulled out my map and checked my location. I was sure I wasn't far from the main trail. I'd only walked a little ways off, so I started heading in what I thought was the right direction. But after a while, it became clear that I had no idea where I was anymore. The woods weren't just thick, they were disorienting. I tried using my compass, but I couldn't make sense of it. The trees and the hills all started to blend together in a way I couldn't understand. I was starting to panic, but I told myself to stay calm. I've heard enough survival tips to know that panicking would only make things worse. I kept walking, hoping to see some sign of the trail, but hours passed, and the sun began to dip lower in the sky. The air was starting to cool down, and the reality of my situation began to settle in. I was lost, really lost, the kind of lost that no map or compass could fix. As the light started fading, I realized I needed to stop and find shelter. I could try to keep walking, but that would only make things worse. If I kept moving without knowing where I was going, I might just end up farther from safety. I needed a plan. First things first, I needed to stay warm. The temperature was dropping fast, and I didn't have much to keep me warm. My jacket was light, and my water bottle was half empty. I was running out of daylight, and panic started to rise in my chest. But I shook it off. Now wasn't the time for panic. I started to look for a place to set up camp. I wasn't expecting to make a fire, but I could at least find some kind of shelter to keep out of the wind. After some searching, I found a small patch of ground near a cluster of trees where I could set up. It wasn't ideal, but it was better than being exposed in the open. I collected some dry branches, hoping I could use them to build a small shelter of sorts. I didn't have much in the way of survival gear. A small pocket knife, a lighter, and some rope were about all I had. I worked quickly, gathering as much as I could. My hands were shaking, but I focused all my attention on the task at hand. By the time I finished, the sky had turned dark, and the woods were eerily silent. I didn't have a fire, but I managed to create a makeshift shelter by tying some branches together and covering them with leaves. It wasn't much, but it would keep me out of the wind for the night. The cold was unbearable. I huddled into the small shelter, wrapping my jacket tightly around me, hoping it would provide some warmth. I listened to the night sounds, the wind through the trees, the rustling of leaves, the occasional snap of a twig breaking somewhere in the darkness. But the longer I stayed there, the more I realized how alone I was. Completely alone. I tried not to think about how far I was from help, how far I had wandered from the trail. It had been hours since I last saw any signs of human presence. The whole world seemed to shrink down to just me and the dark woods. The panic kept creeping in, making my chest tight, but I forced myself to focus on staying calm. The night dragged on and I barely slept. I kept hearing sounds that I couldn't explain. The wind? An animal? My mind was playing tricks on me. I wasn't sure what was real and what wasn't. When the first light of dawn finally crept through the trees, I felt a small sense of relief. At least I had survived the night. But now I had to figure out how to get back to the trail. I packed up my shelter, and as I was about to set off, I stopped. Something in the air felt different. It was quiet, too quiet. I stood perfectly still, listening. There was no sound of birds, no rustling leaves, nothing. Felt wrong, and I didn't know why, but I shook it off and started walking. I don't know how much time passed, but I kept walking, hoping to find something, anything, that would lead me back. But no matter how much I walked, the woods seemed endless. I had no way of knowing if I was moving in the right direction, or if I was just making things worse. After hours of walking, I finally stumbled onto a small creek. It wasn't much, but I knew it could be my lifeline. Creeks often lead to larger bodies of water, and eventually to civilization. I followed it, carefully making my way along its bank, hoping it would lead me to something, anything. By the time the sun started to set again, I had walked for miles. I was exhausted. My feet ached, my body was sore, and my stomach growled with hunger. I felt like I was at the end of my rope, but something deep inside me kept pushing me to move forward. If I stopped now, I knew I might not make it. And then, out of nowhere, I saw it. The trail. It wasn't much, just a small break in the trees, but it was enough to send a wave of relief crashing over me. I followed it quickly, praying that it would lead me to safety. I had no idea how far I had wandered off the main path, but this was it. This was the moment I had been waiting for. When I finally saw the parking lot in the distance, I nearly collapsed. The relief was overwhelming. I had made it. I was out of the woods. I had survived. I don't know how I did it. The whole experience felt like a blur. But I know one thing for sure. That day changed me. It taught me something about myself, about how far I could push myself, and about how easy it is to lose control of things. I've hiked plenty of trails since then, but I'll never forget the time I got lost. It was the closest I've ever come to truly understanding what it means to be alone, to rely on nothing but your instincts and your will to survive. And I'll never take the woods for granted again. I never meant to get lost. I didn't even expect to be in a situation where I would have to rely on survival instincts. But here I was, alone in the woods, with no idea where I was and no easy way out. It all started early in the morning when I decided to take a solo hike. The trailhead was just a short drive from the cabin where I'd been staying for the weekend, nestled on the edge of a quiet national park. It was supposed to be a simple, relaxing walk, maybe a few hours out in nature to clear my head. I was no expert hiker, but I'd spent enough time outdoors to think I could handle it. I parked my car at the trailhead, grabbed my backpack and checked my gear. Water bottle? Check. Snacks? Check. Map of the trail? Check. I was set. The sky was overcast, but the weather report said there was no rain expected, so I figured I was in the clear. I had no reason to think I wouldn't be back before the afternoon. I set off down the path, the soft crunch of my boots on the dirt trail the only sound for the first few minutes. The woods around me were thick with tall pines, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. The air was fresh, cool but not cold, and the scent of damp earth filled my lungs as I walked deeper into the forest. There was something peaceful about it, a quiet that settled over me and made me forget about everything else. Work, life, stress. Felt good to just be alone. I followed the trail markers, though they weren't always easy to see. The farther I went, the less defined the path became, until it was more of a suggestion than a clear trail. But I didn't mind. I had my map, and as long as I kept heading west, I was pretty sure I'd eventually reach the lake. At least that's what the map said. As I continued, I started to notice the trail was becoming more rugged. The ground was uneven, and the trees seemed to close in around me, blocking out more and more light. Still, I pressed on. The thought of turning back didn't cross my mind. It was just a hike after all. What could go wrong? But slowly, the small doubts started creeping in. The trail was getting harder to follow. I'd look up and find myself staring at the same group of trees I had passed 5 minutes ago. The landscape around me seemed to blur together, each section of the forest looking almost identical to the last. I checked my map again. It wasn't exactly helping. The terrain didn't match what I saw in front of me, and the markers were few and far between. I had been so confident earlier, but now I began to wonder if I'd missed a turn somewhere. I kept walking, hoping to spot a familiar landmark, but after a while, the air felt different. The silence wasn't peaceful anymore. It was heavy, almost oppressive. The breeze had died down, and the forest felt eerily still. It was as if the world had stopped, holding its breath. I tried to shake off the uneasy feeling, telling myself it was just my imagination. But then I realized I hadn't seen a trail marker in over 20 minutes. And when I checked my map again, I couldn't make sense of the terrain anymore. I was off track. The realization hit me hard. I was lost. My heart started to race, but I tried to stay calm. I knew the basics: don't panic, stay put if you're unsure of the way, retrace your steps if possible. I looked around, trying to spot something that would tell me where I was, but everything looked the same. The trees were tall and unyielding, their trunks covered in patches of moss, and the ground beneath my boots was soft, damp from the morning dew. I thought about turning back, retracing my steps, but there was no clear sign of where I had come from. It all looked like the same endless stretch of trees. I decided to keep moving forward, hoping I'd find something that would give me direction. But as the minutes stretched into hours, I began to realize just how badly I had miscalculated. My water bottle was half empty, and my snacks were barely enough to get me through the morning. I'd made a mistake by not bringing more food or water. I should have known better. The forest felt like it was closing in on me. The shadows seemed deeper, and I noticed how the trees blocked out the sky above me. The sunlight that had been filtering through the leaves was now nearly gone. The only sounds were the distant calls of birds and the occasional rustle of leaves, but the silence in between was suffocating. Every footstep felt like it echoed too loudly in my ears. Every movement seemed to draw attention to my presence. By now, I was seriously worried. I checked my phone, but of course there was no signal. Felt like the world had forgotten I was even here. The realization that I was truly alone hit me like a physical blow. I had no way to call for help, no way to contact anyone. I could only rely on my instincts, and those instincts were telling me that I was in trouble. The woods were disorienting, and it felt like I was walking in circles. Every time I thought I recognized a landmark or spotted a trail marker, it turned out to be something else entirely. I felt the panic rising in my chest, but I fought it down. Panic would only make things worse. I needed to stay sharp, to think clearly. I found a small clearing and decided to stop for a break. I needed to conserve my energy. I sat down on a fallen log and ate the last of my snacks, some granola bars and a few almonds. My water was running low, and I had no idea how long I'd been walking, but it felt like hours. The sun had begun to dip lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the ground. I knew it wouldn't be long before it got dark, and the thought of spending the night out here without any shelter or proper gear was terrifying. But then, just as the first hint of panic started to claw its way back, I heard something. It wasn't much, just a faint sound, but it made me stop. It was the sound of water, a stream. I stood up quickly and followed the sound. If I could find water, I could find my way out. It wasn't long before I came across the stream. It was a small one, barely a trickle, but it was enough to give me hope. Water meant I was near something, maybe a larger river or a trail. I followed the stream for what felt like an eternity. The sound of it rushing in my ears, the feeling of relief growing with every step. I had no idea how much time passed as I walked, but my legs were sore, and I was starting to feel the exhaustion weighing on me. Then, just as I was beginning to wonder if I would ever find my way out, I saw it. A trail. It was faint, barely visible through the underbrush, but it was a trail. I wasn't imagining it. It was real. I followed it with everything I had left. My feet felt like lead, but I pushed on, desperate to get out. The sky had darkened, and the first stars were beginning to appear overhead, but I could see a light in the distance. A campfire. A campfire meant people, and people meant safety. I stumbled toward the light, my heart pounding in my chest. As I got closer, I saw a small campsite. There were 2 hikers sitting around a fire, chatting and roasting marshmallows. I must have looked like a ghost to them, disheveled, sweaty, and covered in dirt, but they didn't hesitate. They helped me to their camp, gave me water, and listened as I told them my story. They were friendly and offered to share their food and their shelter for the night. The relief was overwhelming. I had made it. I wasn't lost anymore. The next morning, I woke up to the sound of birds chirping and the warmth of the sun filtering through the trees. I was safe. I had made it through the night. The hikers helped me get back to the trailhead, and from there, I found my car. It was a long drive back to the cabin, but I didn't mind. I was grateful to be out of the woods. I learned a lot from that experience. The most important lesson was that nature, while beautiful and peaceful, demands respect. It's easy to feel invincible when you're hiking on well-worn trails, but one wrong turn, one misstep, and you can find yourself lost in an instant. I was lucky, but luck runs out eventually. I knew now that I needed to be more prepared, more aware, and more humble when I went into the wilderness. It wasn't the most fun weekend I'd ever had, but it was certainly one I'd never forget. I'd made it through, and that was something to be proud of. I didn't think I'd get lost. I had been hiking through the forest for years, walking trails that twisted through dense woods, but never did I think I'd end up disoriented in the place I knew so well. It all started with the usual weekend trip. The sky was clear, the air crisp but not too cold, and the forest was peaceful as always. The trees were tall and imposing, but there was something about their quiet presence that always made me feel safe. That day, I was going to hike a new trail I had read about online, one that wasn't too far from the main park entrance. Nothing too dangerous, nothing too remote. Just a little adventure to clear my mind. I parked my car at the small trailhead and gathered my things. My backpack was light, with only essentials: water, snacks, a map of the area, and my phone in case of an emergency. The trail was marked with bright orange signs, hard to miss. I started walking at a steady pace, feeling the crunch of dry leaves beneath my boots. At first, everything seemed normal. Birds chirped in the distance, the occasional squirrel darted across the path, and the air smelled like pine. The trail was well maintained, winding through the trees but not too difficult to follow. I was making good time and I felt comfortable, maybe a little too comfortable. I hadn't checked the map since the start, assuming I knew exactly where I was going. An hour in, I started to notice things weren't as familiar as they should have been. The path became narrower, and the trees grew thicker, their branches reaching overhead like claws. I didn't remember this section of the trail being so dense, but I shrugged it off. Maybe it had just been a while since the last time I hiked here. Then, I saw something strange. A marker, a small orange flag, but it wasn't in the usual spot on a tree or post. This one was tied to a branch that stuck out at an odd angle, as if someone had deliberately placed it there. It made me pause, a slight unease creeping up my spine. I looked around but saw nothing out of the ordinary. The path was still clear, and I was still heading in the right direction, or so I thought. I kept walking, but the forest seemed to close in around me more and more. The trees grew taller, their trunks more twisted, and the sunlight filtered through the leaves in strange ways, casting long, dark shadows on the ground. I tried to ignore the feeling of being watched, but the silence in the woods felt unnerving. I hadn't seen another person since I started, which was unusual for a popular trail like this one. After another hour, I noticed the trail was starting to split. The main path veered off to the left, while a smaller, less noticeable path ran to the right. I couldn't remember this fork being here, and my mind began to race. Should I stick to the main trail? What if the smaller path was the one I was supposed to take? I decided to stay on the main path, but the feeling of doubt lingered in the back of my mind. I kept walking. The sound of my boots crunching on the leaves was the only noise breaking the heavy silence. But then, just as I was beginning to settle into the rhythm of walking, I noticed something else. The trail markers, the bright orange flags that had been so clear at the beginning, were now sparse. It was as if they had been deliberately removed or were too faint to spot. That's when I realized I hadn't seen any new markers for a while. The path had started to blend into the surrounding forest, and I could barely tell where it went next. My heart started to race as I looked around. I couldn't remember the last time I'd seen something familiar. I pulled out the map and checked my location, but the paths didn't seem to line up with the map's markings. Panic surged through me. I'd gotten lost. I was alone, deep in the woods, and I had no idea how to get back. My stomach dropped, and I tried to steady my breathing. I wasn't going to panic. I had hiked enough to know what to do. I would backtrack. I'd find the main trail again. I just had to focus. I turned around, retracing my steps, but the trees all looked the same. The path was disappearing behind me, and I couldn't even be sure if I was headed in the right direction. I kept walking, the forest closing in around me, until I found myself standing in a small clearing, with no path in sight. The sun was beginning to set, casting long, eerie shadows across the ground. The forest that had felt so peaceful earlier now seemed dark and suffocating. I couldn't stay here. I had to keep moving. I pulled out my phone, hoping for a signal, but there was nothing. No bars. I tried to call, but the screen flashed no service. My heart raced again. Couldn't rely on my phone. Not here. I had to trust my instincts. I kept moving, hoping to find something that would point me back to the main trail. I passed through dense thickets, the ground soft and muddy beneath my boots. The sun was almost gone now, and the forest had taken on an entirely different feel. It was darker, quieter. The familiar noises of the woods, the chirping of birds, the rustling of small animals had all stopped. It was just me, alone, and the sound of my own breath. The cold set in quickly as the light faded. I was beginning to feel the weight of my situation. If I didn't find my way out soon, I might be stuck here overnight. I couldn't risk that. I had to stay calm and focused. I took a deep breath and scanned the forest around me. The trees were taller here, their branches intertwining high above. I couldn't see the sky anymore, just dark shapes looming overhead. I needed to make a decision. I could try to head west, back the way I thought I came from, or I could risk going off the trail in search of something, anything that might lead me back to safety. I chose to head west. I pushed through the underbrush, each step harder than the last as the ground grew rougher and less forgiving. I couldn't see my feet anymore, but I kept going, putting one foot in front of the other. The wind picked up, howling through the trees and rattling the branches. The darkening sky felt heavy, suffocating. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Then, just as the panic was about to overtake me, I saw it, a break in the trees, a glimpse of light. It was faint, but it was there. I ran toward it, stumbling over roots and rocks, not caring about the pain or the exhaustion. The light grew brighter as I got closer, until I broke through the last line of trees and found myself standing on a small dirt road. I stopped and took a deep breath, the relief flooding through me. The road was empty, but I could hear the distant sound of a car engine. I was out. I had made it. It took me another half hour to walk back to the trailhead, but I didn't care. I had survived. I had been lost, but I had found my way out. By the time I reached my car, the sky was completely dark. I sat for a moment, just breathing. The forest, which had seemed so comforting at first, was now something else. Something I wouldn't forget anytime soon. I had learned something today. The woods can be beautiful, but they can also be deceiving. And no matter how well you think you know a place, it can always turn on you. But I was safe. I was alive, and I wouldn't be returning to that trail anytime soon. It started as just another day in the forest. I had been hiking alone for a couple of days, enjoying the fresh air and the peace of being away from everything. I had planned to do a short solo hike to the overlook that I'd heard so much about. The trail seemed easy enough, nothing too intense, but that's the thing about the woods. They can trick you if you're not careful. I set out in the morning, carrying only my essentials. A small backpack with water, some snacks, my map, and my phone. I didn't really expect to use my phone for anything other than checking the time or snapping a few pictures. I'm not one to get lost. I've hiked these woods before, so I figured I knew the area well enough. But that morning, I made the mistake of straying from the main trail. It started innocently. The trail forked a bit, and there was a smaller path to the right that looked like it could lead somewhere interesting. I was curious. Why not? I had time. Besides, I could always just turn back if I didn't like where it was going. I told myself that over and over as I walked deeper into the unfamiliar woods. The first hour was beautiful, peaceful, even. The sun filtered through the trees, and I could hear birds chirping in the distance. The trail was mostly dirt, with occasional rocks and roots sticking up through the soil. I moved quickly, enjoying the solitude and the sense of freedom that comes with being alone in nature. But after a while, things started to feel different. The woods grew quieter, and the path began to narrow. I looked around, trying to spot the trail markers, but there was nothing. No signs, no arrows, nothing that told me I was still on track. The trees were thicker here, the underbrush denser. The air felt heavier, as though something was closing in around me. I stopped for a moment, trying to figure out where I was. I pulled out my map and studied it closely, but everything seemed off. The trail I was on didn't match up with anything on the map. That's when the panic set in. I'd gone too far. The path had curved in a way that I didn't remember, and now I was surrounded by nothing but trees in every direction. I tried retracing my steps, but when I looked back, the trail behind me seemed different, as though it had changed since I last walked on it. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself down. There was no reason to panic yet. It wasn't like I was lost, just a little off course. I kept walking, hoping the trail would open up again, but it didn't. The trees just kept getting thicker, the ground muddier, and the light seemed to fade despite it being midday. I checked my phone, but there was no signal. Nothing, not even a faint bar. That was when I really started to feel the weight of the situation. I wasn't just off track anymore. I was lost. I tried to keep my cool, telling myself that if I just kept moving in one direction, I would eventually find my way back. But after what felt like hours of walking, nothing looked familiar. The landscape had completely changed, and my thoughts started to race. What if I didn't find my way out? What if I ran out of food or water? What if the night came and I wasn't ready? I was still trying to figure out my next move when I heard something in the distance. It was a rustling sound, like something large moving through the trees. I froze. For a second, I thought it might be an animal, maybe a bear or a deer, but I quickly realized it wasn't that. The sound was rhythmic and it was getting closer. My heart started pounding. My mind began to race through all the possibilities. None of them good. I stepped off the trail and ducked behind a tree, holding my breath. Whatever it was, I didn't want to be seen. The sound grew louder, and I could hear branches cracking under the weight of something heavy. But then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the sound stopped. I waited in the silence for what felt like forever before cautiously stepping out from my hiding place. It was quiet again, too quiet. I slowly walked forward, trying to stay as calm as possible, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every snap of a twig under my feet made my heart skip a beat. I wasn't sure if it was the isolation or the uncertainty of being lost, but my nerves were shot. By now, the sun was beginning to dip lower in the sky, and I realized I had to make a decision. If I didn't turn back now, I would be stuck in the woods overnight. I had no idea where I was, but I had to try and find my way back to the main trail before it got dark. I started walking in what I thought was the direction I had come from, but the trees looked the same. Every direction seemed the same. I stopped again to check the map, but it was no use. It didn't matter how many times I looked at it. I was lost. Hours passed, and the light continued to fade. The air grew colder, and I realized I hadn't eaten or drunk anything for a while. My stomach growled, but I ignored it. I needed to focus. I needed to find shelter before the night fully set in. The next few hours were a blur. I walked and walked, my feet growing sore, my mind growing foggier with each step. I could feel the cold creeping in, and the trees around me felt more oppressive, like they were closing in. Every rustle in the bushes, every snap of a branch underfoot sent my heart racing. But there was no turning back. I couldn't stop now. If I didn't find shelter soon, I would be in real trouble. Eventually, I spotted something in the distance, a break in the trees. My heart leaped in my chest. I rushed toward it, praying it wasn't just another illusion. As I got closer, I realized it was a small clearing. Not much, but it was something. a place where I could rest, maybe even light a fire. I quickly got to work gathering dry wood from the surrounding trees. My hands were shaking, and I could barely hold the kindling as I tried to arrange it in a small pile. The lighter in my pocket felt heavy, but I managed to get a spark going. The fire was small at first, but it was enough to give me some hope. The warmth of the flames was a small comfort in the growing cold of the night. I huddled close to the fire, my mind racing through all the things I should have done differently. I shouldn't have strayed from the main trail. I shouldn't have ignored the signs that something was off. But it was too late for regret. I could only focus on getting through the night. As the fire crackled and the night deepened, I realized something. I wasn't just lost in the woods. I had to trust myself. I had to believe that if I kept calm and kept moving forward, I could find my way out. I couldn't panic. I couldn't let the fear take over. I sat by the fire, wrapping my arms around my knees for warmth, watching the flames flicker in the dark. The hours passed slowly, but eventually, as the night stretched on, I closed my eyes for a few minutes of rest. I was exhausted, my body aching, but I knew I couldn't sleep for long. If I did, I might miss something important. The fire eventually burned down to embers, and I forced myself to get up. The cold was unbearable, but I couldn't just sit there. I needed to move. By the time the first light of dawn appeared, I was already walking again. I had no real direction in mind, but I figured I couldn't stay put. The woods looked different in the light of day, and I noticed things I hadn't seen before. The way the trees bent, the way the ground sloped. I tried to stay calm, but my heart was still racing. The only thing I could do was keep walking, keep moving, and hope I would find the way out. Hours passed. The sun rose higher in the sky, and I began to feel a sense of relief. The woods no longer felt as oppressive. I could see clearer now. I stopped and looked around, trying to make sense of everything. And then, in the distance, I saw it. The main trail. Couldn't believe it. It was barely visible through the trees, but it was there. I rushed toward it, my legs aching, my body weak from the exhaustion of the last day and night. When I finally stepped onto the trail, I couldn't stop myself from smiling. It was a small, simple thing, but in that moment, it meant everything. I had made it out. I walked the rest of the way back to the parking lot, where my car was parked. The sun was high in the sky now, and I was grateful. I didn't need to look back anymore. I had survived. The wind had been picking up for hours. At first, it felt refreshing, but now it was starting to cut through my jacket, biting at my skin like it had a purpose. The tall trees around me stood like silent sentinels, their branches swaying in the wind, and their leaves rustling with every gust. I'd taken this hike up the mountain to clear my head, to get away from the noise of daily life. But now, as the sun dipped below the horizon, I realized how little I had prepared for being out here in the dark. I had no intention of getting lost. I was supposed to follow the trail and head back down to my car before nightfall. But somewhere, when I was focused on my thoughts, I took a wrong turn. At first, it didn't seem like a big deal. I'd been on plenty of hikes before, and I knew the woods well enough to handle a small detour. But the more I walked, the less familiar things felt. It wasn't like I was deep into some uncharted part of the woods, but the paths were becoming harder to distinguish. The faint markings on trees that had been reassuring earlier were becoming harder to find, almost as if they were disappearing altogether. The ground beneath my boots had started to change, the soil softening into uneven, muddy patches, and my steps were more cautious as I made my way through the woods. I checked my watch. It was just past 5 p.m. I'd be fine, I thought. I still had a couple of hours of daylight left. I could find my way back if I retraced my steps, no problem. But as I walked, I couldn't shake the growing sense of unease. The forest seemed to close in around me, and the usual sounds, The chirping of birds, the rustling of small creatures, had fallen silent. It was an eerie quiet, the kind that makes you think something's off, but you can't quite place what. I stopped for a moment trying to get my bearings. I didn't recognize any of the trees around me. The map I had brought with me seemed useless now. I pulled it out and tried to look at it, but the details on the paper didn't match up with anything I was seeing. The trail I was on didn't show up anywhere. It was like I had walked into a part of the woods that wasn't on any map. Frustration built up inside me. I had to keep moving, I thought. It was stupid to stand still, especially with the daylight running out. I wasn't scared yet, just annoyed. I turned around, hoping to retrace my steps, but after a few minutes, it became clear that I wasn't going to be able to find my way back. I had no idea which direction I'd come from, and everything around me started to look the same. My heart rate picked up a little as I realized just how alone I was out here. I pulled out my phone, hoping for a signal, but of course, there was nothing. No bars, no GPS, nothing. I couldn't even text someone to let them know where I was. My stomach churned with anxiety. I needed to stay calm. I knew that. Panicking wouldn't help. So, I took a deep breath and tried to remember the basic survival tips I'd learned over the years. Find water, find shelter, and keep moving in a straight line. If I could find a road or another trail, I'd be fine. I just had to stay focused. The next hour felt like it stretched into infinity. The daylight continued to fade, and the woods around me became darker and more oppressive. I stumbled through the thick underbrush, trying to find any sign of a trail, but it was all unfamiliar terrain. The air was getting colder, and I regretted not bringing more layers with me. The wind howled through the trees, sending leaves swirling around me like some kind of twisted dance. I could feel the darkness creeping in, and I didn't want to be out there when it completely consumed the forest. I needed to find shelter. As much as I hated the idea of staying still, I knew I couldn't keep walking forever. My energy was draining, and I could feel the exhaustion setting in. Eventually, I spotted a small, hollowed-out tree stump up ahead. It wasn't much, but it would provide some shelter from the wind. I crouched down inside it, trying to make myself as comfortable as possible, though the ground was damp and cold. I pulled my jacket tighter around me, trying to conserve heat. The wind picked up even more, howling through the trees like a living thing. I heard it whistling and moaning, almost like the forest itself was alive, trying to push me out, but I held my ground. I wasn't about to let the woods get the better of me. It wasn't long before I realized how uncomfortable I was. My muscles ached from walking for hours, and the cold was seeping into my bones. I could feel the weight of the darkness pressing down on me, and I tried to remind myself that I wasn't in any immediate danger. I had food and water, and I could always build a fire if I needed to. But the deeper the night grew, the more unsettling the sounds around me became. I heard branches snapping in the distance, twigs crunching underfoot, but I couldn't tell if they were from an animal or something else. Every rustle of leaves sent my nerves on edge. The cold wasn't the only thing making me shiver now. I decided that I couldn't stay in the stump any longer. It wasn't enough to keep the cold out, and the noises around me were getting worse. I needed to move. I didn't know where I was going, but I had to keep moving forward. I stood up and began walking again, every step slow and deliberate. The wind was relentless now, biting at my face, but I couldn't stop. I kept my head down, focusing only on putting one foot in front of the other. The sound of my boots crunching on the forest floor was the only thing I could hear, and it gave me a small sense of comfort. At least I wasn't completely alone out here. After what felt like an eternity, I noticed something in the distance. A faint light. It flickered through the trees like a beacon in the darkness, and for a moment, I thought I might be imagining it. But then it came again, a brief, steady glow cutting through the trees. It had to be a campfire. Someone else had to be out here, I didn't even hesitate. I pushed myself forward, stumbling through the underbrush, my heart pounding in my chest. The light grew brighter as I got closer, and soon I could make out the shape of a small campfire surrounded by rocks. There was a small tent nearby, and I could hear the crackling of the fire as it burned. I stepped into the clearing, and I could feel the warmth of the fire hit me like a wave. My breath caught in my throat as I approached, and I was so relieved to see someone else. Person sitting by the fire, alone. "Are you okay?" the man asked when he saw me. He had a rugged look, his clothes a little worn, but he didn't seem surprised to see me. Maybe he had been expecting someone. Or maybe it was just that he was used to people getting lost in these woods. "I'm lost," I said, my voice shaky. "I've been out here for hours. I can't find my way back to the trail." The man nodded. "Happens more often than you think. The woods can be tricky." He gestured to the fire. "Sit down. Warm up." I didn't need to be told twice. I sank down beside the fire, letting the heat wash over me. It felt like it had been forever since I'd felt anything like warmth. I closed my eyes for a moment, just taking in the relief of being around another person, in a safe place. "We'll figure out how to get you back tomorrow," the man said. "You're not the first to get turned around." I nodded, grateful but exhausted. I could finally relax. Tomorrow we would figure out how to get back. For now, though, I was safe, and that was enough. I never thought I would get lost in the woods. People always talk about getting lost, but I assumed it was something that happened to other people, not me. I had been hiking before plenty of times, and I knew the trails. This time, though, everything was different. What started as a simple day hike turned into something I'll never forget. It was a chilly morning in late fall when I decided to take a quick solo hike through a part of the forest I hadn't explored before. The air was crisp, and the trees had started shedding their leaves, painting the ground in shades of red, yellow, and brown. I was feeling good that day, energized by the fresh air and the quiet solitude of the forest. I had packed lightly, just a backpack with water, a couple of granola bars, a small first aid kit, and a jacket. The trail I chose was supposed to be a well-marked path that looped back to the main trailhead in a few hours. I had checked my map before setting out, making sure everything seemed straightforward. No big deal. I set out on my hike around 9 a.m., with the sun still low in the sky, casting long shadows through the trees. The further I walked, the more I found myself drawn into the quiet. The sounds of birds calling and leaves crunching underfoot were soothing, and for a while, everything felt perfect. But then, I made my first mistake. I got distracted by the beauty of the forest. I came across a small creek, its water running clear and fast over the rocks. I stopped to take a break, sat down on a large stone, and let the peaceful sound of the water fill the air. I lost track of time, enjoying the moment far more than I should have. When I stood up and looked around, I realized that I didn't recognize the path. I had been on the main trail when I first stopped, but somehow I had wandered off to the side without noticing. The trees were dense here, and the small creek I had followed was not visible from the main path. I checked my map again, but it didn't help much. There were no clear markers, and the trail seemed to have disappeared into a tangle of underbrush. At first, I wasn't too worried. I thought, it's just a little detour. I'll find my way back. I retraced my steps, thinking I could just follow the creek back to the main trail. But the more I walked, the more disoriented I became. The forest was eerily quiet now, and the sound of the creek had faded. I tried looking for any familiar landmarks, but everything seemed to look the same. The trees were tall and thick, and the underbrush was dense, making it difficult to see more than a few feet in front of me. The sunlight started to fade as the hours passed, and I realized I hadn't seen another person in what felt like forever. My stomach began to tighten with anxiety, but I pushed the feeling aside. Stay calm, I told myself. You'll be fine. Just keep moving. But I wasn't fine. I could feel the panic creeping up inside of me as I realized that I had no idea where I was anymore. I checked my phone, but there was no signal. That's when the true weight of the situation hit me. The feeling of isolation began to set in. I wasn't just a little lost. I was deep in the woods, with no way to communicate or get help. I was alone. The temperature started dropping as the sun set, and I began to realize that I had no real plan. I wasn't prepared for an overnight stay in the woods. I had no tent, no sleeping bag, nothing. I still had water, but I didn't want to waste it. I had a small flashlight in my bag, but it wasn't enough to navigate through the dark forest. I had to make a decision. Keep walking or try to find a place to wait until morning. After a few more hours of walking and seeing no signs of the trail, I decided that finding shelter was my best bet. I needed to stay warm and conserve my energy. The temperature was dropping quickly, and the last thing I wanted was to be stuck out in the open all night, exposed to the cold. I found a small clearing near a cluster of trees. It wasn't ideal, but it was something. I cleared away some leaves and built a makeshift shelter using fallen branches. It wasn't much, but it provided some cover from the wind. I wrapped my jacket tightly around myself and sat down, trying to make myself comfortable. As the night wore on, the cold became unbearable. I tried to sleep, but it was hard to find rest when every little noise in the dark made my heart race. The wind rustled through the trees, and the occasional snap of a twig made me jump. The hours dragged on, and eventually, I fell into an exhausted, fitful sleep. I woke up several times during the night, each time more disoriented and cold. By the time morning came, I was shivering uncontrollably. I knew I had to keep moving. I packed up my makeshift shelter and set out again, determined to find my way back. My energy was running low, and my legs felt like lead, but I kept pushing forward. I tried not to think too much about how alone I was. I didn't have any choice but to keep going. By the time the sun had fully risen, I had lost track of how long I had been walking. Hours? Days? My stomach growled in protest, reminding me that I hadn't eaten much the day before. I reached into my bag for a granola bar and ate it quickly, not caring about savoring the taste. I was just trying to keep myself going. That's when I saw it. A trail marker, barely visible through the dense trees. I almost didn't believe it at first. I had been so convinced I was completely lost that I had stopped looking for markers. But there it was, a small, faded sign nailed to a tree. I followed it, moving as quickly as I could. My legs were sore, my feet ached, and I was exhausted. But that sign gave me the boost I needed. I kept walking, scanning the trees for any more markers. After what felt like forever, I finally saw another trail sign, and then another. The familiar feeling of the trail came back, and my hope began to rise. I was getting closer. I kept my eyes on the ground, watching for any signs of the main trail. Eventually, I reached a fork in the trail. I didn't recognize it immediately, but as I looked closer, I saw a small wooden bench near the path. It was a spot I had passed earlier in the hike. I felt a wave of relief flood over me as I realized I was back on the main trail. Couldn't believe it. I had made it. The walk back to the trailhead felt like a blur. My mind was focused on one thing: getting out of the woods. The trail was familiar again, and I picked up my pace, anxious to finish the hike. After what felt like an eternity, I finally emerged from the woods, greeted by the sight of the parking lot. My car was still there, just as I had left it. I sat in my car for a long time, catching my breath, my heart still racing. I was finally safe. I didn't know how long I had been lost, but it felt like a lifetime. The experience had shaken me, and I knew that I would never take the woods for granted again. That night, when I got home, I couldn't stop thinking about how close I had come to something much worse, how easy it would have been for things to have gone wrong. But I had made it out, and for that I was grateful. From that day forward, I always made sure to plan my hikes more carefully. I never went anywhere without telling someone where I was going, and I always carried extra supplies, just in case. I learned that no matter how well you think you know an area, the woods can change in an instant, and getting lost can happen to anyone. I never thought I'd get lost in the woods. I've always been someone who enjoys the outdoors, and I've hiked through countless trails, familiar with the signs and sounds of nature. But today, everything went wrong. Started out like any other hike. I had a plan: follow the marked trail, enjoy the fresh air, and take some pictures along the way. The sun was out, and there was a slight breeze, perfect hiking weather. I had packed my essentials: water, snacks, a map, and my phone for photos. I had been on this trail before, and I figured it would be an easy, relaxing day in the woods. But the further I went, the more I started to realize something was off. It wasn't the trail or the weather. It wasn't even the fact that I didn't see many other people. It was the silence. The woods seemed too quiet. Usually, there's some sort of noise, a rustling of leaves, birds calling, insects buzzing. But today there was nothing, just stillness. I shrugged it off. Maybe it was just the time of day, the quiet before the evening rush of animals preparing for nightfall. I told myself I'd be fine. I've hiked alone before. I was confident, but then I made a mistake. I decided to leave the main path for a bit just to explore. There was a small, unmarked trail I noticed, hidden behind some thick bushes. It looked like it would lead somewhere interesting, so I stepped off the main path. Big mistake. I didn't realize at the time how easily I could lose my bearings. I thought I was just taking a small detour, but soon, the trail started to fade. The trees were thicker here, and I couldn't see much of the sky above. I tried to keep track of landmarks, marking trees in my mind as I walked, but the deeper I went, the more everything started to look the same. At first, I wasn't worried. It was just a little detour after all. But then, after what felt like an hour, I looked around and realized I didn't recognize anything. I couldn't see the trail behind me. The trees had closed in, and everything was a blur of green and brown. I stopped, my heart starting to race. I pulled out my phone, hoping to check the map. No signal. Of course, no signal. That's when it hit me, seriously hit me, that I was lost. I tried to stay calm. I had enough water, and I wasn't in immediate danger. I started retracing my steps, but every direction I went seemed to bring me deeper into the woods. The trees were like walls, blocking any chance of seeing the horizon. I had no idea which way to go. I could feel my pulse quicken. This wasn't supposed to happen. I checked my watch. It was past noon now, and I'd been out here for longer than I realized. My stomach growled, but I ignored it. I needed to find my way out, not think about food. I started walking faster, hoping to stumble across a familiar landmark. But the woods had become a maze, and I was losing my sense of direction. Every time I thought I saw something, a break in the trees, a hill up ahead, I'd walk towards it, only to find myself at another dead end. I started feeling panicked, my chest tightening with every step. I had no idea how far I had walked or which direction I was heading. My phone had died, and I had no way to call for help. The sun was starting to dip lower in the sky. I knew I didn't have much time before it would be too dark to see anything. The thought of spending the night out here made my stomach twist with dread. I kept moving. The woods were quieter now, the eerie stillness making my every step seem louder. The shadows grew longer, and my mind started to race, imagining all sorts of worst-case scenarios. Couldn't help it. Every snap of a twig underfoot, every rustle in the underbrush made me jump. I had to keep moving, but my legs were getting heavy, and my body was starting to protest. I found a clearing. At least I thought it was a clearing. There was an area where the trees seemed to thin out, but when I stepped into it, I realized it was just a patch of tall grass and overgrown bushes. There was no path, no way out. I stood there for a moment trying to think, trying to force my brain to focus, but all I could hear was the sound of my own breathing. Felt like hours had passed. My legs were sore, and I had started to lose track of time. The sun was low now, casting long shadows across the landscape. It would be dark soon, and I had no idea where I was. I needed to find shelter, at least for the night. I knew I couldn't keep walking around aimlessly. I had to stop and figure something out. The woods were turning colder, and the last thing I needed was to get hypothermia in the middle of nowhere. I spotted a large rock formation nearby. It wasn't much, but I could take shelter there for the night, at least until I figured out what to do next. I moved towards it, my steps sluggish but determined. As I got closer to the rocks, I saw something that made my stomach drop, a faint trail. It wasn't much, just a line of broken branches and crushed leaves leading towards a slightly clearer path. My heart skipped a beat. Could this be the way out? I cautiously followed the trail, each step more hopeful than the last. The trail was faint, but I could see it now, just enough to follow. I walked faster, adrenaline pushing me forward. The sun was setting, and I didn't have much time. Then suddenly the trees opened up, and I saw it. The main trail, the one I had started on. Couldn't believe it. I had found my way back. I stood there for a moment, just staring at the familiar path, feeling a rush of relief flood over me. I wasn't lost anymore. I was going to make it out. I walked quickly now, my steps lighter, the weight of panic finally lifting from my shoulders. The woods didn't feel as threatening now. The sounds of the forest returned, the rustling of leaves, the calls of birds in the distance. I wasn't alone anymore. The trees didn't feel like walls. They felt like guides, leading me home. By the time I reached the edge of the woods, the stars had started to appear in the sky. I stepped out of the trees and onto a gravel road that led back to the parking lot. I looked up at the sky, feeling a deep sense of gratitude. I had made it out. I had no idea how long I had been lost. Hours, maybe more, but I was safe. The woods were beautiful, but they could be unforgiving. I knew I'd be back, but next time, I'd be more prepared. I'd stick to the path, and I'd never take the forest's quiet for granted again. The day started off like any other hiking trip. The sun was out, there was a slight breeze, and I felt energized. I had set out on my own, hoping to spend the day in the woods, away from the noise and distractions of the city. I knew the trail well enough. It was one I had hiked many times before, but something about today felt different. Maybe it was the strange feeling in the air or how quiet it seemed, even for the woods. I had parked at the base of the mountain, and after double-checking my gear, I started walking down the familiar path. The trees above me blocked out most of the sunlight, and the air was cool and fresh. The crunch of dry leaves beneath my boots was the only sound I could hear, and I began to lose myself in the peaceful rhythm of walking. The first couple of hours went by uneventfully. I stopped at my usual spots to take a break and drink some water. There was something soothing about the isolation. It was just me, the trees, and the winding trail that I knew like the back of my hand. But as I pressed on, things began to change. The trail, which normally felt like a well-worn path, started to get uneven. I noticed that the trail markers were fewer, and the path itself felt less defined. The quietness that had felt peaceful at first now felt oppressive, like the air had thickened around me. First, I shrugged it off. Maybe I was just being paranoid. But then I realized something. I didn't recognize this part of the forest. I had hiked in these woods before, and yet something was off. The trees, the slope of the land, it didn't feel like I was where I thought I was. I stopped and looked around, trying to orient myself. There were no trail markers in sight, and the underbrush around me had grown dense. I turned around and started walking back, but after a few minutes, I realized I hadn't seen anything familiar. The trail that had been so clear before was now completely gone. My heart started to race. I had a map, but I'd left it in the car, thinking I wouldn't need it on a trail I knew so well. Now, the reality of the situation was starting to sink in. I was lost. I took a deep breath and tried to stay calm. I had been in the woods before and knew how to get out. I would retrace my steps, find the trail again, and head back to the car. But after what felt like hours of walking, the forest seemed to stretch on endlessly in all directions. No familiar landmarks, no trail markers, nothing. It was just trees and thick underbrush. I checked my watch, it was just past noon. I thought about making a call, but I had no signal. I couldn't even see a clear path to try and find higher ground to get better reception. I started walking again, moving more carefully now, paying attention to every detail. The sounds of the forest had changed too. What had once been a peaceful hum of birds and distant rustling was now eerily quiet. It felt like everything around me had gone still, holding its breath. The woods were thick, and the sun was now starting to dip below the canopy. Shadows grew longer, and I could feel the temperature beginning to drop. My stomach started to churn. I realized I hadn't eaten anything since breakfast, and the nervousness from being lost was making me feel queasy. I thought about stopping to rest, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. The idea of sitting still in a place I didn't recognize with no clear path back made my skin crawl. So I pushed on, hoping to find something, anything that would help me orient myself. I tried to stay calm, thinking back to everything I had read about survival in the woods. Stay calm, find shelter if necessary, and always keep moving. As the hours passed, I felt my sense of time slip away. The woods around me looked the same, just endless trees, the occasional rock, and the thick carpet of leaves and moss. The daylight was fading fast, and the temperature dropped further. My breath came out in visible puffs, and I pulled my jacket tighter around my body. I had no choice but to keep moving, hoping to spot a landmark or trail marker soon. But nothing came. The forest just stretched on, its endless green layers slowly darkening as the sun set. The shadows seemed to grow longer, and an oppressive silence settled over everything. The only sounds now were my footsteps and the occasional rustle of leaves. I checked my phone again, hoping for a signal, but there was still nothing. It was then that I began to feel the first real pangs of panic. I had read all the survival tips. Don't panic, stay calm, and conserve your energy. But in the back of my mind, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. There was a creeping sense of dread that started to settle over me. The trees were closing in. The path I had once known so well now felt like it was slipping away from me. The quiet had turned into a heavy, suffocating silence. I could hear my own breath, my heart pounding in my chest, and that was it. No birds, no rustling of leaves, no sounds of wildlife. Just me alone in the woods. I thought about trying to make a fire, but I didn't have anything to start one. I didn't even have a flashlight. I had planned on only being out for a few hours, and I hadn't packed anything beyond the basics. I stopped walking and sat down on a large rock. My head was spinning, my thoughts a jumbled mess. I needed to think clearly. If I stayed calm, I could figure this out. But how? My mind raced, trying to come up with a plan, trying to remember the basics of navigation. Should I try to head east? West? I wasn't sure which direction I had been walking in, and the forest around me looked identical in every direction. The map I'd left in the car wasn't going to help me now. My phone was useless. I felt utterly alone. As the hours wore on, the forest darkened completely. I knew I couldn't keep walking through the night, not without any clear sense of where I was going. My best chance of survival now was to find somewhere safe to spend the night and wait until morning. I started looking for a place to shelter, hoping for some kind of natural protection from the elements. A cave, a rock overhang, anything. After what seemed like an eternity of searching, I found a small clearing and decided to stop. There was a fallen tree that provided some shelter from the wind, and I gathered some leaves and branches to make a crude bed. I wrapped my jacket around myself as best I could and tried to settle in, but sleep wouldn't come. The night was silent and cold, and I could feel the fear creeping back in every time I closed my eyes. I spent the night shivering in the clearing, every rustle of leaves or snap of a twig setting me on edge. It felt like hours before the first light of morning broke through the trees. I forced myself to get up, hoping that with the dawn, I would have better luck. The first thing I noticed when the sun came up was the sharpness of the air. The woods seemed less oppressive now, and the morning light gave everything a different perspective. I knew I couldn't stay here any longer. It was time to make one last effort to get out.